Chapter 246. Suspicious. Xianxia's gaze moved under her thick eyelashes. Jianghu nodded and said solemnly, "In fact, I've been suspicious of them since the day I entered Feihou Mountain. Miss, you have to reward them with 150 yuan stone. Such a huge sum of money, yet they are not moved at all. This is really thought-provoking." He paused and continued, "These days I've been secretly observing them. I found more suspicious points. First, they rarely communicate with the servants around them, wishing they could become invisible. Second, they rejected the recruitment of many clans, no matter how good the conditions were. Miss, do you remember how he looked like when he came to seek refuge with us that night? He too has such great strength, how could he be injured like that? Finally, according to my observation, his companion, although dressed as a man, is actually a woman." There was silence in the tent. After a long while, Xianxia smiled. "Having great strength doesn't mean you can definitely win against others, right? Two fists can't fight against four hands, it's normal for He Tu to be injured. Actually, I already know about these suspicious points you mentioned." Jianghu didn't reveal the slightest surprised expression. He understood Xianxia and knew her intelligence. "Miss?" Xianxia blinked, her gentle and beautiful face revealed a trace of playfulness. "Uncle Jianghu, you've been holding it in for many days, right? You realize that I haven't dealt with this matter, so you came to remind me today." Jianghu laughed. "Miss, I can't hide anything from you. But why do you always let them stay by your side?" "Because I don't think they have any evil intentions." A light of wisdom flashed in Xianxia's eyes. "We suspected them at Feihou Mountain. If they didn't stand up at that time, we wouldn't have seen any suspicious points. But why did they still stand up and help me? If they had ulterior motives, they would definitely hide at the side and watch the show, or accept the 150 yuan stone. But they didn't. When He Tu said he wanted to repay, his expression was so sincere that I felt what he said was true. He really wanted to repay this favor." Xianxia said. Jianghu was speechless. "But they definitely aren't simple, they definitely have a secret." Xianxia's smile was like a flower. "Everyone has a secret, I also have a secret. Does having a secret mean that I'm a bad person? The world is bright, and those who know how to repay kindness will have a limit to how bad they can be, right? That being said, I still feel that they have a motive. Maybe they're plotting something. Wait, I know, they must be the gangsters' spies. Sneak into the caravan and cooperate with the Devil Dao to rob it. That doesn't make sense either." Xianxia shook her head. "Since he's a spy, he should be even more hidden. Why is there a need to show off in Feihou Mountain? With so many people trying to recruit them, they could easily join other teams. Wouldn't it be easier to hide? Why did he choose to stay with us? I think they must have some difficulties. We help them and they repay us. Now that they want to hide their identities, I think we should help them again." Jianghu shook his head and sighed. "Miss, why are you always thinking for others? You have to know that we can't let our guard down." "Uncle Jianghu," Xianxia said in a low voice, "if there really is a great calamity, please do not fight to protect the goods. If these goods are lost, then so be it, it's no big deal. My mother's last wish was for me to bring the keepsake to Shang Clan City to find a certain person. But she also said if that person is not willing to accept us, we can only rely on these goods to survive. My mother left in a hurry, and did not clearly state who she wanted me to find. But I think money is just a worldly possession. Mother has already left me, Uncle Jianghu, you and Xiao Dai are my only remaining relatives. I don't want to see anything happen to you." "Miss, please don't say that." Jianghu's eyes reddened as he choked with sobs. Come, take a look, authentic Xianxia silk. All kinds of fine wine, I welcome everyone to taste it. Single breath golden like goo, only 50 yuan stone." Hawking sounds rose and fell as people moved about. In this temporary market, it was bustling with noise and excitement. Every time a caravan came, the village would feel like it was welcoming a festival. Not just the caravans, there were also people from Jin clan who came to sell their goods. The most common were large numbers of golden sculptures or utensils. Pots and pans as well as human and animal sculptures. The carvings were deep and lifelike. Together with red, green, yellow and blue gems or pearls, they looked even more exquisite. Because of the favorable geographical location of Huangjin Mountain, gold could be found everywhere. The people who lived here, even the servants who did not have clothes to cover their bodies, wore some golden rings, golden necklaces and so on. Many young girls wore hairpins, earrings and bracelets, all shining with golden light, beautiful and beautiful. They were in groups of 3 to 5, chatting with each other with a unique charm. As for Jin Clan's Gu masters, their attire was more or less the same as Qingmao Mountain. He wore a short-sleeved shirt, long pants, a belt, leggings and a pair of green bamboo shoes. But some people's leggings were tied with hemp ropes mixed with golden threads. And some belts, cuffs or trouser legs were all inlaid with gold. This was the specialty of Huangjin Mountain. The Gu masters of southern border clans all wore similar attire. As for demonic Gu masters, they wore all kinds of strange attire. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing moved through the crowd. They had already found 3 or 4 Jin clan people and bought some milk and goat milk. To feed the bone spear Gu in his aperture, Fang Yuan had already done his best. But even so, 2/3 of the bone spear Gu had already starved to death. You are buying so wantonly, aren't you afraid your identity will be exposed? Bai Ningbing expressed her doubts. As long as it is a disguise, it will be exposed one day. I don't mind, but your flaw is too big. Fang Yuan looked at Bai Ningbing and said. Bai Ningbing immediately snorted. She knew where her flaw was, and that was her gender. Back in the village, even the old lady could see it. Women and men had different physiological characteristics. To disguise this, a specific Gu worm was needed, but Bai Ningbing did not have it. Thus, even if she wore loose clothes, wore a straw hat, painted black and tied her chest, she could not prevent her identity from being exposed after a long time. Fang Yuan continued, thus, rather than hiding it, it is better to expose some of it. Let them feel that they have seen through many things and feel that the situation is under their control, that will make them feel more at ease. Exposure was necessary, it was not a bad thing. To get close to them he had to expose his identity, only then could he gain their trust. Fang Yuan could not take the initiative to lay his cards on the table, it would be too unnatural and not in line with their previous behavior. As long as they found out and probed, Fang Yuan could use this opportunity to expose some things. Bai Ningbing realized, that means you are intentionally waiting for them to find out and then make a response? You are finally smart for once. However, after 3 days, the reaction and probing that Fang Yuan was waiting for did not come. Bai Ningbing finally found a chance to mock Fang Yuan, so even you have times where you miscalculate. Fang Yuan coldly snorted, pondering in his heart. From Jianghu's expression and actions, I can see that he has long been suspicious. The reason why he did not probe earlier was probably because he could encounter danger on the road, so he endured it. But now that the caravan is relying on the Jin family village, it is very safe, so the probing should have come a long time ago. Unless... In Fang Yuan's heart, Xianxia's face appeared. What a smart person, and also has courage. She should be the one who stopped Jianghu. This is a bit troublesome, it is not good to be too smart. Fang Yuan sighed. Xianxia's gentleness and kindness were deeply rooted in his heart, causing him to underestimate the girl's intelligence. Xianxia wanted to reach a tacit understanding between smart people with Fang Yuan. Both of them had a tacit understanding and pretended to be confused. But Fang Yuan's goal was different. This tacit understanding became his obstacle. If that is the case, then I can only take the initiative. Understanding this, Fang Yuan sighed and took the initiative to find Xianxia. You want to form a partnership with me? Inside the tent, looking at Fang Yuan's intentions, Xianxia and Jianghu's faces revealed a surprised expression. He did not look for them, but they took the initiative to look for him. This was out of the girl's expectations. Jianghu's heart was moved. Are you finally going to reveal your foxtail? Partnership. Miss Jiang, I am ashamed to say this, but we need yuan stone and I have some experience in business. I want to borrow a batch of goods, and the yuan stone that I earn, how about splitting it 50-50? Fang Yuan slightly bowed, neither servile nor overbearing. Without yuan stone and being poor, you want to borrow chickens to lay eggs? You are too confident. Jianghu's eyes flashed with a cold light. What makes you think that you will definitely earn money? And what makes you think that our Jiang family will definitely lend to you? In business there will definitely be profits and losses. Of course I will not earn without losses. As for why, maybe it is because I feel that Miss Jiang is a good person and will lend to me. If you want to ask me the reason, I can only answer you, that is what I feel. If my feeling is wrong, then let's pretend that this never happened. Fang Yuan smiled. He was missing an ear and his body was full of burn marks, so his smile was somewhat terrifying. But when Xianxia looked into his eyes, she saw a kind of self-confidence, decisiveness, and the brilliance of strategizing. This brilliance, on the contrary, set off a different kind of charm from the ugliness. Really interesting, it seems that he also noticed our suspicions. So, he wants to reach a tacit understanding between smart people? Xianxia's eyes flickered. After a moment she smiled. This kind of frank communication method made her feel inexplicably safe and also fresh. If not for you, hey too, I would not even have a quarter of the goods left. They were already snatched away by those monkeys at the Bandit Monkey Mountain. Since you have this idea, then I will leave these goods to you, she said. If the servant girl Xiao Dai was here, she would have immediately made a fuss. Fang Yuan was stunned for a moment, and then bowed to express his thanks. Miss, you are... When Fang Yuan left the tent, Jianghu finally could not bear it anymore. Xianxia mischievously blinked like a child. Isn't this very interesting? Listen to what he said just now. We haven't even done business yet, but he wants to split the profits with me 50-50. This tone, it is as if he will definitely make money. If he is a bore, how much talent does he have? Jianghu disdainfully sneered. Speaking of business brains, who can compare to you, miss? For so many years, how did you manage your family business and how did you develop it? This old man still remembers it vividly. If not for those Zhang family people being jealous. Alright, what's the point of talking about the past? Since Uncle Jianghu also recognizes my talent, then you should believe me. Even if He Tu loses all these goods, I can still start from scratch, right? Xianxia said. Chapter 247. So many goods, it won't be cheap. At least 50,000 yuan stone. The Jin Clangu master looked at Fang Yuan suspiciously. After getting permission from Xianxia, Fang Yuan immediately found several Jin Clangu masters. The person in front of him was already the sixth person. I don't have yuan stone. Fang Yuan shook his head, but I can use my goods to exchange for your goods. Barter? The Gu master slightly raised his brows, not very surprised. Bartering was also a common thing, especially in merchant caravans. To him, as long as the value was not too different, bartering was not a loss. Then what goods do you intend to use to exchange? Fang Yuan led him to look at the goods on the spot. Jin Clan's Gu master frowned. Your goods are cheaper than mine in the market. But in this golden mountain you can sell them for a good price, right? Fang Yuan laughed. The Jin Clan Gu master frowned even more. If the price is set too high, it won't sell anymore. Then sell them slowly, there will be a day when they are all sold out. Rare goods are more valuable at that time, you can just sit at home and collect money. Fang Yuan smiled. The Gu master laughed heartily. He said so much just to lower the price, but his heart was already moved. You're not bad. Although you are immortal, you are neither servile nor overbearing. I have 3 shops, are you interested in helping me? I will give you the status of a shopkeeper. We can discuss the salary. The Gu master patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. Fang Yuan tactfully refused, making this Gu master feel some regret. Hey Tu, what the hell are you doing? After this transaction, Xiao Dai ran over with a cold expression. You actually exchanged all of Missy's goods? What are you trying to do? You are too daring. Xiao Dai stomped her feet in anger. Don't you know, our goods are all carefully selected by Missy. If we transport them to Shang Clan City, we can sell them for double the price. Quick, exchange them back. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold. Your Missy has already lent all her goods to me. In other words, these goods are all mine. I'm handling my own goods, what's wrong with that? Fang Yuan glanced at Little Butterfly with a cold glint in his eyes. Xiao Dai shuddered and felt her heart skip a beat. Fang Yuan decided to expose himself a little more. This was the first time he spoke to Little Butterfly without any pretense. Xiao Dai was originally eloquent, but at this moment, there was a chill in her heart. I'll tell Miss, just you wait. She tried her best to hide her inner emotions, but she still ran away in a panic. Of course, her snitch did not cause any trouble to Fang Yuan. However, the servants that Xianxia brought also had a lot of opinions about Fang Yuan's actions. Many people discussed in private, thinking that He Tu had gone mad. Fang Yuan knew the value of the original goods, which also made him realize Xianxia's business talent. However, this was the first time the latter was doing business. Although he had talent, he lacked experience. Merchants did not simply transport goods to the terminal and earn a profit from the price difference. A real expert merchant earned money along the way. It was to use a keen eye to discover business opportunities in time, to be familiar with the specialties of each famous mountain and the needs of each big family, to establish a network of relationships and benefit from both sides. Of course, these requirements were too high for Xianxia. After all, she was only 16 years old this year. Although she had talent, she was still a young girl. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he spent nearly 100 years doing business. He had mixed into a caravan and served as a leader. He had opened a shop and a stone gambling shop. he had also held an auction. In terms of experience and vision, the leaders and deputy leaders in the caravan were not even worthy of carrying Fang Yuan's shoes. Not to mention Xianxia, who had just started doing business. There is still some distance to Shangliang Mountain. If I operate wholeheartedly, I can at least increase the value of this batch of goods by 7 or 8 times. This multiplier was already quite terrifying. Any higher and Fang Yuan could not do it. Due to all kinds of practical conditions, 7 or 8 times was already the highest standard in this world. Of course, if I use illegal methods, not to mention 7 or 8 times, even 70 or 80 times is easy. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but think of a poem from his previous life. The law-abiding worries every day, the strong man sings happily every night, harming others to benefit oneself rides horses and mules, the upright and fair starve. Repairing bridges and roads is blind, killing and arson are many, I go to heaven and ask Buddha. Buddha says, I have no choice. Haha, the so-called system and laws are all used to oppress the masses and restrict the weak. No matter which world, it is the law of the jungle. Thus, even in the era of law, there were countless influential people who used loopholes in the system to escape the punishment of the law. Not to mention this Gu Master world where strength speaks the loudest? In Fang Yuan's previous life, he had painstakingly built up a fortune of close to 10 million and countless businesses. Then he was casually annexed by the strong, going bankrupt and living on the streets. For the next 400 years, whenever he thought of it, he would be extremely glad that he had this experience. Thanks to hardship, it taught people the truth. It was this experience that woke him up, and all kinds of restrictions that he had been brainwashed into on earth were shattered. People were often deceived not because of the scene in front of them, but because of the shackles in their hearts. To Fang Yuan, if he abided by business ethics as a proper merchant, he could at most earn 7 or 8 times. If he used some illegal methods and became a bad merchant, he could earn 10 times more. If he abandoned his duty and swindled to his heart's content, becoming an unscrupulous merchant, he could earn 10 times more. If he directly killed and looted, he did not even need to use capital. A business with no capital was always the most profitable. But Fang Yuan's current business had other motives. Thus he could not use any illegal methods. This made him feel like his hands and feet were tied. However, on the night before the caravan was about to set off, a Jin clan Gu master secretly came to find him. I have a private transaction, are you interested? This Gu master was one of the people who had bartered with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not mind at first, but after 5 minutes he changed his mind. You are saying, someone wants to sell Jinzan grass? He was extremely astonished, even suspecting that he had heard wrongly. Jinzan grass could not be replaced by other materials for Jin clan, it was an extremely important strategic resource. Because of its refinement material, Jin clan could refine large amounts of golden silkworm goo. Now, someone actually wanted to sell it? In Fang Yuan's memories, it was because Jin clan had a large amount of rank 3 golden silkworm goo that their strength increased greatly, allowing them to eliminate Huang clan and dominate a region. Wait a moment, Huang clan still exists now. That is to say, Jin clan has not completed the incomplete recipe for the golden silkworm goo? That's not right. According to this period of time, they should have made some progress. Otherwise, why would they plant large amounts of Jinzan grass? Fang Yuan's thoughts flashed like lightning. He purposely probed, my goods are almost finished. Jinzan grass is an uncommon material, although it is rare, very few people need it. Seeing Fang Yuan show signs of rejection, that Gu master immediately became anxious. This price is negotiable, we can discuss it properly. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. Seeing that the other party was in a hurry, he continued to try to lower the price. After a few rounds of bargaining, the price of Jinzan grass was pushed to its lowest point, a tragic sight to behold. The other Gu master's face turned pale, his expression also turning ugly, his tone becoming impatient. You win, we'll go with this price, can we make the deal? This price was very low, much lower than the cost of cultivating Jinzan grass itself. If he sold it, it could be said that he would lose everything. Jin clan's Gu master also understood this, his heart bleeding secretly. Fang Yuan also knew this was his limit, but he shook his head. This price is too low, honestly speaking, I don't really believe your attitude. Jin clan's Gu master immediately scolded, you bastard, you were the one who pushed the price down and now you're saying it's too low? Fang Yuan spread his arms. You said it yourself, this is a private transaction, there is no proof of delivery. If you sell me fake goods, who can I reason with? Look, the caravan is leaving tomorrow. By then, even if I suffer a loss, I will have to leave. Your suspicions are true. Jin Clan's Gu master's anger subsided. Don't worry about the goods, they are 100% genuine. I'll tell you the truth, this was secretly taken out by my young master to sell. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. At this point, he had finally obtained some useful information. He purposely exclaimed, "Your young master stole it?" This Jinzan grass is actually the clan leader's favorite plant, thus he specially planted 3 mu of it. Who asked our clan leader to have such a special hobby? So you don't have to worry, the Jinzan grass is not something important. Even if the son was found out, he would only be beaten and scolded. The Gu master said. Fang Yuan heard this and immediately understood. So it was like this. Jin clan had always been determined to restore the golden silkworm Gu recipe. At this time they already had some ideas and knew the importance of the Jinzan grass, thus they planted 3 mu of it. However, to prevent the Huang clan from noticing this information was restricted to the higher-ups of the clan. Even the young master did not know. He only thought that the Jinzan grass was planted by the clan leader for fun. The Jinzan grass took a long time to nurture, usually requiring 4 years to mature from a seedling. In his memory, the Jin clan attacked a year later. The rank 3 golden silkworm Gu's attacks were sharp, eliminating the Huang clan and starting to dominate Huangjin Mountain. If these 3 mu of Jinzan grass were gone, the market would not be able to obtain such a large amount. Then the Jin clan would have to delay for several years to eliminate the Huang clan. Obviously, the Jinzan grass was a hot commodity. If he really bought it, he would poke the Jin clan's hornet's nest. If it was a normal person, they would definitely avoid it, but Fang Yuan saw a huge advantage in it. Although this piece of meat was boiling hot, it was already in his mouth, how could he not eat it? To speak the truth, although Fang Yuan had the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he still had a need for Yuan stone, and this need was not small. When he arrived at Shang Clan City, he would need a large amount of Yuan stone to buy Gu worms. Just relying on the heavenly essence treasure lotus daily accumulation was not only troublesome, it was far from enough. That young master is a wastrel. I think he is usually doted on by the clan leader, maybe he owed money recently and is tight on money, so he placed his sights on the Jinzan grass. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan laughed. This piece of meat, not only would it help him buy Gu worms, it would also leave a deep impression on Xianxia and Ci. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The Jin clan Gu master saw Fang Yuan smile and also laughed. That means you agree? Of course. Fang Yuan looked at him. If this deal went through, this guy would definitely be out of luck. Chapter 248. Daybreak, the east was about to break. The first rays of the morning sun appeared. The cold air of the night condensed into dewdrops remaining on the grass. Jin clan's temporary market was being dismantled. The tents were put away, the carpets on the ground were rolled up. The goods were wrapped and reloaded. After staying in Jin clan for a few days, the caravan prepared to set off again. To the merchants, no matter how many goods they sold or bought, they would still make a profit. Thus, although many people looked tired, they were filled with joy and smiles. Xiao Dai's expression was extremely ugly. "Miss, I just checked that He Tu almost exchanged all the goods. Among them, I actually saw 3 carts full of Jinzan grass." Jinzan grass? Xianxia and Ci heard this and frowned. Xiao Dai was furious, she pulled Xianxia and Ci's arm and said, "Even an outsider like me knows that Jinzan grass cannot be sold. But he still exchanged so much. Miss, this He Tu is messing around." Xiao Dai, calm down first, don't be impatient. Xianxia and Ci patted Xiao Dai's hand. "These Jinzan grass should have been exchanged by him last night, I did not know. However, the other goods that he traded for had a certain logic to them as well. Think about it, it is already not bad for a mortal like him to be able to do this." "Miss, why are you speaking up for him? I'm doing this for your own good. These goods are originally ours, why should we let an outsider squander them away? Most importantly, he can't afford it. Lord Jianghu, why don't you persuade Miss?" Xiao Dai pouted. Jianghu sighed. Miss, Xiao Dai's words make sense. Lending them to him earlier was to test him. Now that we have seen through him, why should we let him continue? We all believe in Miss ability, but if we can reduce our losses, why not try to do so? When we reach Shang Clan City, we will be able to struggle less. This. Xianxia and Ci pondered, she was still young, hesitation flashed in her eyes. Previously, she felt that the goods Fang Yuan exchanged were reasonable. But this Jinzan grass. Exchanging for so much Jinzan grass was definitely the biggest mistake. Jinzan grass might be easy to preserve, but there was little demand, it could not be sold. Hoarding so much in one go, sooner or later it would rot in one's hands. In the end he had no choice but to lower the price and sell it. It could be said that he was destined to lose money. "Excuse me, are you Miss Xianxia?" Right at this time, a middle-aged male Gu master with sweat all over his forehead ran towards Xianxia with an anxious expression. Looking at the metal token on his belt, he was a rank 2 Gu master. Xianxia smiled. "Yes, I am. May I know who you are?" The middle-aged man cupped his fists and said, "I am the personal guard of the Patriarch. I have a presumptuous request on the orders of the Patriarch." "Please go ahead." "Sir, you should have purchased a large batch of ginseng grass last night. The whole story is like this. Our Patriarch loves ginseng grass, so he personally raised some to admire them. Unfortunately, the young lord secretly dug it up and traded it behind the Patriarch's back. Right now, the clan leader had already confined the young lord. At the same time, I want to redeem the ginseng grass that I sold to Mississippi. I beg Miss to let go of it." The personal guard Gu master spoke politely, but there was a hard edge in the soft tone, showing his resolute attitude. "Miss." Jianghu's expression was solemn, and he could not help but remind her. The personal guard Gu master represented the Jin clan leader. This matter could be big or small, and if it was not handled properly, it would be very serious. Xianxia glanced at Jianghu and nodded, expressing her understanding. "I understand your Patriarch's feelings. Actually, I am also a flower lover. I will definitely give all the ginseng grass to you, not keeping a single one." Miss is understanding and reasonable. It is truly a joyous thing. The personal guard Gu master's expression relaxed, showing a smile. Xianxia continued, "This transaction was handled by one of my subordinates. I will call him over now." Fang Yuan had already been paying attention to the commotion here. "Hey Tu, you are in trouble, Mrs. calling you over." Xiao Dai came to call him. Fang Yuan rushed to the personal guard and cupped his fists. "I am in charge of the purchase of ginseng grass. I heard your Patriarch wants to buy it back?" The personal guard Gu master saw that the person who came was not a Gu master but Immortal. After a moment of astonishment, his face showed slight disdain and arrogance. He snorted, "That's right. Mortal, be happy. Lord Clan Leader is generous and benevolent. He is willing to use 3,000 yuan stone to buy back your 3 carts of ginseng grass." "So much?" At the side, Xiao Dai was shocked, showing obvious joy in her eyes. Jianghu's tightly furrowed brows also gradually relaxed. 3,000 yuan stone should be the highest market price for ginseng grass. This showed the Jin clan leader's sincerity. But Fang Yuan shook his head. "Ginseng grass is extremely precious. Only 3,000 yuan stone to buy it back. Isn't this too insincere?" The personal guard immediately frowned. "What? According to the market price of ginseng grass, this is the highest price. Mortal, what price are you buying it for?" Fang Yuan rubbed his nose. "Let's not talk about the price. We are all businessmen. We naturally have to buy low and sell high. 3,000 yuan stone is too little, not selling." The personal guard clenched his teeth, stretched out his palm and spread his 5 fingers. "Fine, then I'll raise it by 2,000 yuan stone, 5,000 yuan stone." Xiao Dai was shocked. She looked at the 5 fingers stretched out by the personal guard. Her face quickly turned red with excitement. 5,000 yuan stone? This is what you said. You can't go back on your word." She was so happy that she almost jumped up. She did not expect things to turn out this way. Fang Yuan had already made a profit. But Fang Yuan still shook his head. The personal guard's face turned cold and threatened. "Mortal, don't you think you are being greedy? These ginseng grass originally belonged to my clan. The 2 of you are not allowed to make private deals. Without proof of transaction, I can even say that you secretly stole the ginseng grass." The personal guard's anger made Jianghu's heart jump. He looked at Fang Yuan. "If you can sell it, then sell it." Fang Yuan laughed. "You sell it and I buy it. It is a mutual agreement. What's more, it was your young master who sold it to me. If you insist that it was theft, then I can't do anything about it. Jin clan is powerful. They can bully the weak and directly snatch it back. Here, the goods are over there. You can take it." But as far as I know, I am not the only one who bought the ginseng grass. Many people have a share. Is the Jin clan going to snatch it as well? Fang Yuan had already expected this situation, thus he only bought a large portion last night. The remaining ginseng grass was sold by that Gu master to others. The personal guard was furious, but under Fang Yuan's pressure, he could only clench his teeth. He pointed at Fang Yuan. "Your clan bought the most, brat. Are you trying to embarrass me?" "Of course not. I only want to complete this transaction." Fang Yuan cupped his fists. Forget it. Then add another 2,000 yuan stone, 7,000. Mortal, bring all the Jianghu grass you bought here. The personal guard shouted. Hey too, there is no harm in selling it. As a businessman, harmony brings wealth. Xianxia couldn't bear the pressure any longer. Since Mrs. said so. Fang Yuan nodded before changing the topic. Then I will take a step back. 8,000 yuan stone, you can buy all the Jianghu grass I have. Once he said this, Xianxia and the rest's expressions froze. The personal guard reacted, unable to restrain his anger. What? You scoundrel. Fang Yuan smiled. Business is business, Lord Gu Master, please don't be angry. Actually, I wanted to buy 10,000 yuan stone. If Lord cannot make the decision, why don't I talk to your clan leader? No need. The personal guard waved his hand, looking at Fang Yuan with extreme disgust. You are immortal, what qualifications do you have to meet Lord Clan Leader? Quickly scram and take the goods, I will remember you taking advantage of others when they are down. This was no doubt agreeing to Fang Yuan's price increase. Soon, both sides completed the transaction. Fang Yuan used goods worth less than 500 yuan stone, and in just one night, he exchanged them for 8,000 yuan stone. Missed 2 chests full of yuan stone. Xiao Dai beamed with joy. During the entire transaction she was trembling in fear, but now that she saw the yuan stone, she felt everything was worth it. Even her gaze towards Fang Yuan changed. Did you already know that? No, it should be a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse. She sized up Fang Yuan and evaluated. Doing this will offend Jin clan, a mere 8,000 yuan stone is not worth it. Jianghu frowned, he looked at Fang Yuan with some dissatisfaction and warned, don't take such risks in the future. Fang Yuan smiled, turning towards Xianxia. According to the original agreement, half of these 8,000 yuan stone will go to Miss. My share of yuan stone, please help me take care of it. Is everything settled? Jin clan leader stood on the hill, looking at the caravan leaving. An elder stood beside him and reported, yes, clan leader. The Jianghu grass that was sold has been bought back. But Zhang clan took the chance to extort us, truly hateful. Jin clan leader raised his eyebrows. Oh? Tell me. The elder explained in detail. Jin clan leader laughed. A mere 8,000 yuan stone, don't worry about it. That Miss Zhang, on the other hand, has some intelligence, using a mortal slave to test the waters, allowing her to earn this sum of money. Lord clan leader, I am worried that Zhang clan already knows our clan's secret, thus taking the chance to extort us? Don't be so suspicious. If they knew the importance of the Jianghu grass to our clan, how could they only extort 8,000 yuan stone? Either they buy it all or they don't buy it at all. But, just in case, send Gu masters to keep an eye on them until they leave Huangjin Mountain. See if anyone sneaks into Huang clan village. If there is, kill them on the spot. Saying so, Jin clan leader revealed his killing intent. The elder's heart shuddered. Yes, Lord clan leader. Taking one last look at the golden mountain behind him, Fang Yuan turned around with a smile on his face. Chapter 249. The caravan traveled west, crossing mountains and ridges. Half a month later, Fang Yuan and the others arrived at Soulwood Mountain, which was eerie and quiet with withered trees. He sold a small portion of his goods and bought a lot of special wood. 20 days later they arrived at Giant Rain Mountain. The Giant Rain Mountain was full of potholes. These were all big holes made by the raindrops. When it rained here, each raindrop was as big as a wine jar and had a huge impact. Thus, the Tong family village on Giant Rain Mountain was built in the hollow of the mountain. If it was built in the open, it would be destroyed by the raindrops after a few rains. In the Tong family village, the golden oil lamps that Fang Yuan bought from Golden Mountain were very popular. During their stay it rained 3 times. Fang Yuan collected many blue oil raindrops because of this. These raindrops were a type of material that had a wide range of uses. These huge raindrops were a disaster for the Tong family village, forcing them to live inside the mountain. But they were also natural treasures and were their main commodity. After leaving Giant Rain Mountain, the caravan arrived at Square Brick Mountain. The stones on this mountain were very special. Every piece was in the shape of a brick, but they varied in size and thickness. The Dafang family had lived on Square Brick Mountain for thousands of years and was a large family. Their residences were much better than the Tong family village and were made of bricks and tiles. The village was surrounded by tall walls. There were towers inside the walls and blockhouses outside the walls. Fang Yuan remembered that the Dafang family had an eccentric elder who liked wood carvings. After contacting him, He learned that all of the grotesquely shaped soul trees that he had purchased from the Soulwood Mountain had been purchased by this family elder. Just like that, under Fang Yuan's control, the Zhang family's goods increased and decreased. But every time there was a change, they would earn huge profits. As the number of times increased, it naturally attracted the attention of others. Fang Yuan pushed everything to Xianxia, and Xianxia's talent and business gradually spread. Time passed. After passing by 4 more villages, the caravan gradually approached Howling Moon Mountain. That night, the caravan set up camp with their backs against a cliff. We have already entered Howling Moon Mountain. The next part of the journey will be barren mountains filled with insects and beasts. There are no villages. From tonight onwards, everyone must be on guard. The Jia clan leader instructed. The vice leaders in the tent nodded. Xianxia's eyes brightened. This was the most dangerous part of the trade route up to this point. After this, they would reach Bloodtear Mountain. After a few more villages, they would reach Shangliang Mountain's Shang clan city. Alright, next is to arrange the defensive positions for this week. The Jia clan leader said. An hour later, everyone finished their discussion and walked out of their tents. Jianghu went up to her. Miss, dinner is ready. Are we inviting He Tu and Bai Yun over? Of course. Xianxia nodded and said, I'm going to ask him for advice on how to be a merchant during the banquet. These days, Fang Yuan earned more than he lost. He sold the goods and earned 5 to 6 times the profit. Xiao Shang Qin Shan. Xiao Fang Yuan Lin, Snow. According to the agreement, Fang Yuan gave half of his profits to Xianxia. But in Xianxia's heart, how could a mere Yuan stone compare to Fang Yuan's business experience and insights? She had no cultivation talent and was only immortal. Business was the ability she was most proud of. Yet, in this field that she was proud of, Fang Yuan's strength made Xianxia admit that she was far inferior to Fang Yuan. Many of the seemingly absurd decisions showed shocking results in the subsequent transactions. Xianxia was not a person who gave up on herself. After understanding the gap between her and Fang Yuan, she would invite Fang Yuan to a banquet every day. Just a few pointers from Fang Yuan would benefit her greatly. She was extremely talented in business. Like a sponge absorbing water, she grew rapidly. The more she interacted with Fang Yuan, the more she admired him. Sigh, young lady, you have to be careful. These two people obviously have a story. They are not ordinary people. Jianghu sighed. His eyes revealed a worried expression. He was afraid that Xianxia would sink deeper and deeper. Don't worry, Uncle Jianghu, I know what I'm doing. Xianxia was indeed intelligent. She never talked about other things with Fang Yuan, only business. He would not beat around the bush when he spoke, nor would he beat around the bush. She felt that although Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were mysterious, they were not dangerous. Fang Yuan relied on proper methods to do business, and never reneged on his debts. Every profit he made, he would split it 50-50 with Xianxia. This kind of behavior, invisibly gave Xianxia a sense of security. But tonight's banquet, Fang Yuan did not accept. I feel a bit tired today, so I won't be going. He waved his hand and said to Xiao Dai, who came to invite him. Not every time Xianxia invited him to a banquet, Fang Yuan would nod. Out of 3 banquets, Fang Yuan would only go once. Xiao Dai pouted, looked at Fang Yuan resentfully, mumbled a few words, then left. Previously, when Fang Yuan refused, Xiao Dai made a few noises, feeling indignant for her young lady. But as Fang Yuan earned more and more, Xiao Dai's attitude also changed. She was never indignant, but became accommodating and helpless. No matter what world, no matter what level, people with strength will always be respected. As Fang Yuan closed the tent, Bai Ningbing was already sitting cross-legged on one of the beds. In the darkness, her blue eyes glowed faintly. Previously, when Fang Yuan refused Xiao Dai, she was a bit surprised. But after a few times, Bai Ningbing realized the beauty of this. As the saying goes, those who are unaccountably solicitous are hiding evil intentions. Fang Yuan refusing the invitation, not accommodating Xianxia, would instead make the young lady feel that Fang Yuan had nothing to ask of her. Let's begin. Fang Yuan also sat cross-legged on the bed, with his back facing Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's palms were placed on Fang Yuan's back, and 10% of her snow-silver primeval essence poured into Fang Yuan's body. Bone-flesh unity goo flashed with green-red light, and through its conversion, 6% of the snow-silver primeval essence entered Fang Yuan's aperture. Swish swish swish. Fang Yuan sank into his mind and concentrated, activating this primeval essence to cleanse his aperture's walls. When he was rank 1, his aperture could not endure such a huge cleansing force. But now that he was rank 2 middle stage, his aperture walls were deep enough to withstand the continuous cleansing of the snow-silver primeval essence. It was just that the duration could not be too long, and he needed to rest every once in a while. Water-like light fluctuated on the aperture walls, circulating. The pure white light continued to strengthen, and some places were already showing signs of solidification. Evidently, Fang Yuan was already one step away from rank 2 upper stage. Fang Yuan had rich cultivation experience and knew what to do. He planned to strike while the iron was hot, and charge to rank 2 upper stage tonight. Time passed and unknowingly, it was already late at night. Howl. Suddenly, a wolf king's howl could be heard. The howl broke the silence of the camp, and soon after, countless wolf howls could be heard, responding to their king. Wolf attack, wolf attack. Damn it, wake up, there is a wolf group attacking the camp. So many wolves, there are simply too many to count. Many people shouted in fear, and the camp woke up in a short period of time before erupting in excitement. From this commotion, it seems the wolf group is quite large. Bai Ningbing listened for a while before smiling. On the journey of the merchants, they had encountered several beast groups' attacks. After experiencing it, she was no longer surprised. This is Howling Moon Mountain. Some people say all the wolves in southern border live here. When the moon is full, the wolf group will look up at the full moon, and their howls can resound throughout the entire mountain, rising and falling continuously. But this is the first night, and we already encountered a wolf group. Our luck is not too good. Fang Yuan opened his eyes slightly, multitasking, and did not stop cultivating in his aperture. Damn it, there are too many wolves. Healing Gu Master, where are the Healing Gu Masters? My father is injured, he is losing a lot of blood. The southeast defensive line has been broken through, quickly go and provide support. The situation was much more serious than Bai Ningbing had expected. From the moment they discovered the wolf group, in just a few minutes, one of the defensive lines in the camp was broken through, and the wolf group had entered the camp. Oh! Take up your weapons and fight these beasts. The miserable cries of the servants, the sounds of battle, and the shouts could be heard continuously. Are we going out? Bai Ningbing asked. Go out for what? What can you do? Don't forget your current status. After a while, Fang Yuan absent-mindedly replied. But the wolf group has already charged over, the goods you just bought will suffer losses. Bai Ningbing laughed, her tone filled with schadenfreude. Then let's just suffer losses. Fang Yuan closed his eyes again. After a while, servant Xiao Dai's voice came from outside the tent. Hey Tu. Are you two here? What's the matter? Bai Ningbing asked. Heavens, you two are really here? Such a huge commotion and you two were not woken up. Many wolves have charged into the camp. Although the situation is under control, what if one or two escaped? Young Miss asked me to call you over. With Lord Jianghu's protection, it will be very safe over there. Xiao Dai shouted. No need. Since the situation is under control, let's not disturb your young miss. One or two wolves, with my strength I can still deal with them. Fang Yuan said. Xiao Dai urged a few times but was still rejected. Finally, she angrily stomped her feet outside the tent. You really can't appreciate my kindness, don't blame me for not reminding you two when you die. After saying this, she hurriedly left. The wolf group continued to attack for 15 minutes before retreating. The beast group attack this time caused the most disastrous loss since the caravan was established. 3 Gu masters died in battle, more than 10 were injured, countless servants died, and all kinds of goods were lost. Especially Zhang clan's goods, they suffered the most losses. These goods were all borrowed by Fang Yuan. After a rough estimation, in just one night, Fang Yuan had lost close to 1,000 yuan stone. After daybreak, when he counted the losses, he showed a bitter smile, but he did not mind it at all. Because just last night, he advanced to rank 2 upper stage. In just a few months, such a cultivation speed made by Ningbing, one of the people involved, secretly amazed. Chapter 250. The night of bloodshed passed, and the morning light shone on the ruined camp. In the heavy atmosphere, everyone cleaned up the battlefield, packed up their goods, and set off again with a heavy heart. However, this wolf group attack was only the beginning. A few days later, they were attacked by the Grey Wolf group again. The scale this time was even larger than the previous time. However, the caravan was fully prepared, and their losses were reduced compared to the previous time. After repelling the Grey Wolves, the caravan had yet to catch their breath when they were attacked by the Lightning Wolf group 3 days later. 3 frenzy lightning wolves and 9 bold lightning wolves killed a total of 15 Gu masters. Finally, they left behind a ground of wolf corpses, with only one injured frenzy lightning wolf leading the remaining wolves to retreat. Although many Gu masters in the caravan wanted to take revenge, they did not have the strength to do so. They did not dare to enter Howling Moon Mountain, and could only watch as the wolf group retreated. This attack made the leader and deputy leader of the caravan aware of the danger they were in. That night, they decided to quicken their pace and leave Howling Moon Mountain as soon as possible. But even so, in the next half a month, they were still attacked by the wolf group frequently. Gray wolves, lightning wolves, snow wolves, two-headed wolves, and even blood-fanged wolf. After leaving Howling Moon Mountain, everyone in the caravan heaved a sigh of relief. After a period of peaceful days, when they entered White Tiger Mountain, they were attacked by a beast group again. This time it was the turtleback ape. These white apes were huge and had shells on their backs, with clear turtle patterns on the shells. Although the ape group's attack did not cause many casualties, many goods were lost, causing many people to bleed in their hearts. Fang Yuan's goods also met with misfortune. Of the dozen carriages, only less than half of the goods were left. The caravan's morale plummeted. These people worked so hard to earn money. But these losses made many people's efforts futile. This trip was a waste. I did some calculations yesterday. In total, I only earned less than 2,000 primal stones. My side is worse. We have already lost 30% of our goods. No matter how bad it is, can it be worse than the Zhang clan? They have already lost a huge portion of their goods. Sai, if I knew this would happen, I would have stayed in the clan. Why would I take the risk and earn so little? Under such an atmosphere, 5 days later, a group of white tigers attacked. The caravan suffered losses again. Another 7 days later, a group of flaming tigers attacked. The caravan camp was engulfed in flames, and large amounts of goods were burned. Everyone's morale was at rock bottom, and many people had already lost everything. 10 days later, just as they were cheering for leaving White Tiger Mountain, a biao appeared. 5 tigers and 1 tiger, a tiger with wings. A tiger. This tiger was like a tiger with wings. A biao was at least 1,000 beast king. A tiger was at least 1,000 beast king. In order to resist this tiger, one of the deputy leaders of the caravan unfortunately lost his life. The ferocious tail followed the caravan, continuously harassing them for hundreds of li. In the end, after some discussion, the caravan decided to abandon the rook to protect the general, and they abandoned nearly 100 servants. Most of these servants were disabled. They wailed and cursed or cried and begged for mercy, but none of them could change their fates. After leaving the White Tiger Mountain, the caravan took a good rest and reorganized. The leaders of the various families were generous with their rewards. Finally, their morale was boosted and their spirits were lifted. The size of the caravan was reduced to less than half of its original size. But after this cruel elimination and training, the caravan had the temperament of an elite. This is the most difficult time in my many years of doing business. These wild beasts, why are they attacking so frequently? After this trip, I will retire. No matter what, we need to reevaluate the risk of this trade route. The main reason is because these mountains are uninhabited. Without a village to guard and clean up, these wild beasts are growing without restraint. Some sighed, some were disheartened, and some still had hope. But bad luck seemed to be entangled with this caravan. In the following journey, not only were there attacks from all kinds of beasts, there were also many insects and wild goo worms. The caravan's numbers dwindled. People no longer cared about profits and losses. They started to feel the pressure of life and death. Many goods were voluntarily abandoned in pursuit of speed. The sunset filled the sky, and the setting sun was like blood. The caravan passed through the forest. Everyone was silent, their expressions were tired and numb, and their morale was low. Many of them were wrapped in bandages and had injuries of varying severity. On the bumpy mountain path they moved forward step by step. It had rained yesterday and the mountain path was muddy and slippery. A handcart loaded with goods had its right wheel stuck in the mud. The ostrich pulling the cart raised its neck and neighed. It tried its best to move, but it could not move. At this time, 2 hands were placed on the back of the cart, and with a strong lift, the wheel was lifted out of the mud. The one who did it was Fang Yuan. He clapped his hands casually. The goods that weighed thousands of kilograms were not heavy in his hands. However, even though the cart was out of the mud, the wheel was stuck and could not move. Bai Ningbing bent down and inspected the cart's wheel. After being in the caravan for so long, she had learned many things to disguise her identity, and had completely assimilated into the caravan. "What is this?" She stretched out her hand and touched the cart's axle, her eyes flashing with suspicion. There seemed to be something hidden at the grinding point of the cart's axle. As the wheels moved forward, it was continuously ground into black powder. This fine powder fell to the ground and could not be seen clearly. Bai Ningbing touched it with her hand. Her hand was covered in this fine powder, and when she rubbed it, the powder turned into a layer of grease. Oh, this is the oil powder I added to the wheel. It can lubricate it and make the cart move more smoothly. Fang Yuan walked over and took out a cotton handkerchief. He grabbed Bai Ningbing's hand and wiped it clean. Then he squatted down and touched it with his hand. The wheel could move again. Let's go. He wiped off the oil powder in his hand and patted Bai Ningbing's shoulder with a smile. The two continued forward. Bai Ningbing walked slower and slower. The doubts in her heart rose, forming a thick and undispellable fog. She felt that something was wrong. When did Fang Yuan make this oil powder? Why didn't I know? Was it at the beginning or at Mount Huang or Howling Moon Mountain? Strange, he had never cared about the caravan. He did not even frown when the caravan suffered so many losses. How could he be so meticulous and even notice a small problem like the cart's lubrication? Strange. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a lightning-fast thought flashed through Bai Ningbing's mind. In that instant, her body shook, and her pupils shrank to the size of a needle. A possibility echoed in her mind like a voice in a deep valley. She stopped on the spot and her heart was filled with shock. After a long time, an ostrich that had been walking past her suddenly cried out. This sound woke her up. Fang Yuan's figure was already far away, and he was about to disappear into the crowd in front of him. This fellow? Bai Ningbing lowered her head. Under the shadow of the straw hat, her blue eyes shone with a cold light. The sun had completely set, and the stars gradually appeared in the night sky. The caravan stopped at a river bank and decided to camp here for the night. However, just as they were halfway through setting up the camp, a group of cold jade owl cats appeared near the camp. There's a herd of owl cats. Stop your work immediately and form a defensive formation. These damned beasts, I only had one bite of my dinner, the people cursed as they ran around. Benefiting from the previous ordeal and training, the caravan quickly formed 3 tight defensive lines. The cold jade owl cat had the body of a leopard and was extremely agile. Its face was like an owl's. A pair of huge eyes took up almost half of its face, and shone with an eerie green light in the darkness. The owl cat king screeched in pain, and the owl cats swarmed towards the camp like a tide. Kill? The Gu masters at the front line shouted. At once, multicolored lights flashed, flames burned, rocks flew, lightning flashed, countless owl cats fell in the attack, but more and more came forward. Oh heavens, this is a large group of cold jade owl cats. Someone shouted. Ah, save me. Somewhere in the defensive line could not hold on any longer. A Gu master was pounced on by 3 owl cats. His screams stopped and blood splattered. Quick, block that gap. 2 Gu masters were sent as reinforcements. But it was useless, the gap was getting bigger and the entire defensive line was affected. Retreat. Without a choice, everyone retreated to the second defensive line. In the intense battle, the situation fell into a deadlock. Link the handcart and the carriages together, and stack the goods together to form a tall wall. After the second defensive line, the third defensive line was being built urgently. Large numbers of servants were moving the goods, and were sweating profusely, no one could slack off. Fang Yuan carried a huge wooden box, and Bai Ningbing suddenly walked over and placed her hand on his other side. On the surface she seemed to be helping Fang Yuan, but in fact she moved closer to Fang Yuan's ear and gritted her teeth. You lured this group of cold jade owl cats here, right? Fang Yuan seemed to be shocked. Why do you say that? Stop pretending. Those powders are very strange, I don't believe a person like you would be so kind as to consider these minor details. Bai Ningbing suppressed her voice. You finally found out. Fang Yuan did not deny it. Bai Ningbing could not help but grind her teeth. So the frequent attacks on the caravan were all because of Fang Yuan's contributions. The two carried a wooden box, moving slowly. The people around them moved back and forth, shouting and shouting, all of their attention was focused on this ambush. No one paid attention to Fang and Bai's whispers. Why did you do this? After a while of silence, Bai Ningbing asked. Hee. Fang Yuan laughed. Guess? Chapter 251. Bai Ningbing resisted this impulse and squinted her eyes. She was after all intelligent and thought of some things, What does Xianxia have that is worth you putting in so much effort? Previously, she thought Fang Yuan was lusting after Xianxia's beauty. But now she overturned this thought. She understood Fang Yuan only great benefits would make him go through so much trouble. But after being together for so many days, Bai Ningbing already understood Xianxia's background. She was ostracized by Zhang clan and was a mortal with no cultivation aptitude. Xianxia was indeed as beautiful as a flower, but this kind of appearance was not a strength on her, but a weakness. This appearance would attract the demonic claws of greed and evil, and she did not have the strength to protect herself. If not for the loyal rank 3 Gu master beside her, she would have been captured long ago and turned into a plaything. What was the value of such a person? Her business talent was nothing compared to Fang Yuan's. Bai Ningbing could not understand. Fang Yuan did not reply to Bai Ningbing. You two over there move faster, don't dawdle. Not far away, a Gu master pointed at Fang and Bai and shouted. Fang and Bai quickened their pace as Bai Ningbing lowered her voice. Aren't you afraid of being exposed? If someone finds out, these people will not rest until you die. Then did they find out? Fang Yuan countered with a question. The two put down the wooden chest and walked back. To eliminate his suspicions, Fang Yuan sacrificed his goods during the first beast group attack. After several beast group attacks, Zhang clan's goods were the most damaged. Many people sympathized with Xianxia, and even Xianxia had looked for Fang Yuan and consoled him. But now that Bai Ningbing thought about it, she suddenly realized that although Fang Yuan seemed to have sacrificed a lot of goods, the truly valuable goods were still kept until now. These goods accounted for more than half of the value of the goods, and his losses were not much. His methods were extremely secretive. If she did not discover it by chance, she would still be in the dark. Thinking of this, Bai Ningbing felt indignant. This guy, he even hid it from me. The two of them picked up another box. Fang Yuan seemed to know what Bai Ningbing was thinking. He chuckled. To deceive the enemy, it's best to start by deceiving your own people. Besides, I didn't mean to hide it from you. You have your uses. Oh, what's the use? Bai Ningbing couldn't help but ask. It's a warning. You're the closest person to me. If you found something fishy, then the others should have as well. But it was a coincidence today that Fang Yuan shook his head. Coincidences also represent certain trends. However, it's about time. Bai Ningbing's eyes lit up. What do you want? In the end, the cold jade owlcats did not manage to reach the third line of defense. The second line of defense stood firm and defeated the invading owlcats. After the battle, the survivors counted the casualties and cleaned up the battlefield. How many times has this horde of beasts attacked? I want to go home. Damn it. My luck this time is too bad. Should we continue forward? Maybe it's a good idea to stay and wait for the other caravans to help us. Everyone's mood was extremely low. Many people complained. They felt that the future was uncertain and did not want to continue forward. Panic, anxiety, fear, and other emotions permeated the entire camp. Leader Jia, why do you arrange for my Qin family to guard the first line of defense every time? What are your intentions? Vice Leader Qin, I've always been fair and just. Your Qin family is the strongest. Now that we're in the same boat, we're helping each other. Capable people do more work. Naturally, we have to take on more responsibilities. The sudden quarrel attracted the attention of many people. Jia Long and Qin Shuangjin glared at each other. The atmosphere was tense. My Qin family is the strongest? Leader Jia, you're lying through your teeth. We all know how many experts your Jia family has left. Qin Shuangjin sneered. Bullshit. My family's Jia Ping was sacrificed. What about your Qin family? Jia Long scolded. You two, now is not the time to quarrel. Lin family's vice leader walked over and advised. In the end, Jia Long and Qin Shuangjin parted on bad terms. Even Lord Jia Long and Lord Qin Shuangjin are quarreling. Aren't Jia family and Qin Shuangjin very close? At this juncture, everyone is in danger. They're all thinking about how to preserve their family's strength. No matter how good the relationship is, it's useless. According to the latest news, the two young masters of Jia family are quarreling. Qin family seems to have completely sided with Jia Gui. So that's it. Lord Jia Long is Jia Fu's subordinate. No wonder he doesn't have a good attitude towards Qin family. A few Gu masters conversed softly. Fang Yuan's heart moved. Several days later, the caravan, whose morale was low, advanced to Xianxia Mountain. Xianxia Mountain towered into the clouds, with large numbers of elephants resting there. The climate here was unique. From the foot of the mountain to the waist of the mountain, It was hot and humid, filled with rainforests. From the waist of the mountain to the peak, pure white snow covered the area, dry and cold, with cedar trees. Everyone was very careful. What made them happy was that in the few days they had been in Xianxia mountain, they had not been attacked by any beast groups. Is my good luck finally here? Extreme sorrow brings bliss, it's about time. What a pity, almost all the goods were lost. We'll have to pay a lot of money this time. Be content. It's good enough that we managed to keep our lives. After Xianxia Mountain, Mubei Mountain and Shuangjiang Mountain, we will reach Zhao Village. Once we get there, I'll sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Everyone talked at once, looking towards the future. Their morale rose slightly. It's snowing? One person raised his head and saw specks of white falling from the sky. Nonsense, this is the foot of Xianxia Mountain, how can it be snowing? Someone did not believe it, but when he raised his head, his expression froze. It's really snowing. Damn it, this is not snow, it's feathers. Someone suddenly shouted. Many Gu masters in the caravan heard this and shuddered. White feathers, could it be? White feather flying elephant. Right at this time, a strong wind blew and white feathers flew, like a snowstorm. Hundreds of elephants trumpeted and flew down from the sky, charging towards the caravan on the ground. Damn it, it really is the white feather flying elephant. How did we provoke them? They should be living at the waist of the mountain. Get into formation, quickly get into formation and face the enemy. But it was too late. The elephant group charged down and everywhere they went, people and horses were thrown off their feet. These white feather flying elephants had white feathers all over their bodies. 2 curved elephant tusks were 10 feet long, thick and sharp. The huge impact made them invincible. The advancing caravan was caught unprepared. Just one attack from the elephant group took away the lives of over 100 people. Many servants were trampled into meat paste, carriages were pierced by the elephant tusks, and 3 black-skinned fat beetles died in an instant. Winged snakes and ostriches scurried everywhere, causing a stampede. For a moment the scene was extremely chaotic. Gu masters, all Gu masters, gather towards me. Jiao Long shouted from the crowd. But he had just gathered over 10 people when the elephant group charged down again, scattering the Gu masters. The elephant group flew into the sky and started to prepare for the 3rd attack. Sigh. Jiao Long heaved a long sigh, knowing there was little hope of a counterattack. He could only shout, "Everyone escape, escape to the surrounding rainforest." Needless to say, many people had already charged into the rainforest. But the white feather flying elephant's charge was extremely strong, and as they charged into the rainforest, the trees were instantly broken and countless people were trampled by the elephants. These flying elephants looked holy and elegant, but their nature was extremely bloodthirsty. A flying elephant aimed at Xianxia and the others, charging down like a meteor. "Miss, run. I will lure it away." At the crucial moment, Jianghu stepped forward and shot out a red light, hitting the flying elephant. The flying elephant was furious, turning around and aiming at Jianghu. Jianghu was a healing Gu master, his attack and defense were not strong, and he fled in a sorry state in the rainforest. The flying elephant charged, bringing with it a loud whistling sound. Jianghu sprinted and threw himself forward in time. The flying elephant heavily crashed into his back, breaking several trees and scattering white feathers all over the ground. So close. Jianghu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and just as he got up, his vision turned black. Bam! A thick tree trunk was swung by the white feather flying elephant's trunk, and it crashed into Jianghu's body. At the moment of life and death, Jianghu activated his defensive Gu, and his whole body was covered in a layer of golden light. Puff! The golden light dispersed, and he vomited a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying far away. He saw stars and felt dizzy. He fell on the ground, unable to move. He could vaguely hear the sound of the elephant's feet and it was getting louder and louder. His spine felt a chill and his rich battle experience told him his life was in danger. He did not have time to think and immediately rolled on the ground. By a hair's breadth, the white feather flying elephant missed him. Bam! With a loud sound, the white feather flying elephant fiercely crashed into the mountain wall, and its 2 tusks were deeply embedded into the mountain rocks. The flying elephant howled loudly, and shook its head with all its might while retreating with its 4 legs. Jianghu's blurry vision finally became clear, and he stood up shakily. Seeing this clear scene he could not help but break out in cold sweat. If he had been slightly slower he would have been smashed into pieces. He checked his aperture, and there was still 50% of his primeval essence left. The defensive Gu was in a weakened state, and was on the verge of destruction. I need to quickly return to Mrs. side. He was extremely anxious as a Gu master. He was in such danger. Miss and Xiao Dai were both mortals and their lives were hanging by a thread. That white feather-flying elephant was still pulling out its tusks, and Jianghu turned around and ran, chasing towards the location in his memory. When he reached the location, Xianxia had already disappeared. Jianghu was hesitating on which direction to go, when a Gu master ran over with 3 white feather-flying elephants chasing after him. "Save me!" he shouted. "Damn it!" Jianghu cursed. He recognized this person as a young Gu master from Qin tribe, called Xianxia. Jianghu was worried about Mrs. safety, and could not care about saving Xianxia and immediately ran. Chapter 252. Jianghu cursed loudly but was still dragged into it in the end. After a thrilling chase of life and death, the two managed to shake off a flying elephant. Finally they reached a cliff and were blocked by 2 flying elephants. The ground shook as the flying elephant charged over. "Lads, split up and run!" Jianghu shouted, pouncing towards the left. "Oh my God!" Xianxia shouted, but before he could move, the flying elephant charged over, smashing a huge hole in the cliff and stabbing its tusks into the mountain rocks. The 2 flying elephants were temporarily restrained. "Heaven is protecting me, I am not fated to die." Jianghu fiercely gasped for breath, lying limply on the ground. The cliff was shaking, and the 2 flying elephants were roaring furiously. They continuously shook their heads, causing rock fragments to fly everywhere, and the hole where the tusks were stabbed continued to expand. Jianghu was shocked. Knowing these 2 flying elephants would soon escape, he quickly propped up his body and tried to get up. He had just stood up when suddenly the sound of wind came, causing his body to shake. Swoosh! A white bone spear with spiral patterns pierced through his back to his chest, then the spear tip was firmly nailed to the ground. Fresh blood flowed down the bone spear, dripping onto the ground. Jianghu's movements turned sluggish, his mouth slightly opened, and fresh blood immediately flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He slowly lowered his head, seeing this fatal spiral bone spear. At first he thought it was the white feather-flying snow's tusks, but soon he realized this was a Gu master's attack. Who is it? He wanted to turn his head and see the culprit behind his back. But the next second, swoosh, another bone spear shot out. This spear directly pierced through the back of his head, and then came out from his mouth, the spear tip firmly fixed on the ground. Jianghu was firmly fixed, his eyes widening in vain, but his pupils had shrunk to a point. He was dead. He died with everlasting regret. In a hidden corner, Fang Yuan watched from afar. These days he had already thoroughly understood Jianghu's background. This Jianghu was his obstacle, he had to be eliminated. The 2 white bone spears gradually disintegrated, turning into specks of white light and dissipating in the air. Without support, Jianghu fell to the ground. A white feather-flying elephant pulled out its teeth and rushed towards Jianghu's corpse, stomping on it. She stomped them into meat paste and crushed their bones. The white feathers scattered, and the flying elephant rose from the ground and flew into the air again. Seeing this, Fang Yuan retracted his gaze. Jianghu was already dead. The flying elephant crushed the body, saving Fang Yuan the work of cleaning up the crime scene. He quietly retreated. Not long after he left, the other white-feathered flying elephant also flew away. Its tusks pierced through the mountain wall, leaving 2 bowl-sized holes. A large part of the mountain wall caved in and rubble was scattered all around. Suddenly the pile of rubble trembled and a head popped out. "Oh my God, you scared me to death. Thankfully I had the berry earth goo and escaped from this calamity." Xianxia crawled out of the ground, breathing roughly as he broke out in cold sweat, feeling lingering fear. This burial goo could allow a Gu master to go underground and hide temporarily. The disadvantage was that once it was used, the Gu master could only be buried in one place and could not move. Moreover, when activating it, the Gu master needed to continuously use a large amount of primeval essence. Xianxia was chased all along, and only at the last moment did he have the time to use it. The situation is getting more and more chaotic. A Gu master actually tried to assassinate Jianghu. Looking at Jianghu's corpse, which had already been stomped into meat paste, Xianxia swallowed his saliva and fled in panic. The elephant group wreaked havoc for over 2 hours before leaving. Xianxia and Xiao Dai supported each other as they walked out of the rainforest. Their bodies were covered in mud, looking battered and exhausted. Xiao Dai's face was even greenish-purple. Evidently she had bumped into something while running. "Missy," She was scared out of her wits. Death was so close to her that her body trembled as she walked. Xianxia patted her hand, trying to comfort her. But in truth, her face was also deathly pale. Along the way, corpses were everywhere and blood flowed freely. Broken wheels, dead ostriches, black-skinned fat beetles and winged snakes' corpses were strewn across the merchant road. As the survivors gradually gathered together, the sounds of moaning, wailing, and sobbing became one. As the leader of the caravan, Jialong's face was ashen. The casualties this time were too severe. The entire caravan had suffered severe losses. Less than a tenth of them were completely crippled. After gathering the caravan, there were only over 100 people left. Most of them were Gu masters, while a small portion were mortals. The strongest Jia clan and Qin clan had suffered great losses, not to mention the other caravans. Lin clan only had 3 Gu masters left, and some unfortunate clan caravans had even died. The rainforest was also dangerous. Many people did not die from the stampede of the white feather-flying elephants, but were instead greeted by the ferocious beasts and poisonous insects in the rainforest. Baiyun, it is great to see you. Earlier in the rainforest, thank you for luring away a white feather-flying elephant for us. In the crowd, Xianxia found Bai Ningbing and took the initiative to thank her. Fang Yuan was not at ease with Bai Ningbing and was worried she was colluding with Jianghu, thus he personally went to kill Jianghu. And Bai Ningbing was in charge of secretly following Xianxia and protecting her life. This is nothing, I have always been repaying kindness. Lady Jiang, the one who saved you was not me but your past good deeds. Bai Ningbing said. She was usually reticent, almost never speaking. If she spoke, she would purposely change her tone and lower her voice. Right now, she no longer concealed herself and spoke with a normal tone. Her tone was cold and her voice was clear, clearly a female's voice, causing Xianxia and the servant girl to show a strange expression. Right, Baiyun, have you seen Uncle Jianghu? Xianxia asked with an anxious expression. I have searched everywhere but have not found him. Bai Ningbing sighed in her heart. Fang Yuan had already returned. She knew Jianghu was definitely dead. Lady, don't worry, Jianghu is a Gu master with extraordinary skills. He might even be on the way back. She consoled. I hope so. Xianxia's brows were tightly furrowed, the uneasiness in her heart increasing. On the other side, Leader Jialong stood at a high place and shouted, Everyone listen, the smell of blood here will soon attract other beast groups. We need to evacuate quickly. Everyone move quickly, bring as many goods as you can carry. Those that cannot be moved, you have to abandon them. We need to leave this place in 15 minutes. The danger was not over yet. Everyone could only forcefully raise their spirits, suppressing the pain in their hearts as they busied themselves. Save me, someone save me. My blood is still flowing. Bring me along, I only lost a leg, I can still walk. I beg you, I will give you Yuan stone as a reward. 2, 3? Even 4 will do. The servants who were severely injured and couldn't move all let out pleading sounds. Very few people received help. These crippled people could not bring in manpower, instead they were burdens. Many people were heartlessly abandoned. Seeing the caravan leaving, many people went crazy and started cursing loudly. Some people crawled on the ground trying to catch up to the caravan. Save me, Lady Jiang, you are the kindest and kindest. Lady Jiang, please have mercy. Xianxia's footsteps were hesitant. Her lips were trembling, her face was pale and her gaze was flustered. The mountain wind blew her green dress, her hair was disheveled, she was as weak as a grass in a storm. Lady Jiang, let's go. Now is not the time for you to be kind. Fang Yuan walked to her side, held her arm and forcefully pulled her forward. Xiao Dai, who usually chattered like a sparrow, was now silent, her legs trembling as she hurried along. Believe me, everything will be fine. Fang Yuan's tone was gentle. Xianxia covered her chest, constantly breathing deeply. As if the air was thin, making it hard for her to breathe. At first she only breathed through her nose, but gradually she opened her mouth, taking in large gulps of air. Her footsteps became more and more unsteady, her limbs became weaker. If not for Fang Yuan supporting her, she would have collapsed to the ground. The smell of blood assaulted her nose, her whole body was soaked in sweat, the mountain wind blew, making her shiver. After this shiver, Xianxia's breathing gradually calmed down. After another 10 steps, she no longer breathed heavily. After 30 steps, she closed her mouth, her breathing was no longer heavy. After 50 steps, her footsteps became strong again, no longer needing Fang Yuan's support. The mountain road extended upwards, she walked up a slope, a gust of mountain wind blew, completely messing up her hair. She stretched out her hand, tidying it up as she walked. When she tidied up her hair, the confusion, fear and worry in her eyes disappeared, only leaving behind a determined look. "Thank you," she said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded, letting go of her hand. Standing on the slope, she slowly stopped and looked behind her. "Do you know? This is the most difficult road I've walked since I was born." She sighed, her face was still pale, her voice extremely soft. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. This was Xianxia? As expected of someone famous in the southern border. Even Bai Ningbing could not help but look at Xianxia in a different light. For a mortal girl to be able to adjust so quickly after encountering such a tragedy, it was not easy. On this road there were incessant sounds of begging and crying. These sounds were nothing to Fang and Bai, but to Xianxia, it was the greatest torture and interrogation. Especially when Jianghu was missing, her greatest support had disappeared. Xianxia could bravely face all of this. It was truly praiseworthy. This road was an ordinary mountain road, but it was also a difficult and anxious mental road. Xianxia gritted her teeth, did not collapse, and walked forward with determination. As if in an instant she had matured. Fang Yuan chuckled, looking at Xianxia with a profound gaze. "Miss Zhang, you have a kind heart. Why don't you go and save those people who have been abandoned?" These words were met with an angry glare from Xiao Dai. Xianxia smiled bitterly. "If I could save them, I would definitely do it. Unfortunately, even if I tried my best, I would not be able to save them." Fang Yuan laughed. "This is what I admire about you the most. Irrational kindness is a crime. Although you are immortal, you make me admire you. Miss Zhang, on the road of life, there are many trials and tribulations. Sometimes the road is very muddy. As long as you do your best, you can feel at ease." Xianxia looked at Fang Yuan, her beautiful eyes flashing. She had already faintly guessed that Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were not mortals. Fang Yuan's words just now confirmed this point. In her mind, she had unintentionally given some help to Fang and Bai. These could only be considered small favors, but she had won the recognition and appreciation of Fang and Bai. After that, Fang and Bai had repaid her several times. First, Feiho Mountain helped her, then they helped her earn money, and just now they saved her life. She was a weak girl who had been exiled by her family, and most of her goods had been lost. What was there for them to covet? Nothing. Under such circumstances, they still stood by her side. Just this action alone showed that although they were mysterious, their characters were pure and upright, and their hearts hid the truth, kindness, and beauty. It was his good fortune to run into them. Thinking of this, Xianxia's heart could not help but ripple. She stared deeply at Fang Yuan and sincerely said, "Thank you." Although it was only 2 words, it revealed the deep gratitude in her heart. Bai Ningbing could not help but roll her eyes. If Xianxia knew that almost all the disasters were single-handedly directed by Fang Yuan, what kind of attitude would she have then? Chapter 253. The casualty count is out. We have 137 people left, 78 Gu Masters and 59 mortals. A vice leader reported in front of everyone. At this moment, in this tattered tent, the surviving leaders of the caravan were gathered together, discussing their way out. The atmosphere was heavy and stifling. The caravan leader Jia Long frowned deeply, his brows almost forming a knot when he heard this. A large caravan of over 1,000 people, to think that there were only so few people left. 78 Gu Masters sounded like a lot, but there were only 12 rank 3 Gu Masters here. There were 28 rank 2 Gu Masters, and the remaining 38 were rank 1 Gu Masters. In this number, one had to exclude the injured. In fact, those who still had battle strength left were less than half. Mortal lives were cheap, they could be abandoned as servants, but Gu Masters were different. Every Gu Master was a precious treasure of the clan, they could not be abandoned. Jia Long knew that these injured Gu Masters were a huge burden to the caravan. In order to maintain their lives and heal their injuries, the caravan's already crumbling logistics would definitely worsen. But Jia Long did not dare to abandon them. Once he did, the morale would completely collapse, the Gu Masters would be in danger, and the entire caravan would collapse. Their final outcome would be to be devoured by beast groups. At this moment, the vice leader changed the topic. The only thing worth rejoicing over is that the caravan still has a lot of goods left. If we evenly distribute those ownerless goods, we will have a large amount of yuan stone, it can make up for our losses. In the disaster earlier, many people died, but the goods were not damaged. If they were evenly distributed, the survivors would instead benefit from it. Hearing this, the eyes of almost everyone in the tent lit up. Merchants pursued profits even if they were in danger. This did not change their nature. Everyone looked at each other for a while before Vice Leader Qin Shuangjin coughed. Evenly distributing, I feel it is not appropriate. In the battle earlier, my Qin clan sacrificed the most. We also killed the most white feather-flying elephants. I want at least 30% of these ownerless goods. 30%? How can that be? Your Qin clan sacrificed a lot? My Yuchi clan sacrificed a rank 2 peak stage young genius. No matter what, our Ji clan wants at least 20%. Everyone started to argue, gradually starting to argue. In front of benefits, there was no one who wouldn't be envious. Xianxia was the only one who remained silent among them. Powerful teams would want more. The weaker party insisted on an equal distribution. The quarrel grew louder and louder. It spread out of the tent and attracted countless inquisitive gazes. Xianxia suddenly stood up. The tent suddenly fell silent. Everyone. Xianxia's beautiful eyes swept around. The most important thing now is not these goods but how to survive. Perhaps the horde of beasts would arrive in the next moment. We are already grasshoppers on the same rope, chained together by fate. However, the strength of each of us is limited. Only by working together can we have a chance of survival. She paused for a moment. I propose that we first contribute our goods and take out the items that are helpful to us. Here, on behalf of the Zhang clan, I will set an example. I am willing to give up all the goods in my hands for free. What? Free contribution. For a moment, many people were stunned. Qin Shuangjin, Jialong, and the others' faces also changed. I'm tired. I hope that everyone can discuss an effective method as soon as possible. Goodbye. Xianxia nodded and turned to open the curtain. She walked less than 5 steps out of the tent when an even louder sound erupted. Now with the addition of the Zhang clan's goods, the benefits were even greater, making people even crazier. Xianxia slowed down her steps, clenched her fists and sighed deeply. She was also a businesswoman. Naturally she pursued profits. The so-called voluntary contribution, just now was of course not from her heart. It was just that the current situation forced her. She was like a baby carrying a large sum of money. Walking beside an adult, she had to protect herself. Returning to her own tent, Xiao Dai's eyes were red. She was curled up in a corner, crying. She and Xianxia had lived together since they were young. The shock that the white feather-flying elephant brought to her was only now bursting out. Xiao Dai. Xianxia sighed inwardly and sat beside her to comfort her. Miss, I'm scared. Oh. Lord Jianghu still hasn't come back. Can't be, it can't be. Xiao Dai plunged into Xianxia's arms, crying bitterly. Xianxia patted her back and comforted her, but Xiao Dai still cried. Xiao Dai, Uncle Jianghu may never come back. Xianxia said in a low voice. When she said this, she clearly felt Xiao Dai's body tremble in her arms. Miss, it can't be, it can't be. Xiao Dai looked up, her eyes red and kept shaking her head. Accept this fact, Xiao Dai. Xianxia suddenly shouted, we can only rely on ourselves now. Don't cry, you can't cry. Crying won't solve any problems. Rely on ourselves? But we are all mortals. If it wasn't for Lord Jianghu, we wouldn't have been able to complete this journey. Xiao Dai's eyes were brimming with tears, her mood very low. That's right. If it wasn't for Uncle Jianghu, those people wouldn't have let me become one of the vice leaders. Xiao Dai, you're right. We are mortals. But mortals also have mortal strength. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a resolute light. She stared at Xiao Dai with a burning gaze. She grabbed Xiao Dai's arm and shook it. Xiao Dai, do you believe me? Xiao Dai looked at Xianxia in front of her and felt an inexplicable power. This power came from Xianxia and then spread to her body, infecting her heart, making her feel as if she was being illuminated by light. Miss. Xiao Dai's eyes flashed. She had never seen her miss like this. At this moment, she felt that her miss was unprecedentedly bright and beautiful. I believe you. She softly but firmly replied. Very good, Xiao Dai. Listen carefully, we're in danger. Sometimes people are more terrifying than beasts. Let's take all our savings and go find He Tu and Bai Yun together. Yes, miss, I'll listen to you. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. In the tent, Fang Yuan and Xianxia sat facing each other. Fang Yuan looked at the beauty in front of him with a playful expression. You just said that you have already given away our goods for free? Given them to those greedy hyenas? That's right, Xianxia admitted frankly. Fang Yuan's lips curled up, his gaze filled with admiration towards Xianxia. She was truly a smart person. She knew when to give up and when to give up. She had courage. With Jianghu dead, Xianxia was only a mortal. Even though she represented Jiang tribe, her status was not equal to the other vice leaders. It was simply too easy for these Gu masters to take Xianxia's goods. They could kill Xianxia and push the blame to the beast groups. At that time no one could say anything. Jiang tribe would also not investigate a huge scale for a mere Xianxia. Thus, to Xianxia, these goods in her hands were extremely troublesome and could bring her calamity. Thus, she wisely gave up on this calamity and threw it to others, trying to ensure her own safety. But she also deeply understood that this safety was not reliable. Thus she came here. I am here to apologize to you. Hey Tu, I am very sorry. Xianxia bowed towards Fang Yuan. You borrowed these goods. Logically speaking, these goods should be yours. I have overstepped my boundaries this time. I was extremely rash and rude. To express my apologies, please accept these. Xianxia brought 2 wooden chests this time. Without opening them, Fang Yuan knew that these chests were filled with yuan stone. A large portion was earned by himself. He gave the other party a 50-50 split. Fang Yuan could not help but look at Xianxia. The two's gazes met in mid-air, gradually forming a tacit understanding. Both of them were smart people. Many words did not need to be said. In Xianxia's understanding, Fang Yuan was purposely hiding his identity. It was very likely that he was a Gu master. According to his various actions during their interactions, Xianxia felt that Fang Yuan was a very reliable person. If there was anyone who could help her, Fang Yuan was undoubtedly the best choice. Because Xianxia trusted Fang Yuan very much. However, Xianxia also had her misgivings. Firstly, she did not know Fang Yuan's true strength. There was a huge difference between rank 1, rank 2 and rank 3. Secondly, Fang Yuan definitely had his reasons for hiding his identity. He might not necessarily reveal his identity to help her. Without getting Fang Yuan's promise, Xianxia donated the goods. After ensuring her safety, she brought all her savings to find Fang Yuan. She said that she was here to apologize, but in truth she was implicitly inviting Fang Yuan, hoping for his help. She knew that Fang Yuan was the same type of person as her. This was a tacit understanding between smart people. The two looked at each other for a long time. Fang Yuan smiled and broke the silence. These yuan stone, please take them back. Xianxia's expression changed slightly, her heart sinking. In her understanding, Fang Yuan rejecting these yuan stone was no doubt refusing to help her. But what could she do about this? Speaking of which, Fang Yuan had already repaid her a lot. There were very few people in the world who could do this. Xianxia could not ask for anything. But if He Tu did not help her, who else could it be? Baiyun? No, the two of them had a close relationship. They would naturally help each other. Xianxia could not think of anyone else. A bitter smile appeared on her beautiful face. I understand. But these yuan stone, just take it as me giving He Tu a gift. A man's wealth is his own ruin. If you don't accept it, I'm afraid I will have to give it away. Fang Yuan laughed. Miss Zhang, I think your understanding is a little wrong. When we first joined the caravan, Baiyun and I were seriously injured, our lives hanging by a thread. Our strength was at its lowest, but we were coveted by some strong slaves. When a tiger leaves its mountain, it will be bullied by dogs. It was you who protected us and gave us the opportunity to recuperate. It is not an exaggeration to say that this kindness is a life-saving grace. And I am a person who will repay kindness and take revenge for enmity. Although you are immortal, I approve of you and even admire you. It is fate that we met in this vast sea of people. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. Let alone a life-saving grace? Take yuan stone back, I will do my best to protect you. Xianxia heard this and could not help but exclaim softly. Her eyelashes trembled, her eyes reddened and soon became misty. Chapter 254. How could the icing on the cake compare to providing timely help? Strong winds know the strength of the grass. A swaying board shows a person's heart. Fang Yuan saw Xianxia's expression, but he was not pleased. What came next was the main point. He continued, but there is one thing I need to tell you. Sir, please speak. Xianxia stretched out her jade-like fingers and wiped the corner of her eyes, calming her mind. Baiyun and I are demonic path members. Fang Yuan said. Xianxia nodded without any surprise. She had already expected this. Before this, Jianghu had also guessed this and told her to be on guard against Fang and Bai. Therefore Xianxia was mentally prepared and naturally accepted this fact. She did not have cultivation aptitude and was born as an illegitimate child. Her different life experiences made her mature early and had a deep understanding of this world's essence. Moreover, she did not have a good choice right now. Fang Yuan's voice turned cold. Demonic path members have always been vicious and merciless. Bai Yun and I are no exception. We both have murder cases on our hands. Xianxia subconsciously pursed her lips. You need to believe me, only then will I be able to help you. But don't worry, when I feel I have repaid your kindness, I will leave quietly. I won't let you have any connection with demonic path members. But before that, we will appear with the identity of Zhang Clan's Gu Masters. I hope Lady Zhang can fulfill this identity for us. Fang Yuan lightly said. Xianxia's eyes revealed a trace of determination. Sir He too, please call me XNCI. Sir may be a demonic path member, but you are an honest person with principles. XNCI is not pedantic. The righteous path has many hypocritical and filthy people. Being able to obtain Sir's protection is XNC's fortune. Fang Yuan laughed and looked at Xianxia with deep meaning. I hope you don't regret it in the future. XNCI was about to speak when a voice came from outside the tent. Is Xianxia in this tent? An arrogant male voice that was not old could be heard. Lord Gu Master, please wait. My lady is discussing important matters inside. Xiao Dai stopped him. Something important? Your Zhang clan's goods have already been donated. What's there to discuss? The newcomer sneered. Lord Gu Master, Xiao Dai suddenly screamed, followed by the sound of her being kicked to the ground. Get lost, you lowly maid, you dare to block my Fei's path. Xianx's beautiful eyes flashed with panic and worry. Just as she was about to get up and leave, Fang Yuan stopped her. The curtains were suddenly pulled open, and a sinister-looking young Gu Master appeared in front of the two. Xianxia. The young Gu Master's gaze immediately landed on Xianxia, not concealing his desire and greed. You sure made me look for you for a long time. The corners of his mouth twitched and he raised his head. With an imposing manner of controlling the situation, he examined Xianx's entire body. Xianxia was dressed in a green robe and looked like a delicate lotus. Such a beautiful figure had long been engraved into the hearts of many people in the caravan. Fei yearned for her day and night. He tried to pursue her several times, but was rejected by Xianxia. He had wanted to use force, but because of Jianghu's existence he could only endure. Now that Jiang family's only Gu Master Jianghu was dead, Xianxia was just a mortal. Such a beautiful woman, Fei had long coveted her, and now he finally had such a good opportunity. Fei's gaze was filled with desire and aggression, making Xianx's heart tighten, and even more sorrow arose in her heart. She had taken the initiative to abandon the goods, but she still could not obtain safety. Her appearance had become a source of disaster. These righteous Gu Masters usually appeared sanctimonious, but at this moment, they had already shed all pretense of cordiality. Xianxia was clear that this Fei was the one who could not wait any longer. Behind him there were many other pairs of wolf eyes. I wonder why Lord Fei is here? Xianxia stood up, bowed and asked. Ha ha ha. Fei raised his head and laughed. I am here to help you, Xianxia. Little sweetheart, your family's Gu Master has not returned, he must be dead. You are just a weak girl, only by relying on me can you safely survive. Little pitiful girl, you don't need to thank me, this young master is just this kind, come with me. Saying so, he moved forward to pull her away. Xianx's complexion was pale, but she was a young girl after all, so she could not help but take a step back. This delicate and pitiful appearance made Fei's heart burn with lust. Miss, you can't go with him. Xiao Dai ran in and stretched out her arms, blocking in front of Fei. Fei was furious and with a slap he slapped Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai immediately fell to the ground. Her cheeks instantly turned red and swollen. She felt dizzy from the slap and her ears were ringing. Xiao Dai. Xianxia quickly squatted down and helped her up. Miss, leave quickly, even if I die, I will never let you take Miss away. Xiao Dai struggled to stand up and fiercely stared at Fei. Her gaze was filled with fear, anger, and determination. Lowly servant, if you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Fei flew into a rage out of humiliation. He raised his hand and was about to strike down. Suddenly, a large hand stretched out from the void and fiercely grabbed his arm. Who is it? Oh Fei was startled, and when he took a closer look, he saw an ugly man dressed like a servant, grabbing his arm. How audacious of you! Oh Fei's face twisted, full of anger. He wanted to retract his arm, but Fang Yuan's hand was like an iron clamp, unexpectedly not moving an inch. Dog servant, you still won't let go? Oh Fei was extremely angry, his killing intent rose, and he was about to mobilize his true Yuan. Fang Yuan suddenly smiled. His face was full of burn marks, and he was also missing an ear. At this moment he was sneering, revealing a gloomy and terrifying aura. Oh Fei's heart suddenly palpitated. Fang Yuan had already let go. Then he lifted his leg and ruthlessly kicked Oh Fei's stomach. Bang! Oh Fei only felt a huge force coming at him, and he was unable to resist it. An intense pain came, and his whole body flew out like a broken sack, breaking out of the tent and landing on the ground at least 2 or 3 feet away. This movement was a bit big, and a person suddenly shot out from the tent. The people around the tent all stopped to watch. Even the curtains were torn apart. Through this big hole, Xianxia and Bo Dai saw Oh Fei lying on the ground, not moving at all. The 2 girls were dumbfounded. Merchants always paid attention to amicability, and even when they were wronged they still had to show a smiling face. Xianxia's background was not good, and she had long learned to endure, and was used to living with her head lowered. Although there was once rank 3 Jianghu, he was a healing Gu master and could not do anything alone. Many conflicts were resolved gently, like water, or like a warm sun melting snow. And this sudden kick from Fang Yuan was like a shocking thunderclap, like a precipitous cliff, without a trace of gentleness. It was forceful, overbearing, and ostentatious. The intense violence was far beyond the 2 girls' expectations. Oh Fei lay on the ground, staring blankly for a few breaths of time. Then the intense pain in his abdomen aroused his intense humiliation and resentment. He was kicked, and the person who kicked him was a servant. Scoundrel, you actually dared to kick me? How dare you kick me? You lowly mortal, you are dead meat. I will tear you into 1,000 pieces. Oh Fei let out an angry roar, standing up from the ground. His face was flushed with anger, he gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with anger, like a wild beast that was about to devour someone. Die. He took a step forward, crazily rushing towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took a steady step forward, raising his head and chest, blocking the 2 girls. Oh Fei got closer and suddenly jumped up to 6 feet from the ground before diving down towards Fang Yuan. I will smash you into a meat patty, he shouted, stretching out his 2 palms. Under the effect of the Gu worm, his palms suddenly expanded by more than 3 times, bringing with it a fierce sound of wind and a fierce force, fiercely slamming towards Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan was really immortal, receiving this attack, he would definitely have his bones broken and flesh torn by Oh Fei's 2 palms, dying on the spot. However, he was not immortal. Not only was he not immortal, he was also a rank 2 upper stage Gu master. Not only was he a rank 2 upper stage Gu master, but he also had a rank 3 peak stage snow silver primeval essence in his aperture. Ever since advancing to rank 2, Fang Yuan's aperture could hold some snow silver primeval essence. Especially during this period of time when beast groups frequently attacked, Fang Yuan would store some snow silver primeval essence just in case. Thus, although Fang Yuan was a rank 2 upper stage Gu master, his battle strength was absolutely not like this. And this Oh Fei was only a rank 2 initial stage Gu master. Whoosh! A strong wind blew, messing up the 2 girls' hair. Looking at Oh Fei descending from the sky like a god, his 2 palms slamming down with great power, Xiao Dai's face turned deathly pale. Xianxia's heart jumped and she could not help but shout, "Careful!" Fang Yuan sneered, bending his index finger and lightly flicking. Spiral Bone Spear Gu. A spiral bone spear suddenly shot out, rushing towards the sky. What? Oh Fei was shocked, his mind was in chaos and he quickly dodged. The bone spear pierced through his defense, piercing through his shoulder and getting stuck in his shoulder bone, causing blood to flow out. Intense pain came and Oh Fei's momentum came to a halt, and he miserably fell to the ground. You are actually a Gu master, he screamed, his voice filled with panic and astonishment. Fang Yuan did not pay attention to him and directly rushed over, clenching his right fist and swinging his arm, smashing towards him. Oh Fei's vision darkened, and he could only see the fist shadow rapidly expanding in front of his eyes. Damn it! He cursed and quickly activated his Gu worm, and subconsciously raised his palms to block in front of him. Bam! The strength of 2 boars and the strength of a crocodile burst out. The enormous strength directly caused Fang Yuan's iron fist to pierce through O Fei's palms, shattering his defense, and then ruthlessly smashed into his face. His nose broke in an instant and his whole face caved in from the punch. He flew out, blood spurting out like crazy. When he fell on the ground like a broken sack, he was already dead. Fuck, murder. A Gu master was killed. The spectators were all shocked, some screamed and some roared. Fang Yuan's whole body was shrouded in a layer of white armor. This was the Canopy Gu's activation. Without this layer of defense, he could not display his strength to his heart's content. Gu, he is actually a Gu master. Xiao Dai's eyes were wide open. Xianxia was also shocked, speechless. She looked at Fang Yuan's back and suddenly thought of what he had just said. Demonic path people have always been vicious and merciless, Bai Yun and I are no exception. Moreover, we have murder cases on our hands. Chapter 255. Murder, he really killed someone. What happened? What the hell is going on? O Fei's corpse was lying on the ground like a dead dog. How could it not attract attention? In a short period of time, the commotion here had already spread to the whole camp. More and more people were gathering here. Many people saw O Fei's corpse and could not help but exclaim, then began to inquire about what had happened. For a moment, the crime scene was surrounded by 3 layers of people, whispering and discussing. 2 people suddenly fought. It's amazing, he died in an instant. That person is the murderer. Someone carefully pointed at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan crossed his arms and raised his head, standing on the spot with an indifferent expression. He ignored the surrounding people's discussions as if he did not see them. He's just a servant, how can he kill a Gu master? Naturally, someone was suspicious. Of course he is not a servant, I saw him shoot out a white spear and kill O Fei with one punch, his strength is amazing. A Gu master who was watching the process said. A white spear. Qianxia happened to hear this and his heart jumped. He had accidentally witnessed the scene of Fang Yuan killing Jianghu, and the image of Fang Yuan's spiral bone spear was deeply imprinted in his mind. Thus he was very sensitive to the words white spear, and immediately linked it to the same thing. What's going on? What the hell happened here? Jia Long's unhappy voice came. It's the leader and deputy leader. The crowd quickly opened up a path. Someone died. Yes, he was killed. Isn't this deputy leader O's youngest son? The deputy leader saw this scene and discussed in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, a miserable and shrill cry suddenly resounded in everyone's ears. My son. What happened to you? What happened to you? A figure rushed out and ran to O Fei's corpse, then suddenly stopped. This person was O Yanggong of O clan, short and thin with a hooked nose. O Fei's whole face collapsed, his brain and blood mixed together and flowed into a big pool. Obviously his life force was completely extinguished. O Yanggong stared at his son's corpse as tears rolled down his cheeks. My son, you died so tragically. Who was it? Who was so deranged as to kill my son? I'm going to tear him to pieces. He fell into a frenzy of rage and roared at the top of his lungs. Everyone's gazes unavoidably landed on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered and said slowly, Of course I killed him. Are you blind? I've been standing here for a long time. Can't you see me? This answer was too arrogant, and the crowd immediately became restless. Jia Long and the other leaders couldn't help but frown. Fang Yuan's fearless look made them feel that something was wrong. In particular, Fang Yuan was dressed in the clothes of a house servant, which made it even more difficult for them to see through him. Thus they all chose to watch from the sidelines. You are the murderer. O Yanggong's gaze was like a knife as he stared intently at Fang Yuan. Even though he was furious, he did not make a move. This made Fang Yuan a little surprised. His own son had died in front of him, but this O Yanggong actually restrained his killing intent and did not act impulsively. In fact, those who were able to do business outside were all blind. O Yanggong had lived for so many years and was used to life and death in the business world. As a clan elder, he was able to stand tall in the O clan without falling. However, he did not want to make a move, but Fang Yuan did. To be honest, O Fei's appearance made Fang Yuan very happy. He wanted to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, and then make a strong appearance to intimidate the crowd. However, just one O Fei was not enough. If he could add this O Yanggong in front of him, haha, that would be perfect. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly. Old man, you came at the right time. Your son dared to be disrespectful to my family's miss. The anger in my heart has not yet subsided. Your son committed a crime because you didn't discipline him properly. You are the main culprit, hand over your life to me. As he spoke, he took a step forward and in the blink of an eye he was about to hit Ouyang. Ouyang was so angry that his beard was crooked. What was Fang Yuan saying? What kind of fallacious reasoning and heresy was this? He was clearly the one who killed someone, but he was actually falsely accusing him as the main culprit. He could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and brazenly counterattacked towards Fang Yuan. With a boom, the two fiercely collided. Following the muffled sound, the air waves surged. Fang Yuan retreated 5 to 6 steps before stopping his retreating momentum. The white light armor on his body flickered weakly a few times before it lit up again. The sky canopy goo in his aperture had already withered. Ouyang was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. In the air, he vomited a mouthful of blood and landed on the ground. He barely managed to stand, but his face was already as white as paper. Who was strong and who was weak, it was clear at a glance. How can this be? This ugly man clearly has the aura of a rank 2 Gu master. Ouyang is at a disadvantage. He is old and weak, his strength is lacking. Instead, that person is playing to his strengths and avoiding his weaknesses. The deputy leaders quickly analyzed the situation. You are courting death. After suffering this loss, Ouyang reacted and became even more furious, wishing he could directly chop Fang Yuan into 8 pieces. Earlier, he had not expected Fang Yuan to take the initiative to attack, and was also not familiar with Fang Yuan's information. In a moment of desperation, he did not have time to think and chose to block the attack. Kid, I will let you know the difference between rank 2 and rank 3. Ouyang roared and pounced towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was not afraid. He raised the sky canopy goo with a spiral bone spear in one hand and a blood moon goo in the other, and jumping grass under his feet, he fought with Ouyang. Everyone hurriedly retreated, creating a large space. Ouyang was rank 3 initial stage, while Fang Yuan was rank 2 upper stage. With a small realm and a large realm difference, the difference in cultivation could be said to be huge. But Fang Yuan's situation was very special. In his body was the snow-silver primeval essence borrowed from Baining Bing, and he mostly used rank 3 Gu worms. His overall battle strength was even higher than Ouyang. In less than 5 rounds, Fang Yuan had the upper hand. This scene caused everyone's faces to turn pale. What is going on? A rank 3 Gu master is actually being suppressed by a rank 2 Gu master. This is too absurd. Everyone could not believe it and many people were dumbstruck. After another few rounds, Fang Yuan had completely gained the upper hand, firmly suppressing Ouyang. Only a few people saw through the trick. Although this ugly man has a rank 2 aura, his true cultivation is probably higher than this. Right, he definitely has a Gu worm that can conceal his aura. We did not discover him when he disguised himself as a servant. This person's heart is sinister and ruthless. Every move is aimed at Ouyang's vital points. Ouyang's situation is very bad. Ouyang was complaining incessantly in his heart. He had thought he could win against Fang Yuan, but he had not expected Fang Yuan to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. No wonder he took the initiative to attack him without fear. His cultivation was not weaker than his. This was really too despicable, too shameless. After another few rounds, the battle situation was completely clear, and most people could see Ouyang's terrible situation. Ouyang's defeat is certain. If this goes on, he will be killed. Ouyang was originally inferior to him, and he suffered a huge loss at the start. He will not be able to take revenge for his son's death. This ugly man has great strength and is fierce and ruthless. Where did he come from? I know this person. He is the servant who won against many bandit monkey kings in Feiho Mountain. Everyone discussed spiritedly, with worry, curiosity, fear, shock and other emotions. Both of you please stop. There must be some misunderstanding. Seeing that Ouyang was about to be killed by Fang Yuan, as the caravan leader, Jialong could not bear it any longer and flew up, wanting to interfere in the battle. Ouyang was already sweating profusely from Fang Yuan's attacks. His heart was pounding and his face was deathly pale. Hearing Jialong's words, he was immediately overjoyed, seeing hope. He hurriedly withdrew and went over to Jialong. Fang Yuan's eyes swept over quickly, knowing that he could not catch up. He laughed and stopped his charge. Brother Jialong came at the right time. Let's use the bone spear to kill him. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. So this ugly man and Jialong knew each other? This was the first thought that came to everyone's mind. And he called him so intimately, it seemed like their relationship was not bad. This was the second thought. No, maybe he called him that on purpose to confuse everyone. This was the third thought that came to everyone's mind. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees clearly while the onlooker is confused. The spectators did not get caught in the battle, so their thoughts were naturally sharp. Jialong's heart was filled with doubts, because he did not say a word to Fang Yuan at all. Ouyang Gong was bewildered. He could not determine the true relationship between Jialong and Fang Yuan, even though he also thought that Fang Yuan was probably bluffing. But what if it was true? If that was the case, then he would fall into a pincer attack from Fang Yuan, and Jialong. Ouyang Gong naturally did not dare to take the risk when it concerned his own life. He changed his direction and moved away from Fang Yuan and Jialong, retreating towards the southeast direction. Let's talk nicely. To avoid arousing suspicion, Jialong immediately stopped. Fang Yuan laughed and chased after him. Ouyang Gong immediately understood that he had fallen into Fang Yuan's trap, and was about to speak when someone from the crowd behind him suddenly attacked. Bai Ningbing suddenly attacked ruthlessly. In an instant, 3 spiral bone spears shot out. There is still one more person. Ouyang Gong was horrified. He had no time to turn his head and subconsciously activated his defensive gu. But his gu was already at the end of its tether. It blocked 2 spiral bone spears, and the third bone spear's tip directly pierced through the back of his head, exposing the front of his skull. Ouyang Gong was dead. His death caused everyone to turn pale with fright, and the crowd immediately went into an uproar. This was the caravan's vice leader, a rank 3 gu master. Ouyang Gong's death caused the leaders' and vice leaders' expressions to change as they felt an intense threat. Audacious maniac. He actually dared to kill the vice leader. Let's work together and capture them. Who dares to capture me? Bai Ningbing threw away her straw hat, her white hair fluttering in the wind. Her cold gaze swept through the crowd as snow-silver primeval essence overflowed. Ah, it's snow-silver primeval essence. She is actually rank 3 peak stage. In the caravan, only Jialong was rank 3 upper stage. The rest of the leaders were either initial or middle stage. Everyone's momentum stopped. Come if you want to die, ha. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing stood side by side. The last trace of snow-silver primeval essence in his aperture was mobilized and played within his hand. Oh my, what the? Another rank 3 peak stage. Everyone's hearts trembled as their momentum stopped. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing stared coldly at the crowd. The camp was deathly silent. Chapter 256. Whoosh! A gust of mountain wind blew, making the camp even more quiet. Over 100 people formed a circle, and in the circle, there were 2 corpses lying on the ground and 2 people standing. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's gazes slowly looked around. Their piercingly cold gazes made countless people avoid looking at them. Finally, Fang and Bai's gazes landed on Jialong and the other caravan leaders. These people had charged out aggressively, but were immediately stunned by the cultivation displayed by Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Right now they were standing on the road, unable to advance or retreat. Including Ouyang Gong and O Fei, the caravan now only had 11 rank 3 gu masters, 27 rank 2 and 38 rank 1 gu masters. Such strength was naturally much stronger than Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. But this was a temporary caravan that was mixed together. These gu masters came from various clans, and were usually on guard against each other. If they were to fight together, they would not be able to do so unless the situation was favorable. They had their own needs, but they were not united, and each had their own way of doing things. If the hearts of the people were not united, the caravan would not be easy to lead. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing displayed rank 3 peak stage cultivation. They were no doubt 2 tough bones. No caravan could swallow them, and even if they attacked together, the whole caravan would suffer heavy losses. For a moment, Jialong, Qin Shuangjin and the others looked at Fang and Bai, and then quietly sized each other up. None of them wanted to become cannon fodder for others. Moreover, in this situation, beast groups were attacking frequently. The caravan was like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, unable to protect themselves. The external pressure and the hesitation in their hearts made them hesitate. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile. Their reaction was within his expectations. The rest was up to her. Although this happened suddenly and he had not communicated with Xianxia, Fang Yuan believed that with Xianxia's intelligence, she should have sensed this opportunity already. Sure enough, Xianxia and Xiao Dai walked out of the tent. Leaders, these 2 are my Zhang clan's hidden elders, Lord He Tu and Lord Bai Yun. Xianxia introduced. Although her voice wasn't loud, she was the only one speaking, so her words were clearly heard by everyone. The leaders all had different expressions, while the crowd was chewing over the names He Tu and Bai Yun. Xianxia smiled faintly. The two lords had a secret family mission and coincidentally joined this caravan halfway. The caravan leaders looked at each other in silence. Since they were hidden elders, even the head of the Zhang clan might not know of their existence. There was also a secret family mission, so it was not easy to find out their motives. Xianxia's words stopped them from asking any more questions. Of course, although this statement was reasonable, it was only Xianxia's side of the story. The caravan leaders were all astute people, and each of them had their own considerations. No one completely believed it. Those who doubted it were still doubtful. But regardless of whether they suspected or believed, the strength of Fang and Bai was there for all to see. Therefore there could only be one way to deal with this matter. Haha, I see. This is all a misunderstanding. Jialong suddenly laughed 3 times, his face brimming with enthusiasm. He cupped his fists towards Fang and Bai, sincerely praising them. To think we had 2 such heroes hidden beside us. This father and son pair of O clan are really too outrageous. Their style is very problematic. I have advised them several times, but alas, they did not listen to me. Today they will be executed on the spot. It can be said that they deserve it. These words immediately determined the nature of this matter. The other vice leaders also reacted at this time. They inwardly scolded Jialong for being shameless as they cupped their fists towards Fang and Bai. Zhang clan's reputation has spread far and wide, as expected of our southern border's first-rate clan. I am Lei Gongcheng of Lei clan. To be able to meet the 2 of you, it is my great fortune. It is our fortune that the 2 of you were able to get rid of evil for the people. The vice leaders were full of smiles as they lied through their teeth, distorting the truth. The murderers became the representatives of justice. And the O clan father and son pair became heinous evildoers. As for the other Gu masters of O clan, there were only 3 left who cared about their unsightly expressions. O Yanggong was dead anyway without a rank 3 Gu master, who would dare to step forward. Who could step forward? You scoundrels, why are you not greeting the 2 Lord Gu masters? One of the vice leaders pretended to be unhappy as he shouted. We greet Lord He Tu and Lord Bai Yun. Among the crowd, more than 20 people quickly bowed towards Fang and Bai. The whole camp became noisy again. The caravan has suffered heavy losses and is in imminent danger. We were fortunate to meet the 2 of you. Please come to the tent and discuss the matter. Jialong approached and invited them with a sincere tone. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing glanced at each other. The former looked at Xianxia, who was walking over, and inquired, Xianxia, what do you think? Seeing this, Jialong immediately raised Xianxia's level by a level in his heart. Xianxia slightly shook her head and said in a delicate tone, I am tired, let the leaders discuss. Fang Yuan praised her cleverness in his heart. It was time to retreat in order to advance. He nodded and added, Our Zhang clan's goods have already been donated for free. We have no interest in these things, so we will not participate. This. Jialong hesitated and wanted to persuade him again, but Xianxia had already turned around. Fang and Bai did not give Jialong a chance, only throwing the crime scene to them and letting them deal with it. They showed an imposing manner. Everyone disperse, go back to your own matters. Don't we need to consolidate the camp? 2 rank 3 peak stage Gu masters appeared. This is a good thing. Also, O clan, come out and collect these 2 corpses. Jialong took charge of the situation. O clan's remaining 3 Gu masters ran out. 1 rank 2 middle stage and 2 rank 1. They held back their anger and tears, lowering their heads as they carried the O clan father and son's corpses away. The crowd gradually dispersed. When the cheerful caravan leaders returned to their tents, they could no longer maintain their expressions. Their hypocritical smiles disappeared and were replaced with seriousness, bewilderment, indifference and worry. Jialong slowly sat on the main seat and said in a low voice, 2 Gu masters suddenly appeared. What do you all think? These are 2 madmen openly killing people, lawless and out of control. Poor O Yanggong, we were just sitting here with him. In my opinion, these 2 are very suspicious. What hidden elder? That is Zhang clan's girl's side of the story. Looking at these 2's actions, they are very likely to be demonic path members. That's right, demonic path members sneaking into caravans is a common occurrence. I reckon that Zhang clan girl has already been abducted by them. Jialong nodded. Everyone's thoughts are roughly the same as mine. Zhang clan members have a flamboyant character and foundation. We are all outer sect members. We are clear of it. How could there be a hidden elder? But these 2 are a bit troublesome. They are both rank 3 peak stage. Yes, it is a bit troublesome. These two don't look old, but they are already ranked 3 peak stage. Such aptitude. Everyone, there are pros and cons to everything. In my opinion, there is also a good side to this matter. Borrowing their strength, we can greatly increase our strength. A vice leader said. The key is, how can we make use of them? Just now, I took the initiative to invite them because I wanted to discuss it together and have them contribute. In the end, I failed. Jialong sighed. Don't want to contribute? When the beast group attacks, who can stay out of it? At that time, it will not be up to them. A vice leader snorted in displeasure. This matter needs to be discussed at length. Demonic Pathgu masters have always been unruly, arrogant, and extreme. Just relying on external pressure is not enough. We need to attack from both sides. Oh? I wonder what suggestion Brother Gongsun has? Actually, this suggestion is very simple. I'm just afraid everyone is not willing. It is to give a portion of the goods to the two of them. At that time, they will have to protect their own goods and will naturally need to put in effort. Once he said this, the tent fell into silence. Jialong looked around and suddenly said, "This suggestion is very good. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food, demonic Pathgu masters do not have the support of their clans, their desire for cultivation resources is even stronger. Everyone, you don't need to worry about losses, did you forget O clan?" These words made everyone's eyes brighten. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's sudden appearance caused Zhang clan to become an influential force in the caravan. And O clan was trampled to the last place by them. With the death of O clan's father and son, there were only a few people left in O clan's caravan. There was no need to worry about them. The O clan had too many goods under their control. "Uncle, I have an important matter to report to you." Chen Xian had been paying attention to the tent, and after the caravan leaders finished their discussion, he walked to Chen clan's vice leader Chen Shuangquan. Chen Shuangquan grabbed his hand. "I know what you want to say, this is not the place to talk, let's go." The two returned to their own tents, and after confirming no one was eavesdropping, Chen Xian said, "Uncle, do you remember when I reported to you how Jianghu was killed?" Chen Shuangquan nodded with a grave expression. Jianghu was killed by a bone spear. And today He Tu and Bai Yun also used bone spears. That's right. Uncle, these two people have ulterior motives, they are ruthless and malicious. If we publicize the evidence of their crime, everyone can work together to kill them and kill the danger ahead of time. Chen Xian said excitedly. Chen Shuangquan slowly shook his head and sighed. Chen Xian was puzzled. "Uncle, you don't agree?" "It's not that I don't agree, but it's not feasible. I saw it with my own eyes, we have evidence. As long as we publicize the fact that they killed Jianghu, no one will tolerate two traitors who would stab people in the back." "Humph, evidence? We have witnesses, but what about material evidence?" Chen Shuangquan sneered. "Even if we have material evidence, what's the use? My nephew, it's not enough to just have evidence. The key is to have strength. Just now they killed the O clan's father and son, you saw it, everyone saw it. Everyone is a witness, but what's the use? We all come from different clans, our hearts are not united, how can we deal with these two evil thieves? Uncle, are we just going to let them go? They're too dangerous, I won't be able to sleep. If they find out that I'm an insider." Chen Xian became more afraid as he spoke. "Humph, you think too highly of yourself. You think they don't know you? Maybe they already know, maybe they already saw you, but they didn't make a move. What? Because you're nothing to worry about. Chen Xian, don't be naive. In this cold world, only strength is everything." Chen Shuangquan sighed. Chapter 257. The sky was dark and gloomy, the clouds were very low, as if a storm was coming. The caravan moved forward on the mountain path with heavy footsteps. The large black-skinned fat beetles in the caravan were all dead. There were only 2 winged snakes left, each with a disability. But there were more backpack toads left. Because of their small size, they moved quickly and could easily avoid the attacks of wild beasts. As for the ostriches, although they were about the same size as the backpack toads, they liked to bury their heads in the soil when they were frightened. This method of deceiving others and themselves caused them to suffer the most casualties. Xianxia was mixed in the crowd, looking at the dozen or so backpack toads beside her with a complicated gaze. The goods on these backpack toads were all Zhang clans. Although Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing did not participate in the discussion, the caravan leaders still allocated a large batch of goods to her. So this is because of strength. Xianxia sighed in her heart. Previously, when Jianghu was around, these leaders had a calm attitude. But now they were polite and even had a hint of flattery. There were also those Gu masters and family servants. Right now, their gazes towards her were filled with respect and wariness. All these changes are because of these two. Xianxia looked at Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing not far away. Her gaze was somewhat complicated. On one hand, she felt a sense of security from Fang and Bai. On the other hand, she who had a kind heart felt fearful of Fang and Bai's ruthlessness in killing people. It seems we scared that girl. Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan were walking side by side, and after sensing Xianxia's gaze, she softly laughed. 7 to 8 days had passed since they killed O clan father and son. The influence spread to the whole caravan. Of course, this included Xianxia and Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of Fang and Bai. Xianxia's gaze also avoided eye to eye with Fang Yuan. This reaction was within Fang Yuan's expectations. This master and servant pair had grown up in Zhang clan village, and were influenced by the righteous path. When Fang and Bai showed their demonic nature, they could not help but notice the difference between them. There was still a long way to go before he could accept two demonic cultivators. Fang Yuan was not worried about this. External pressure would force them to accept and compromise. People always have to live. Next. After a few beast attacks, the estrangement in their hearts would gradually disappear. The problem now is him. Fang Yuan looked at Xianxia. This young Gu master seemed to be the guy who escaped with Jianghu. He thought that the white-feathered flying elephant had already crushed him into meat paste. Unexpectedly, he was still alive. Even if a Gu master's cultivation was not high, if they had 1 or 2 special Gu worms, they could not be underestimated. Without the earth communication ear grass, Fang Yuan no longer had any means of detection, allowing him to escape with his life. No one knew how much he knew. But no matter what, Fang Yuan had a way to deal with it. He was a cautious person, always thinking about failure before thinking about victory. When he made the plan, he had already considered the possibility of being discovered. So, after he killed Jianghu, he purposely displayed his powerful strength. If someone really found out, seeing Fang and Bai's valiance and ruthlessness, most people would feel fear and hide it. O clan's father and son were on the tip of the spear. If not for O Fei, Fang Yuan would have found a chance to cause trouble, or when the beast groups attacked, he would have displayed his powerful methods. Of course, if he was exposed, Fang Yuan had many methods to retaliate. The caravan leader Jia Long was a very good chess piece. He was Jia Fu's man, and Fang Yuan had obtained Jia Fu's token at Guiyue village. As long as he showed the token and did some things, he could obtain Jia Long's trust. But no matter how perfect a plan was, there would be mistakes when it was implemented. As the saying goes, man proposes, heaven disposes. Even if Fang Yuan was experienced and astute, there was a chance of failure. However, it was also because of this that life was so exciting. Fang Yuan's first thought was the worst result. If his luck was extremely bad when he killed Jianghu, someone would see it and leave behind solid evidence. In the end, it would cause Xianxia to realize the truth, and develop deep hatred towards him for biting the hand that fed him. Then what should he do? It was very simple. Just kill Xianxia. She was only immortal now, killing her was easy. Shang clan leader also did not know she was his own daughter. If he did it cleanly, there would be no repercussions from Shang clan. Looking at the result now, Jianghu was dead, and Fang Yuan's luck was not the best, leaving behind a trail. But it was not the worst, at least Xianxia was still kept in the dark. Fang Yuan was sure of this. Because Xianxia was still young in Fang Yuan's eyes, her emotions could not be hidden. Crocodile-elephant group is ahead. A crocodile-elephant group is charging towards us. Alert, alert. At this time, the investigative Gu master ahead flew back, bringing bad news. The caravan was slightly disturbed, but soon calmed down. It's only crocodile-elephants, don't panic. We don't have enough manpower, we can't defend here. That's right, everyone scatter and enter the rainforest. The Gu masters gave the wisest order. The caravan members' hearts were already stretched taut, and they quickly scattered. If they encountered such a situation before Feiho Mountain, perhaps there would still be people who were worried about the goods and hesitated. But now they resolutely gave up, not even looking at these goods, and focused on escaping. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing protected Xianxia and her servant, charging into the rainforest. He was not surprised at the crocodile-elephant group's arrival, because it was his plan. Rumble, the crocodile-elephant group rushed over, and soon there were miserable cries and sounds of trees being knocked down. Fang Yuan brought Xianxia and the rest, carefully evading in the rainforest, but there were many crocodile elephants and they still encountered one. The crocodile elephant was small, about the same size as a yak, which made it more agile. Its whole body was covered in scales similar to a crocodile's, and its defense was thick, far surpassing the white feather-flying elephant. The elephant's tail was also like a crocodile's tail, dragging on the ground. Seeing this crocodile elephant charging over like a small mountain, Xiao Dai cried out in alarm. Xianxia's face was also pale. "Don't worry." Fang Yuan indifferently instructed, and brazenly charged towards the crocodile elephant. One man and one elephant fiercely collided with each other halfway, causing a loud sound. Fang Yuan took 2 steps back, and the white light armor on his body shook 3 times. And that crocodile elephant's skull was shattered, blood gushed out, and it was knocked to the ground, pushing back for over 10 steps. Then it crashed into the trunk of a large tree. Only then did it suddenly stop. Amazing! Seeing this, Xiao Dai's eyes opened wide in shock. This was only an ordinary crocodile elephant, and not a 100-beast king. Fang Yuan had snow-silver primeval essence, and also the strength of 2 boars and a crocodile, so it was very easy for him to prepare it. However, Xianxia and Xiao Dai had never seen such a fiery scene. That Jianghu did not have great strength, and was a healing gu master, so he mainly dodged and assisted during the battle. Fang Yuan's head-on collision and unbridled fighting style naturally left a deep impression on the master and servant. About 2 hours later, the crocodile elephant group gradually retreated, and the caravan people walked out of the rainforest one after another. After calculating, only a gu master and a dozen servants were sacrificed. The losses were not huge. After arranging the goods, the caravan moved forward again. A few days later they left Xianxia mountain boundary, and set off towards Mu Bei mountain. In the next half a month, the caravan encountered the attacks of black rock bears, iron-crowned deer groups and so on. Because Fang and Bai were almost inseparable from each other's protection, Xianxia and Xiao Dai were unharmed. After staying together like this, the master and servant's attitude also changed. Xianxia became much closer to Fang Yuan, and when they conversed they laughed and did not avoid each other's eyes. And Xiao Dai had completely turned into a worshipper of Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Worshipping strength was a common trait of all living beings. Because only by being strong could they have a higher chance of survival. Moreover, although Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were of the demonic path, they were extremely principled. In the eyes of the master and servant, they did not ask for anything else, and had never touched them, only repaying their kindness. This action was filled with the aura of a hero. Even in the righteous path, how many people could do this? Even if Fang Yuan was ugly in the hearts of the master and servant, he was many times more adorable than many hypocritical righteous path people. A few days later, the caravan entered Mu Bei mountain boundary. Zombies started to appear in the surroundings. Mu Bei mountain was not called Mu Bei mountain in the past. Over 100 years ago, there was a large clan on the mountain. A demonic path gu master changed everything. He was once a servant of this clan, and on the day of his wedding, his beautiful wife was forcefully taken by a gu master of the clan and raped to death. He buried his hatred deep in his heart, and by coincidence he obtained the inheritance of the demon zombie king. After enduring for close to 100 years with his rank 5 cultivation, he mobilized his zombie army and attacked this clan, slaughtering everyone. He did not even spare their corpses and turned them into zombies. After doing all this, he erected a huge tombstone on the ruins of the stronghold. On the tombstone his wife's name was carved. This matter shook southern border. From then on this mountain was called Mu Bei mountain. Zombies roamed the mountain, they killed wild beasts or passers-by, sucking their blood for food. And their corpse poison would infect corpses, forming new zombies. Thus, Mu Bei mountain was filled with endless zombies. To ensure the safety of the trade route, every year, clans would organize zombie squads to clean up these zombies. But no matter how they cleaned up, the zombies could never be killed, never ending. After all, the size of the zombie squads was limited and southern border had many mountains, the journey was dangerous and the expenditure was huge. The investment was high but the returns were small, and it was impossible to turn Mu Bei mountain upside down. Any fish that escaped the net, after a period of time, would form the scale of zombies. After several large-scale alliances, the enthusiasm of the people was exhausted. This night, the caravan camped at the foot of Mu Bei mountain. The starry sky was bright and Fang Yuan looked up at the dark shadow of Mu Bei mountain, his eyes flashing with a contemplative light. The time is ripe, these people have lost their value. It is time to get rid of these troubles. Xianxia was going to die, but it would be even more troublesome to get rid of him alone. What did he know and who did he reveal it to? Was there anyone else besides him who saw it? Feng Yuan had no idea. But Feng Yuan did not want to find out. Because in his plan, if Xianxia died, the others would also die. Only when they were all dead could it be considered clean. Chapter 258. Ding Hao hid in a bush and looked at the caravan at the foot of the mountain, licking his lips in excitement. According to the information left behind in the cave, as long as I kill 1,000 people and gather a zombie group, I can leave this place and go to Marsh Mountain to officially become Master's disciple. He was originally a mountain villager who was recruited by a caravan that passed by the village as a laborer. But when they passed Mu Bei Mountain, the caravan was attacked by large numbers of zombies. He was abandoned and used as cannon fodder, bringing up the rear along with dozens of other servants. The rest of the people were all dead, so he fled to the mountains in a panic. Just when he was at his wit's end, he found a cave that was very safe, and the surrounding zombies did not dare to wander around the entrance. When he entered the cave, he discovered a demonic path inheritance. It turned out that the demonic Gu Master had slaughtered a clan and left behind a secret inheritance after erecting a tablet on the ruins. This inheritance was hidden very deeply and could only be inherited by mortals. Ding Hao first awakened his aperture in this cave and slowly cultivated, passing the test step by step. He originally had C-grade aptitude, but there was a rare Gu in the cave that raised his aptitude to B grade after using it. Ding Hao cultivated wholeheartedly in Tombstone Mountain and spent more than 8 years cultivating to the third transformation realm. He reached the standard and made it to the final secret chamber. In the secret room, the demonic Gu Master only left behind an inscription, calling himself Second Zombie King. If a descendant really came here, it meant they were fated. If they were willing, they could go to Marsh Mountain and become his disciple, roaming southern border with him. As the final test, Second Zombie King required the descendant to kill 1,000 people and create a zombie army. There were also detailed standards such as how many white-hair zombies, how many black-hair zombies, and how many green-hair zombies. But if there was a blue-hair zombie, just one would be enough to reach the entry standard. Ding Hao was an honest person. Honest people often had an advantage, and that was steadfast. He cultivated alone on Mu Bei Mountain for more than 8 years. He endured the loneliness and could only accompany the zombies, slowly accumulating his cultivation to rank 3. He was originally a servant and could only observe the world of Gu Masters from the sidelines, thus he did not understand it. When he was at a loss, this inscription had undoubtedly given him a brand new direction in life, giving him another goal to strive for. The Second Zombie King was originally a servant, and they were of the same origin, which increased Ding Hao's sense of identity. After reading this inscription, Ding Hao began to work hard. He began to kill people and accumulate zombies at the same time. Ding Hao soon discovered that the two tasks actually complemented each other. After killing someone, he could use the corpse to create new zombies. With the addition of new zombies, the power in his hands would increase and he would be able to kill more people. Tombstone Mountain was located on one of the 3 most important trade routes in Nanjiang. There would be caravans passing through every month. Ding Hao spent another 3 years. At this time he was finally close to success. And the caravan at the foot of the mountain was the last stepping stone for him to succeed. This was the perfect prey. There were large caravans and small ones. Whenever a large caravan passed by, Ding Hao would hide far away. Ding Hao did not dare to fight against a medium-sized caravan. Ding Hao only dared to attack those small caravans and secretly commanded the zombies to kill them. When luck was good, those caravans would take the initiative to abandon some livestock or servants. When luck was bad, they would encounter a tough opponent and the zombies would be slaughtered, resulting in a great loss. They could only accumulate again. But this caravan at the foot of the mountain was worse than a small caravan. It was already crippled. It was like an old man with one foot in the grave, struggling at death's door. It seemed like he could knock it down with just a light finger. Ding Hao was confident he could take care of this caravan. He felt that this was a great gift from the heavens. In the dead of night, a dark cloud slowly floated by, blocking the moonlight. The surroundings of the camp darkened. Kill. Ding Hao's eyes shone as he shouted in his heart. The arranged zombie army moved stealthily towards the camp from all directions. What's that sound? The investigative Gu Master outside the caravan camp was extremely vigilant. There's a discovery? The Gu Masters beside him were all nervous. The gazes of the 5 Gu Masters were fixated on the darkness in front of them. Although the moonlight was blocked by the dark cloud, a huge bonfire was still lit in the camp. The bonfire let out a crackling sound as the mountain wind blew. As the fire changed, a zombie with white hair all over its body hopped into the investigative Gu Master's vision. The Gu Masters looked at each other and laughed. Haha, a white hair zombie. Diske making a fuss over nothing, you scared me. Little San, go and get rid of this unlucky zombie. The leader of this group of Gu Masters said indifferently. This kind of white hair zombie had the weakest battle strength, even weaker than ordinary wild beasts. Yes, boss. A young Gu Master laughed as he walked over. Be careful of its corpse poison, it will be troublesome if you get infected with it. I don't have a Gu to decipher it. The healing Gu Master in the group reminded. I know. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? The young Gu Master who walked out waved his hand impatiently. If he was really infected with the corpse poison, he would have to ask other Gu Masters to heal him, at least half a piece of yuan stone. But this kind of white hair zombie's attacks were rigid and easy to dodge. Since entering Mu Bei Mountain, the young Gu Master had killed many. This kind of thing, as long as I pay attention to dodging, I will be fine. Ugh. The young Gu Master was mumbling to himself when his voice suddenly stopped and his relaxed steps froze on the spot. His pupils shrunk and his mouth opened wide, revealing an extremely shocked expression. What's wrong? The 4 Gu Masters at the back felt something was wrong and quickly asked. The young Gu Master was alerted by this voice and his body shook as if he was electrocuted, turning around and running. Quick, send the signal. There are zombies. He shouted with a panicked expression. It's just a white hair zombie, what's there to be afraid of? Fuck me. The 4 Gu Masters shouted at the same time. About a few hundred white-haired zombies hopped towards the camp. Among the white-hair zombies, there were even stronger black-hair zombies mixed in. The bonfire was still burning and there were many shadows in the darkness. No one knew how many more zombies were approaching. Clang clang clang. In the camp, the sound of a gong suddenly resounded. There is a zombie group approaching the camp. They have surrounded the whole camp. Quick, everyone get up and defend. Jia Long and some vice leaders climbed up the temporary wooden wall, their expressions extremely grave. Damn it, which god did the traveling merchants offend this time? Their luck is so bad. I have been to Mu Bei Mountain more than 10 times, but I have never seen such a large zombie group like today. Everyone, there is no point in complaining. At this point, if we want to live, we have to fight with our lives on the line. Let's work together and defeat this zombie group. Everyone in the camp shouted angrily, raising their morale. In contrast, the zombie army outside was silent, only the sound of jumping footsteps could be heard. The formation of the two sides formed a strange and distinct contrast. The slaughter soon unfolded. The Gu Masters relied on the wooden walls to defend and used all kinds of long-range attacks. Colorful lights appeared around the camp. Icicles, fireballs, vines, rolling rocks and so on, giving the zombie vanguard a severe warning. Large numbers of white-hair zombies fell to the ground, smashed into pieces, burned into charcoal, frozen into ice cubes and crushed into meat paste. Kill. Ding Hao sneered as he hid in the middle of the mountain. He was no longer a novice, he had accumulated these years of experience. These white-hair zombies were cannon fodder, their purpose was to waste the Gu Master's primeval essence. Sure enough, after a while, the Gu Master's attacks became sparse and weak. I can't go on, I don't have much primeval essence left. I also need to recover my primeval essence. Someone take my place. Damn it, why are these white-hair zombies endless? There were too few Gu Masters in the caravan, and the white-hair zombies were endless. Finally, they resisted the pressure and reached the wooden wall. Under the impact of the zombie horde, the makeshift wooden walls suddenly let out a sound of imminent danger. Damn it, hold on. Call the reserve team to reinforce us. Both sides fell into a deadlock on the wooden wall. One side wanted to charge in, while the other side wanted to defend this pass. The large amount of white-hair zombies was expended, causing Ding Hao to feel some heartache. It's your turn, my babies. He willed and a group of black-hair zombies charged up from the rear and entered the battlefield. White-hair zombies moved slowly, they would be harmed by sunlight and could not walk in broad daylight. If they were fed fresh blood, they could grow into black-hair zombies after a few years. These zombies were covered in black hair, they had greater strength, stronger defense and faster jumping speed. Although they would also be burned by sunlight, they were not as afraid as the white-hair zombies. The black-hair zombies' battle strength was equivalent to 100 Beast King. The group of black-hair zombies that Ding Hao sent numbered more than 50, they gathered together and charged. They found a weak point in the camp's defense, and immediately smashed through a wall, causing it to collapse. Even though the camp had mobilized manpower to block them. But there were still several black-haired zombies that charged deep into the camp. A black-haired zombie swept its arms and sent a rank 1 Gu Master flying. The Gu Master fell on the ground, unable to get up. The black-haired zombie jumped and pounced towards him. My life is over. The Gu Master closed his eyes in despair, when he suddenly heard a loud sound. He opened his eyes and saw a solid figure blocking in front of him. As for that black-haired zombie, it was lying far away. It's that Lord He Tu from Jiang clan. The Gu Master's heart shook. Oh. That black-haired zombie's chest caved in from Fang Yuan's punch, but it did not die. Instead it jumped up and charged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's whole body was covered in a layer of white light armor. He slightly frowned, and when it got close he grabbed its arms and tore them apart. The black-haired zombie was immediately torn into 2 halves by Fang Yuan's enormous strength. Blood mixed with corpse poison splattered, but was pushed away by the white light armor. Fang Yuan casually threw away the 2 halves of the corpse. With such injuries, even a myriad Beast King-level blue-hair zombie would die. Thank you Lord He Tu for saving my life. The saved Gu Master was completely intimidated by Fang Yuan's imposing manner. He shouted in admiration and admiration. Fang Yuan ignored him and looked at the chaotic battlefield. Chapter 259. At this time, most of the wooden walls had already collapsed, and an endless stream of zombies charged into the camp, tangling with the Gu Masters. Seeing this, Fang Yuan was certain that this zombie army was controlled by Ding Hao from behind the scenes. If it was an ordinary zombie group, they would swarm together, or after the white-hair zombie died, the black-hair zombies would come forward. How could there be such coordination? There was clearly someone controlling them from behind. And the person controlling this zombie group was undoubtedly Ding Hao. Fang Yuan remembered. After Second Zombie King slaughtered the clans of Mu Bei Mountain, he left behind an inheritance here. The beneficiary of this inheritance was Ding Hao. This person later became Second Zombie King's eldest disciple, and although he was a demonic cultivator, he was extremely loyal. Later on, during the righteous demonic battle on Etian Mountain, he took the initiative to die in place of Second Zombie King. I wanted to find you, but to think you would come to me on your own accord. You saved me a lot of effort. Fang Yuan had planned to use Ding Hao to eradicate the caravan and kill everyone else. Although he had methods to attract the beast groups, it was not easy to control the scale. The caravan's strength was being whittled down, and if he attracted a large number of beast groups, it would bring danger to his own life. If he had to protect Xianxia, it would be even more troublesome. In this situation, Ding Hao was the best chess piece. But this Ding Hao, where is he hiding now? Fang Yuan squinted his eyes and scanned the surroundings. If he wants to command the zombie army, he naturally has to choose a high ground that can overlook the battlefield. Of course, he has other Gu worms that can observe the camp from a bird's eye view. But no matter what, his hiding place can make it easy to escape. Fang Yuan lost the earth communication ear grass and had no investigative methods, so he could only rely on his guesses. The battle became more intense, hundreds of zombies fell, and the Gu Masters also suffered heavy casualties. In front of the endless zombie army, they retreated step by step and soon reached the center of the camp. Here, in a hurry, they had piled up goods to form a bunker, and some rank 1 Gu Masters used many methods to reinforce it. There are too many zombies, we can't defend this place anymore. We need to break out. Break out? Oh. There are at least dozens of black-hair zombies. We should defend. When the sun rises, the zombies' battle strength will fall. We don't need to do anything, the zombies will retreat. The crowd began to argue, and their opinions were divided into 2 factions. One side wanted to break out of the encirclement, while the other side wanted to defend. The 2 sides were still arguing and the zombie horde was already closing in. The biggest flaw of this temporarily assembled caravan was exposed at this moment. That was the inability to achieve true unity. They lacked a strong voice to preside over the overall situation. Fang Yuan had been watching coldly from the sidelines. At this time he suddenly stood up and shouted, "Stop arguing." The quarrel immediately stopped. In everyone's eyes, he had rank 3 peak stage cultivation and was one of the strongest experts in the caravan. Especially at this moment of life and death, Fang Yuan undoubtedly had the right to speak. Fang Yuan looked around, his gaze as cold as a knife. Under the illumination of the fire, his ugly face looked ferocious. Those who want to stay behind are all idiots. If we could break out of the encirclement, why would we stay here? The moment he opened his mouth, he cursed, appearing extremely domineering. The Gu masters who were clamoring to defend to the death showed indignant expressions, but did not dare to say anything. And those Gu masters who insisted on breaking out of the encirclement showed joyful expressions. Lord He Tu is wise. Lord He Tu, we will follow you. At this time, only Lord He Tu can turn this desperate crisis around. They spoke one after another, wanting to prop up Fang Yuan and let him take the most dangerous vanguard role. But Fang Yuan sneered and scolded again, "All of you shut up. Those who are clamoring to break out, you are all a bunch of idiots." The Gu masters who were praising Fang Yuan earlier stiffened, their expressions changing uncertainly. Those who were defending to the death showed mocking and gloating smiles. "Sir He Tu, what do you mean?" Jialong's expression was ashen, his tone gloomy and his gaze unkind. "Humph, whether we defend to the death or break out, we need to investigate the situation. Do you know how big this zombie horde is? If there is a large army hidden in the darkness, wouldn't breaking out be walking right into a trap? If this is all, you who are defending to the death can clearly escape early, but you want to wait for the smell of blood to attract more zombies, aren't you courting death?" Fang Yuan's spit flew everywhere. Being scolded, no matter who it was, their expression would not be good. Qin Shuangquan asked darkly, "Then sir, do you have any good suggestions?" Fang Yuan stared angrily and pointed at Qin Shuangquan, "So you fools, your brains are stuffed with shit. I have spoken for so long, but there are still people who don't understand. Of course we have to break out, we have to first try to break out. Investigative Gu masters, put in more effort." Qin Shuangquan's expression turned even uglier after being scolded by Fang Yuan. A ball of fire accumulated in his heart. But when Fang Yuan killed O Clan's father and son, it left a deep impression on him. He could only restrain the anger in his heart. Fang Yuan's domineering attitude made everyone dissatisfied, but at the same time, under such circumstances, such a domineering person gave them an indescribable sense of security. Soon, under Fang Yuan's manipulation, a small team was organized to break out of the encirclement. "Break out in that direction." Fang Yuan pointed towards the southeast direction and said solemnly, "Yes, Lord He Tu. Remember, reconnaissance is the priority, survival is the priority. If you can't do it, then retreat." Fang Yuan smiled and patted the team leader's shoulder. The team leader's heart immediately relaxed. His impression of Fang Yuan was no longer as hateful as before. The zombie horde neared the final line of defense and the battle started. The breakout team rushed out 300 steps and helplessly retreated. "Too terrifying, I found at least several hundred zombies in the darkness over there," the investigative Gu master reported with lingering fear. Everyone's expression slightly sank when they heard this. "No worries, you guys rest first. Second team, you guys break out from that direction," Fang Yuan commanded. This team rushed out 400 to 500 steps and had no choice but to retreat. Densely packed zombies. The investigative Gu master's face was pale. Fang Yuan tried his best to let them rest, then said to the newly formed third team, "Go in that direction." "But that direction is a valley." The team leader was somewhat puzzled. Slap. Fang Yuan slapped him, "Just go when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" The team leader was stunned by this slap. He did not dare to meet Fang Yuan's furious and fierce gaze, quickly turning around and breaking out in the direction Fang Yuan pointed. Fang Yuan formed 3 breakout teams, and after probing them one by one, they finally eliminated all possible locations. Now only that high slope is left. If I'm not wrong, Ding Hao is definitely hiding there. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart, and continued to arrange the breakout teams. These people really don't want to give up. Ding Hao frowned but soon relaxed. "Hee, if it was an ordinary zombie group, you guys might have broken out. Unfortunately, the owner of this zombie group is me." He secretly mobilized the zombies in the darkness to replenish their numbers, ensuring that there were no weak spots. At the same time, he arranged heavy troops at several locations. After a few rounds, the breakout team suffered heavy casualties. "Enough, if we can't break out, don't sacrifice yourself for nothing. Sai, it seems we can only defend to the death. Everyone persevere until sunrise. These zombies are made of paper." "Bullshit, we are about to succeed. This time I will personally lead the team by Yunyu Guard." Fang Yuan cursed and forcefully tried to break out. The Gu masters could only form a team due to his forceful attitude. 8 Gu masters suddenly rushed out, with Fang Yuan leading the way, His huge strength combined with snow-silver primeval essence as well as the sky canopy goo, he easily broke out of the encirclement. Oh no, that place is a little weak. Ding Hao wanted to stop him, but it was too late. He had not thought that Fang Yuan would choose this place to break out. Because this place was a dead end, and adding on the fact that he had constantly mobilized troops to deal with the breakout from other directions, the zombies in this direction were the least. We really succeeded. They broke out. The people in the camp behind him were dumbstruck. Although 5 Gu masters had fallen in the process of breaking out, Fang Yuan and the other 2 Gu masters had survived. We are saved, quick, quick, let's break out in this direction. The people in the camp cheered. Don't even think of succeeding. Ding Hao gritted his teeth, and quickly mobilized the zombie group to fill the gap. The people in the camp had yet to organize themselves, but the direction Fang Yuan had broken out from was already filled with white-hair zombies. There were also 5 black-hair zombies, and they pounced towards Fang Yuan and the other 2. The other 2 were instantly terrified. Follow me. Fang Yuan shouted coldly, and pounced towards the direction Ding Hao was hiding. The 2 panicked people had no time to think and subconsciously followed. You didn't choose any other direction but ran towards me. It seems even the heavens want you to die. Ding Hao's lips curled up, and he proudly looked at the 2 zombies beside him. These 2 zombies were tall, and their bodies were covered in green hair. They were green-hair zombies, stronger than black-hair zombies, and had the battle strength of 1,000 Beast King at night. After so many years, Ding Hao had only saved these 2 zombies. Go. He willed, and the 2 green-hair zombies immediately shot out. 80 steps later they collided with Fang Yuan and the other 2. Fang Yuan faced one head-on, and even though he had the strength of 2 boars and a crocodile, he could only fight evenly, and both sides took several steps back. As for those 2 Gu masters, they were being suppressed by the other green-haired zombie and were already in a precarious situation. Let me. He activated the jumping grass and with a leap, he joined the battle. The 2 Gu masters were overjoyed and were about to thank Fang Yuan for his help, but suddenly 2 spiral bone spears shot out. Swoosh swoosh, the 2 Gu masters were killed. Ding Hao had been paying attention to the battle, and did not expect such a change, and a huge suspicion rose in his heart. His distraction caused the movements of the 2 green-haired zombies to become sluggish. Next, Fang Yuan's words shocked Ding Hao even more. In the face of Ding Hao's request, he was not nervous at all. Instead, he confidently scolded, "Bullshit. I'm carrying out a secret task arranged by my teacher. I'm following the caravan in disguise. How could I bring the goo with me? This rigid heart goo feeds on zombies, how can I get zombies under everyone's eyes?" This. Ding Hao was stunned. What this, you think I can't kill you? Fang Yuan timely revealed his snow-silver primeval essence. His rank 3 peak stage cultivation was undoubtedly revealed. Ding Hao's pupils shrunk, he was only rank 3 middle stage. Fang Yuan continued, although our bloodline can control zombies and form an army. But controlling zombies requires mental control. If the soul is not strong, the mental control will be weak, and the number and quality of zombies you can control will be average. Although you have 2 green-hair zombies, if you want to control them while fighting yourself, there will be many flaws. It's easy for me to kill you. Ding Hao heard this and licked his dry lips, taking a step back with some fear. But Fang Yuan immediately changed the topic. Before leaving, Master told me that there is a Ding Hao in Mu Bei Mountain, and wanted me to inspect him to see if he had the qualifications to be accepted as a disciple. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to kill me before I even looked for you, humph. This eldest senior brother, I didn't do it on purpose. When Ding Hao heard that Fang Yuan was sent by the second zombie king to inspect him, he couldn't help but panic. Who's your eldest senior brother? You haven't obtained Master's approval yet. You don't doubt me now? Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Ding Hao quickly cupped his hands and said with an embarrassed smile, Eldest senior brother, since you know about the rigid heart goose food and our shortcomings, no matter how stupid I am, I understand eldest senior brother's identity. Fang Yuan kept a straight face and didn't say anything, only looking at the 2 green-hair zombies. Ding Hao was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood. With a thought, he sent the 2 green-hair zombies away. Then he walked in front of Fang Yuan, bowed and said in a low voice, Eldest senior brother, please forgive me. I just wanted to devour this group of people and accumulate enough zombies. I really didn't expect eldest senior brother to be here. If I had known earlier, I would have gone down the mountain to welcome you. I have long been determined to follow Master. Heaven and earth can prove my loyalty. Fang Yuan softened his tone. Master knows your loyalty. Before I left, my teacher also instructed me to take a look at you on account of your admirable loyalty. Even if you didn't meet the standard, as long as the gap isn't big, it doesn't matter. I see. Ding Hao was overjoyed. But Fang Yuan's face darkened and his tone was cold. You dared to slaughter the caravan and destroy my secret mission. Do you know how much hard work your second senior sister and I had to put in to sneak into this caravan? Eldest senior brother, I really didn't do it on purpose. Ding Hao's face was sad. His heart was just excited, but Fang Yuan's words hit the bottom. Second senior sister is also in the caravan? I will withdraw the zombies. What? Fang Yuan was furious. He bent his finger and knocked Ding Hao's head. Is your brain a mess? Can't you use your brain? Are you going to make me suspect by withdrawing the zombies for no reason? Idiot. Ding Hao covered his aching head and hurriedly nodded and apologized. Yes. Eldest senior brother is right. Eldest senior brother, I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Fang Yuan pointed at Ding Hao. You've made a huge mistake, but since it was an unintentional mistake, I'll let it go. Next, you must do as I say and make up for your mistake. Ding Hao was scolded like a grandson, and he kept nodding and bowing to Fang Yuan. However, Fang Yuan did not make any requests. Instead he asked, tell me the truth. How many white-haired zombies, black-haired zombies, and green-haired zombies do you have? Do you have blue-haired zombies? Ding Hao looked ashamed. I'm stupid. I've lived in Tombstone Mountain for almost 10 years, but I haven't raised a blue-haired zombie. I only have 3 green-haired zombies. I left one in the cave abode to guard and brought the other 2 with me. As for black-haired zombies, I have more than 120, and white-haired zombies nearly 4,000. Fang Yuan also expected that he didn't have any blue-haired zombies. After confirming it, he was slightly relieved. He purposely made a sound of surprise and casually said, you're not far from the standard. It's good enough to have 3 green-haired zombies. As for blue-haired zombies, I only have 2. As for the second zombie king's standards for accepting disciples, he was clear. The second zombie king had left more than one inheritance. In his previous life he had accepted 7 or 8 disciples, and Ding Hao was one of them. Later the second zombie king joined Yition Mountain. When the righteous faction besieged Yition Mountain, the second zombie king's disciples commanded the zombie army and shone brilliantly, forcing the righteous alliance to retreat. Ding Hao no longer had any doubts after hearing Fang Yuan's words. He looked at Fang Yuan with admiration in his eyes. Eldest senior brother, you're amazing. You actually have 2 blue-haired zombies. I admire you. Fang Yuan patted Ding Hao's shoulder and showed an expression of being proud but deliberately suppressing it. Raising blue-haired zombies is both difficult and easy. Let me tell you, you first have to find the corpse of at least a rank 4 goo master. However, you have to try your luck and see if the corpse had used goo worms to raise its strength. If it had, it would at least be green-haired. If it is raised with fresh blood for a year or 2, it will have blue hair. I see. Ding Hao heard it and combined it with his past experience. He immediately knew that Fang Yuan's words were true. He quickly said gratefully, thank you for your guidance, eldest senior brother. Fang Yuan nodded slightly. He carefully observed Ding Hao's expression and knew that the other party had completely trusted him. Ding Hao was originally a family servant and had been hiding in Mu Bei Mountain for nearly 10 years to cultivate. He was an honest person and was really gullible. In fact, even a scheming person would be moved by Fang Yuan's words and would at least believe most of it. Since things have come to this, let's put on a show. If you do well, I will pass the inspection, Fang Yuan said. Ding Hao's eyes brightened and he quickly said, eldest senior brother, please say it. I will do my best to do it. Fang Yuan gave detailed instructions and charged back to the camp. With Ding Hao's secret cooperation, Fang Yuan safely returned to Xianxia's side. Everyone was surprised, happy, respectful, and in awe when they saw the expert Fang Yuan return of his own accord. From their point of view, Fang Yuan could have escaped, but he came back. It's my fault for burdening you, benefactor. Xianxia's face was full of shame and guilt. It's fine. You're just one of the reasons. Besides, Baiyun is here too. Fang Yuan waved his hand and said this deliberately, making Xianxia and Xiao Dai even more moved. Chapter 261. The zombies' attacks gradually slowed down and the situation fell into a deadlock. As time passed, Gu masters sacrificed themselves or zombies fell to the ground from time to time. 2 hours later, Ding Hao followed Fang Yuan's instructions and suddenly increased his momentum, breaking through the already perilous front line. There were only 30 or so people left in the caravan. They had to break through. They had the same opinion everyone could see. If they broke through, there was still a chance of survival. If they stubbornly defended, they would definitely perish. Breaking through was a bitter struggle. They were surrounded by layers upon layers of white-hair zombies and black-hair zombies blocking their way. Don't protect these mortals anymore, they are a burden to us. Jialong shouted. Xianxia and Xiao Dai turned pale. Don't be afraid, I am here. Fang Yuan guarded beside them. The rest of the mortals were mercilessly abandoned, only the 2 of them were left. Jialong and the others did not dare to say anything, because they still had to rely on Fang and Bai's strength. The caravan moved with difficulty, and just as they were about to break through, 2 green-hair zombies suddenly appeared. Let's retreat. Fang Yuan pulled Xianxia and Xiao Dai and said in a low voice. Bai Ningbing's movements paused. Wouldn't they fall back into the encirclement if they retreated? But Fang Yuan had already retreated with Xianxia and Xiao Dai. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, looking at the empty space in front of her. She finally turned around and retreated with Fang Yuan. The caravan and the 2 green-hair zombies collided and a chaotic battle broke out. The green-hair zombies were as strong as 1,000 beast kings, and although the caravan had many rank 3 Gu masters, they were at the end of their rope. As they fought, the surrounding black-hair zombies and white-hair zombies also closed in, surrounding the caravan. On the contrary, Fang and Bai's pressure was greatly reduced. Fang Yuan retreated dozens of steps and began to break through again. Along the way there were many white-hair zombies, but Fang Yuan charged left and right with extreme power. The white-hair zombies fell to the ground and died if they touched them. Bai Ningbing was dumbstruck. Was this Fang Yuan's true strength? These white-haired zombies are so weak. When she made her move, she immediately discovered something strange. The white-haired zombies that blocked their way were several times weaker than the ones they had encountered before, and they looked rather foolish. Without a decent offensive, he was just like a punching bag. Could it be that Fang Yuan had already seen through this flaw and was only making use of it now? Strange, these white-haired zombies all looked the same. How did he discover these weaknesses? Bai Ningbing was puzzled. Fang Yuan, however, was cursing in his heart. Before he left, he had told Ding how to pretend to be strong but actually weak. He had to act realistically. What was this now? Ding Hao was sweating profusely. There had never been a moment like this when he was so focused on controlling the zombie army. He was very nervous, feeling that he had ruined the eldest senior brother's secret mission. Guilt and worry made him try his best to cooperate with Fang Yuan's act. Previously, he didn't know Fang Yuan's identity, but now that he knew that he was his eldest senior brother, how would he dare to make a move? So powerful! Xiao Dai exclaimed. Xianxia's beautiful eyes were also shining. Fang Yuan galloped unhindered in front of them and no one could stop him. He had a kind of invincible spirit. Who didn't love heroes? Which girl didn't have a Prince Charming in their heart, a hero who would save the damsel in distress? Xiao Dai had it and so did Xianxia. At this moment, the master and servant looked at Fang Yuan's broad back, their hearts rippling. Although Fang Yuan was ugly in their eyes, this ugliness exuded a cute radiance. His bravery, his spirit, gave the 2 girls an inexplicable sense of security in their hearts. It made them want to rely on him, His acting is too fake, this coward. Fang Yuan wished he could kick Ding Hao until he had no descendants. His thoughts flashed like lightning and he also thought of Ding Hao's mental state. Seems like this is the only way. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes and made up his mind. He suddenly removed the sky canopy goo and charged towards a white-haired zombie's claw. Immediately, Fang Yuan's flesh split open and he was injured. Good, that's it. Fang Yuan cheered in his heart. This was the best chance to gain Xianxia's trust. How could he let it go? Damn it. Bai Ningbing cursed, and immediately left Xianxia and ran towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had the Jianghu, and that was the key to her turning back into a male. She could not lose it. Oh my god. Ding Hao saw Fang Yuan injured and he immediately shivered in fear. His heart was filled with self-blame and worry, and his face was panic-stricken, and he kept muttering to himself, I didn't mean it, I really didn't mean it, eldest senior brother. Xianxia and Xiao Dai cried out together. Fang Yuan was suddenly injured, and they both trembled with heartache. What are you doing here? Go back and protect them. Bai Ningbing rushed over and Fang Yuan shouted at her. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes instantly widened. She could see, this guy was deliberately injured. What a bastard. Don't go too far. Bai Ningbing's eyes twitched as she threw down this sentence. With Ding Hao controlling from the side, the white-haired zombie bared its fangs and brandished its claws, but it was all bark and no bite. Bai Ningbing kicked away a white-haired zombie and rushed back to Xianxia's side. How is He Tu? Xianxia grabbed Bai Ningbing's arm and asked. He's fine. Bai Ningbing curled her lips. Why didn't you replace him? He's injured. Xianxia, who had always been gentle, said with a rare resentment. Bai Ningbing's mouth twitched. She couldn't tell Xianxia that Fang Yuan took the initiative to get injured, right? Thus, she casually came up with an excuse. He's this kind of person, once he starts charging he will never stop unless he falls. Xianxia's beautiful eyes flickered and slightly reddened. Xiao Dai covered her mouth and her eyes were already moist. Looking at Fang Yuan again, the master and servants' hearts rippled. What kind of person was this? Fearless in the horde of zombies, charging forward with an indomitable will. Without a doubt he was a hero full of sadness. Ding Hao saw that Fang Yuan was injured, and his heart trembled with fear, not daring to stop him. After fighting for a while, Fang Yuan brought Xianxia and the other two out of the encirclement of the zombies. That's it. He smacked his lips in dissatisfaction, looking at the only injury on his body helplessly. It was such a good opportunity to perform, but he only got one injury. His acting was not good enough. But even if it was only one injury, it was enough to make Xianxia and Xiao Dai extremely worried. Hey Tu, are you okay? You're injured, the wound is so deep, it's all because of me. Xianxia's eyes were filled with tears. A lot of black blood flowed out. Lord He Tu, you're poisoned. Xiao Dai said with concern. Fang Yuan puffed out his chest and with a deep voice, he said fearlessly, what's this small injury? The corpse poison is a bit troublesome, but I have the clear heat goo to detoxify it, you don't need to worry. He started laughing. On the ruins of the camp, flames soared to the sky. In order to cut off all means of retreat, and also to illuminate the camp, everyone in the caravan ignited whatever they could before leaving. Fang Yuan and the other three rushed out of the encirclement of the zombies, and found themselves in the outer circle illuminated by the flames. The flames shone on Fang Yuan's face, his chest, and his wound. He was smiling, his appearance was ugly, but in the eyes of the two girls, he exuded a different kind of heroic charm. They had once dreamed of a hero saving a damsel in distress, and the hero in their dreams was handsome and confident. To be honest, the image of Fang Yuan in their hearts was very different. But for some reason the two girls felt that he was a true hero. He was confident, he was fearless, and his heroic spirit was unparalleled. Many years later Xianxia would ask herself, how did Fang Yuan walk into the depths of her heart? Every time she would involuntarily think back to this night. Behind them, zombies were everywhere, and the soaring flames shone on Fang Yuan's face. His face was full of burn marks, and when he smiled, he revealed his white teeth. His deep and dark eyes looked at her. The usually cold eyes, under the cover of the orange flames, revealed a kind of warmth. Save us. The people in the caravan who were deep in the zombie horde, saw the situation on Fang Yuan's side and shouted for help. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed, but he did not say anything. Xianxia had already extended her hand and grabbed his arm. You're injured, don't go, let's go. Do you remember what you told me before? Do what you can. Do what you can feel at ease. Fang Yuan laughed and patted Xianxia's hand. Don't worry, I don't want to go, I have no grudges with them. Let's go. However, it was also inappropriate to walk like this. What if someone knew that he killed Jianghu and shouted out in despair? What would Xianxia think? In truth, his worry was unnecessary. Qin Xian and Qin Shuangquan, who knew, had already died in battle. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed and shouted, you guys hold on, wait until I settle them down, then I'll come and help you. Brother He Tu is righteous. I hope Brother He Tu will go and return quickly. If Brother He Tu saves my life, I'm willing to repay you with a large sum of money. The people in the caravan all shouted. Fang Yuan laughed and looked at the master and servants' puzzled eyes and said, give them some hope, I hope they can create a miracle. So I can only do this much. Fang Yuan's image in the hearts of the two girls suddenly became much bigger. Fang Yuan led the three and ran along the mountain path. Under the moonlight, the mountain path was covered with frost and snow. According to the previous discussion, he also arranged for a group of zombies to block the path. The four rushed over and Fang Yuan gave Bai Ningbing a look and then stayed on the spot. You guys go first, I'll block these zombies and catch up to you later. The two girls immediately hesitated, but under Bai Ningbing's persuasion, they ran all the way and soon left Fang Yuan's sight. Fang Yuan waited for a while and pretended to tangle with the zombies. Seeing that the time was ripe, he activated jumping grass and crossed the zombies and returned to Ding Hao's side. The battle was still going on. There were only 3 people left in the caravan. But what shocked Fang Yuan was that one of the green hair zombies was also destroyed. After asking Ding Hao, Fang Yuan found out that a Gu master had used a rare rank 3 detonation Gu. Eldest senior brother. Ding Hao quickly bowed, his face pale and his forehead was covered in sweat. He had never tried to split his mind to control zombies at such a high intensity. Most importantly, cooperating with Fang Yuan's acting had exhausted him. In the past, when he commanded the zombies, they would either retreat or attack. It was not like today when they attacked with bare fangs and claws, but had to attack empty space. After being hit by Fang Yuan, he had to control these zombies to stay still. Eldest senior brother, how are your injuries? I really didn't mean it, I have healing Gu here. Ding Hao quickly explained. Fang Yuan patted his shoulder. You are good, you are very hard-working. My injuries are not important, I took them myself. Now put in more effort and eliminate all these people. Yes. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, Ding Hao immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Turning around, he gathered his spirit and pushed countless zombies forward. The 3 survivors knew that they were going to die. One closed his eyes and sighed, one scolded Fang Yuan and one cried loudly. Under death, everyone's nature was revealed. The zombies drowned these 3 people and Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Did anyone escape? No, definitely not. According to eldest senior brother's instructions, I also arranged a large circle of zombies outside. Ding Hao quickly replied. Very good, you have done well. Clean up the battlefield, be careful not to leave any traces. Yes, eldest senior brother. Ding Hao had ambushed caravans all these years but did not expose himself, he had a certain level of skill. Cleaning up the battlefield was easy, and even Fang Yuan secretly nodded his head, pretending to be ordinary zombies attacking caravans. However, although he was older than Fang Yuan, he was not as experienced as Fang Yuan. During this period, Fang Yuan gave him a few pointers and made up for his mistakes, which made him admire him. For example, Yuan stones could not be taken all, and had to be left behind, the zombies would not pick up Yuan stones. Another example was not to turn all the corpses into zombies, after all, there were deep and shallow zombie poisons, and could not be 100% turned into zombies. Eldest senior brother, please accept these Yuan stones. After a cup of tea's time, Ding Hao sensibly presented the Yuan stones he had obtained. Fang Yuan glanced at it, there were about 13,000 Yuan stones. He accepted them without hesitation, and put them all into tusseta flowers. How was your harvest this time? Fang Yuan patted Ding Hao's shoulder and asked warmly. Ding Hao's pale face showed excitement. The harvest this time is huge. I got 5 complete bodies, all rank 3 Gu masters. There are also over a dozen Gu master corpses, all of them have been nurtured. After turning into zombies, they are at least black-haired zombies. Aha, the harvest is good. Take good care of these black-haired zombies, there will definitely be new green-haired zombies. Ding Hao nodded repeatedly, his face full of admiration. This is the first time I have devoured a caravan. It is all thanks to eldest senior brother that you attracted beast groups along the way, weakening them. Ding Hao's harvest is all thanks to eldest senior brother. You are also not bad, you commanded well. But looking at your face, you have used too much energy, your mind is haggard and your soul has already been injured, you need to rest for a while. In our lineage, the maintenance of the soul is very important. If the soul is not strong, the mind will be weak and it will be harder to command the zombies. Fang Yuan smiled, his voice gentle. Thank you, eldest senior brother, for your concern. Ding Hao had been alone for the last 10 years, this was the first time he was so cared for by others, he could not help but be excited and moved. This agitation caused him to feel a strong dizziness, his body swayed, and if not for Fang Yuan supporting him, he would have fallen to the ground. I am ashamed. My cultivation is not up to par, I feel dizzy and my mind cannot operate properly. Ding Hao barely managed to stand up. No worries, go back to the cave and have a good sleep. When you wake up the next day, although your head will be splitting, your mind will be mostly recovered, and you can freely command these zombies. Fang Yuan smiled. Yes. I have experience in this area. Once I summoned too many zombies and almost fainted on the spot. Ding Hao laughed. I will be leaving soon, little junior brother. I have acknowledged you. Have a good rest. Wait for me to return. I will bring you to meet Master. By the way, where is that cave of yours? It is at the waist of the mountain, beside a Yin pond. It is very easy to find. The Yin pond is in the shape of a pentagram, very unique. Ding Hao was overjoyed. He quickly replied, Eldest senior brother, do you really not want to come to my cave for a while? No, time is tight. I have a secret mission from my master. Oh no, someone faked his death. There is still a fish that escaped the net. Where? Ding Hao's heart shook. He quickly turned to look. The next moment, a bone spear pierced through his head. Plop. Ding Hao fell to the ground. A thick spiral bone spear pierced through his head. Blood and brain matter flowed along the spiral carvings, slowly flowing down. His eyes were wide open, his face frozen with disbelief. The smile on Fang Yuan's face gradually disappeared. He became expressionless. He slowly bent down, grabbed Ding Hao's feet, and slowly dragged him to the ruins of the camp. The fire was still burning. The zombies that had lost their master began to jump aimlessly. The corpses lying on the ground attracted them, tempted them. They crawled on the corpses and began to gnaw and tear. Fang Yuan dragged Ding Hao's corpse, walking through the corpse-strewn battlefield, his ears filled with the sounds of zombies feasting. He threw Ding Hao into the fire, and quietly watched as Ding Hao's corpse slowly melted. The goo worms on his body also let out mournful cries, and were burned to death one by one. Once Xianxia was recognized by the Shang clan leader, she would be closely investigated by the Shang clan. This battlefield would definitely be of utmost importance. If Ding Hao was unfortunately caught and interrogated to reveal the truth, then Fang Yuan would be in danger. Even though he was honest, easy to deceive, and a good pawn compared to Xianxia, his value was far from enough. Moreover, it was dangerous. It was safest to abandon him. And the goo worms on him also had to be abandoned. As long as Fang Yuan brought them with him, Second Zombie King would be able to find Fang Yuan. Moreover, it would be extremely inconvenient for Fang Yuan to feed the rigid heart goo, and it would also leave traces for the Shang clan's investigation. As for these zombies, after losing their master, they all became ordinary zombies. After they finished gnawing on these corpses, a portion would stay here, while the rest would leave and wander around Mu Bei Mountain in search of blood and food. It was believed that after their treatment, the entire scene would be more realistic. Seeing Ding Hao's corpse burn to ashes, Fang Yuan slowly turned and left. These days, although Fang Yuan was quiet, he had already become her pillar of support. Now that he was going to leave, Xianxia immediately felt an emptiness in her heart, and she felt very disappointed. All good things must come to an end. Fang Yuan sighed. Indeed. Xianxia pursed her lips tightly and felt a little breathless. After spending these days together, she understood Fang Yuan's character. This was a man who meant what he said and had a firm will. Let's go, this place isn't very safe yet. We will part ways at the city gate. Fang Yuan took the lead. The atmosphere of the group fell to a freezing point. Even the chattering Xiao Dai didn't say a word. The closer they got to Shang Clan City, the closer they would part ways. Xianxia's footsteps unconsciously slowed down. Shang Clan City was her destination. Logically speaking, success was close at hand, but now she would rather not reach Shang Clan City. But the journey was ultimately limited. They arrived at the foot of Shangliang Mountain. The tall city gate of Shang Clan City was right in front of them. It was time to part ways. Fang Yuan stared deeply at Xianxia. He nodded and said two words. Take care. These two simple words caused Xianxia's body to shake. Fang Yuan turned and left. Wait. Xianxia gathered her courage and suddenly said. In front of the city gate of Shang Clan City, people were coming and going. It was very lively. Xianxia's beautiful eyes stared at Fang Yuan. The crowd around her was surging. We will meet again. Benefactor, in your heart you have repaid the debt of gratitude. But in my heart, you have saved me time and time again. Your kindness is as deep as the ocean and as heavy as a mountain. Benefactor, you said it before, a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. I will repay you. The young girl's tone was firm, revealing her determination. Fang Yuan smiled at her and turned to leave, his figure gradually fading into the crowd. Xianxia stood on the spot for a long time. Missy, they are so heartless. leaving just like that. Xiao Dai walked over and held her arm. They don't want to implicate us. Even in Shangliang Mountain, their demonic path identity cannot be exposed. Xianxia had a kind heart and always thought of others in a positive light. So that's it. Xiao Dai realized. Although they are demonic Gu masters, they are good people. I have decided I will make a name for myself in Shang Clan City. With my talent, I will definitely make a name for myself. Although I am immortal and cannot cultivate, I can hire Gu masters to do things for me. In the future, I will definitely repay their kindness. Yes, Missy, I believe you. Strange, since you protected Xianxia along the way, why did you break up on purpose when we reached Shangliang Mountain? I have to remind you, we don't have investigative Gu worms. There are so many people in Shangliang City. Don't go overboard if you want to play hard to get. If we lose them, we would be shooting ourselves in the foot. That would be a huge joke. Bai Ningbing stood beside Fang Yuan and reminded him with a sneer. Fang Yuan ignored him and watched Xianxia and Xiao Dai walk into the city before retracting his gaze. According to his previous life's memories, the moment Xianxia entered Shangliang City, Shang clan leader sensed her bloodline. But to confirm and investigate, the domineering Shang clan leader put all the members of the caravan that Xianxia joined under house arrest for investigation and interrogation. After finding out the truth and confirming Xianxia's true identity, Shang clan leader generously compensated the caravan with twice the amount of goods. Xianxia went from a mortal girl to the beloved daughter of Shang clan leader. This caused a huge commotion and became an interesting topic. Thus he had to part ways with Xianxia. In Fang Yuan's aperture, there were too many Gu that could not see the light of day, especially spring-autumn cicada. Once he was investigated and his aperture was searched, he would be in big trouble. In a normal village, Fang Yuan was not worried about being exposed. Because usually, the clan leader with the highest cultivation was only rank 4. But here, Shang clan leader was rank 5 but not the highest. Shang clan had a supreme elder with rank 6 cultivation. If his consciousness entered Fang Yuan's aperture, no matter how well spring-autumn cicada was hidden, it would be discovered. There was another benefit to bidding farewell. In Xianx's heart, it would make it seem like he had no desires and did not covet anything from her, deepening the impression that he was just repaying her kindness. In the future, when he meets Xianxia again, he would gain her trust. Actually, the fastest way to form a close relationship with Xianxia was to have sex with her. Fang Yuan could feel that Xianxia had a good impression of him. If he took her virginity, this future Shang clan leader would fall in love with him. Although Fang Yuan was ugly, his charisma had already moved Xianx's heart. He knew that if he made a request, Xianxia would not reject him. But he could not use this method. Once he did so, he would be Shang clan's son-in-law, and would be kidnapped to Shang clan's war chariot. Fang Yuan could no longer act as he pleased, his every move would be watched by others, his hands and feet would be tied, and even his cultivation would have to be suppressed. If his cultivation increased too quickly, the bone-flesh unity Gu would be exposed. Once the bone-flesh unity Gu was exposed, it would cause a commotion in the world, attracting the greed of all parties. Fang Yuan was very clear, the bone-flesh unity Gu's terrifying value, even Shang clan could not monopolize it. If spring-autumn cicada was also exposed, those rank 6 Gu masters that were rarely seen, and even rank 7 Gu masters would jump out one after another. After reaching rank 6, a person's battle strength would change, and every Gu master would have the strength to contend against an entire clan. Once he had sex with Xianxia, after Xianxia confirmed his identity, be it her or Shang clan leader, they would both find Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was also a demonic Gu master, with an unknown origin. Investigations and interrogations were unavoidable. If he escaped, he would have to face Shang clan's pursuit and arrest warrant. This was on a completely different level from Bai clan's arrest warrant. Bai clan itself was in a precarious situation, and had no power, while Shang clan was one of the overlords of southern border. By then, Fang Yuan would only have one choice, and that was to escape southern border. Shang Yanfei sat cross-legged in the air, his whole body bathed in flames. The flames were scarlet like blood, quietly burning in the dark void. As Shang clan leader, he was occupied with clan affairs every day, and did not have much time to cultivate. But even so, with his unparalleled aptitude and comprehension, he was able to push his cultivation to rank 5 upper stage, and was only a step away from peak stage. Today's cultivation was about to end, The blood flames slowly faded, slowly converging, and finally returning to Shang Yanfei's long red hair. Without the light of the fire, darkness gradually spread, becoming the master of this place. But suddenly, Shang Yanfei opened his eyes, his pupils were blood red, his gaze like lightning, piercing through the darkness. Chapter 263. Shang Yanfei willed and vanished into the darkness. When he reappeared, he was already in Shang clan's outer city. Noisy voices entered his ears, there were all sorts of stalls lining both sides of the street. The passers-by only saw a flash of blood flame as a handsome black-robed man with blood-red hair appeared out of nowhere. Oh my god, that scared me. Who is this? He dares to abuse goo worms in Shang clan city? Many people looked at him in bewilderment, only a few recognized Shang Yanfei, but they did not dare to believe it. Shang Yanfei did not care about these gazes. Following the bloodline connection, his sharp gaze landed on Xianxia. The two girls were standing in front of a stall. Missy, this hairpin is beautiful. Xiao Dai took out a jade hairpin from the stall and placed it on Xianxi's hair. Xianxi forced a smile after leaving Fang Yuan. She was in low spirits. Xiao Dai, on the other hand, was captivated by the bustling scene of the city and became lively again. Suddenly Xianxi sensed something and turned around. She saw Shang Yanfei at the first moment. In the crowd, the black-robed red-haired Shang Yanfei stood out like a crane among chickens, extremely conspicuous. But what attracted Xianxi was not his appearance, but a mysterious connection and calling that originated from her bloodline. Without saying a word, the moment Xianxi saw Shang Yanfei, she knew this middle-aged man's identity. This was her father. Father. To Xianxi, this word was so mysterious and so distant. It contained so much grief and sorrow and had accumulated so much grief. When she was young, she had asked her mother countless times about her father. But her mother remained silent. And now she finally saw her father. So this was the reason mother wanted me to come to Shang clan city before she died. She realized at once, tears falling down uncontrollably. The moment Shang Yanfei saw Xianxi, he thought of her mother and understood her identity. Similar, they were too similar. This child's gentleness was exactly the same as hers. Shang Yanfei's heart ached, he seemed to see her again. That was on a misty spring afternoon, the willows by the lotus pond swayed with the wind. Under the shabby eaves, Shang clan young master Shang Yanfei met a Zhang clan young lady who was hiding from the rain. A gifted scholar and a beautiful woman, love at first sight. They poured out their hearts and pledged their love to each other. However, there was nothing one could do about the affairs of the world. Rivers and mountains and beauties were like fish and bear's paw. How could one have both? The young Shang Yanfei's heart was burning with a strong flame. This flame originated from a man's natural ambition for power and authority. Between ambition and tenderness, between responsibility and freedom, between the pressure of a powerful enemy and the promise of a beautiful woman, he finally chose the former and gave up on the latter. Thus, he defeated his brothers and sisters and ascended to the throne of Shang clan leader. Thus he became a rank 5 Gu master and had countless beauties. Now he had many sons and daughters. So, he could not find her because Zhang clan and Shang clan had been enemies for generations. When one was in the Jianghu, one had no choice. The identity of the patriarch had helped him, but it had also shackled him. The king's every move would cause the winds and clouds to change, and he would receive the attention of the world. As the Shang clan leader, how could he ignore the clan's influence because of his personal feelings? These years he had tried to convince himself, hiding his guilt and uneasiness, using righteousness and responsibility to numb himself. He thought he had forgotten everything, but when he suddenly saw Xianxi, those memories in the deepest part of his heart, those tenderness, came pouring down like spring rain, enveloping his heart. Shang clan prioritized profits. As long as one could pay yuan stone, they could enter the city. Every day, large numbers of demonic Gu masters would pass under the guards' eyes. Everyone had a tacit understanding. The loot that the demonic Gu masters robbed would be sold in Shang clan city. At the same time, if they wanted to replenish their Gu worms, Shang clan city was the best choice. It could be said that the demonic Gu masters were one of the biggest pillars of Shang clan city's prosperity. Of course, the demonic Gu masters could not be too brazen, entering the city with great fanfare. After all, Shang clan city was a righteous sect, they had to consider their image. The two walked past the tall city gate and saw a wide street. The street was crowded with people, with tall and straight green trees planted on both sides of the road. Sunlight shone on the trees, and all kinds of noodle stalls, xiaobing, tofu pudding, vegetables and jewelry vendors were all huddled under the trees, setting up all kinds of stalls. The two walked for a while, and on both sides of the street, there were tall bamboo buildings, yellow mud houses, or brick houses with white walls and gray tiles. Shops, restaurants, inns and blacksmiths appeared in front of them. "Brother, do you need a place to stay? Our place is very cheap, only half a yuan stone per night." A middle-aged woman walked up, her face full of smiles. Fang Yuan stared at her and walked away without saying a word. His appearance was frightening. The middle-aged woman's heart jumped, and did not dare to pester him any more, shifting her target to Bai Ningbing. "Brother, it is not easy to be outside. Our inn is good, we even have little girls at night. You want to go to the brothel street? That is not cheap. We mortals trade our lives for money in the outside world. Our hard-earned money won't make a splash in those places. Our inn's little girls are the best, cheap. Some were ripe peaches, and some were so tender that water could be squeezed out of them. What kind do you want, brother?" The middle-aged woman lowered her voice, her expression ambiguous. She looked at Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's dressing, and mistook them for mortals. Bai Ningbing's forehead was filled with black lines. "Scram!" she snorted, her voice chilling to the bone. The middle-aged woman's expression changed, her body stiffened, and she stopped on the spot. "So it is a female. Ah, big sister Zhang, you must have made a mistake this time." The surrounding people who were also trying to pull people up started to clamor. The middle-aged woman could only smile. Along the way, Bai Ningbing had improved greatly in terms of disguise, even the experienced customers mistook her. Four Seasons Restaurant. An hour later, Fang Yuan stopped in front of a 5-storied building. This building had white walls and black tiles, vermilion doors and pillars. The smell of wine wafted in the air, and the aroma of food permeated the air. It was a famous restaurant in Xianxia City. "Two customers, please come in." The waiter was very good at business. Seeing Fang and Bai, he hurriedly walked over and invited them. The two had walked for half a day climbing up the mountain. They were hungry, so they entered the restaurant. "Two customers, please sit here." The waiter led the way. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. "This hall is too noisy, let's go upstairs." The waiter immediately showed a difficult expression. "I won't hide it from you, there are indeed private rooms upstairs, but they are only open to Gu masters." Fang Yuan snorted, sending out a portion of snow-silver primeval essence. The waiter hurriedly bowed. "I have eyes but fail to recognize MT." Ever since I left Qingmao Mountain, I finally have a chance to breathe. I must obtain the Jianghu and turn back into a man. If I directly snatch it, the chances of success are not high unless I can kill Fang Yuan in an instant. But that scoundrel Fang Yuan, although his cultivation is only at rank 2, his overall battle strength is much higher. He is a freak, his battle experience is incomparably ruthless. Moreover, his thoughts are deep and ruthless, and he does all sorts of evil deeds. There is no morality that can restrain him, and he can do anything. More importantly, I have yet to find out his trump cards. But it is not that I do not have any advantages, his cultivation now depends on me. And I also know a lot of his secrets. Maybe I can use these things to force him to compromise. Use poison Vao Gu and sign an irrevocable contract with him. Other than that, I can also use Plunder Gu, Miracle Hand Gu and so on to steal the Yang Gu. Bai Ningbing was not stupid. She had been patiently observing along the way, thinking of her schemes. The two ate at the same table, separated by only 2 to 3 steps. They looked like good friends, but they were scheming against each other in their hearts. As the external pressure subsided, the conflict between the two of them became more prominent. In the relatively safe environment of Xianxia City, they had the time to think about these things. But the more they thought about it, the more they felt it was troublesome. Fang Yuan did things without any qualms, but wasn't Bai Ningbing the same? In her philosophy of life, it was fine as long as she lived an exciting life. Wait, moral principles? What was that? The two of them were very similar. They both looked down on the world, had strong wills, thirsted for strength, and only believed in themselves. From other people's point of view, they were all damned demons, scum that harmed society, and their deaths were a blessing to the world. Precisely because of this similarity, the two of them felt it was troublesome. The most difficult enemy to deal with was often themselves. More importantly, they had a weakness in each other's hands. If they did not strike first and give the other a chance to breathe, the other side would be finished. The more they thought about it, the more they felt a headache. Bai Ningbing is not easy to deal with. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, he had too few resources at hand. Fang Yuan has no weakness at all. Bai Ningbing squinted, her gaze cold. The two could not think of any good ideas and looked at each other at the same time. Their gazes collided in midair and then looked away. The dishes in front of them were delicious, but their minds were heavy and they could not taste it. Although there was a 50% discount, it still cost Fang Yuan 15 yuan stone. As expected of Shang Clan City, the prices were not cheap. The two filled their stomachs and left the restaurant. Fang Yuan had just walked onto the street when he heard the discussions of the passers-by. Did you know? Just now at the southern gate, Shang Clan leader actually appeared. How is that possible? It's true, he came and left quickly. The entire street was in an uproar. Bullshit. What kind of person is Shang Clan leader? Why would he appear on the street for no reason? Rumors spread, some said it was Shang Yanfei, others denied it. Fang Yuan chose the eastern gate, while Xianxia entered the southern gate. When this matter reached the eastern gate, it was already distorted beyond recognition. To Bai Ningbing this was just a small rumor, she did not pay attention to it. The surrounding people quickly started to talk about other topics. But to an observant person like Fang Yuan, it was the clearest piece of information. He could not help but chuckle. It seemed that Xianxia's matter did not deviate from his memories. Now he just had to wait for the fruit to ripen and fall on his head. Look, that's a flying blue whale, Yi Clan's caravan is here. Suddenly someone pointed at the sky and shouted. For a moment the pedestrians on the street all stopped in their tracks at the same time, looking up at the sky. A huge shadow loomed over them. In the sky, a giant blue whale slowly flew over. It was not appropriate to call it flying, it was better to call it swimming. Flying blue whale, this was a giant beast that could roam freely in the sky. It lived above the eastern sea's 9 heavens, it had a gentle and peaceful nature. Gu masters often used whale enslavement gu to control it and use it for traveling. The flying blue whale's body was huge like a small mountain, and the caravan hid inside its body as it flew in the sky. Compared to the caravan traveling in the forest, it was not only less dangerous but also faster. But the flying blue whale had to eat thousands of kilograms of food every day, unless it was a large clan they could not afford to raise it. In the whole of southern border, only Yi Clan had a flying blue whale. Yi Clan was one of the overlords of southern border, its status was similar to Shang Clan, and it had countless connections with Eastern Sea's forces. Truly breathtaking. Bai Ningbing sighed softly. She thought back to the Bai Clan village in the past. If this kind of flying blue whale were to fall on the Bai Clan village, the entire Bai Clan village would probably be destroyed. The giant figure moved on Shangliang Mountain, and the flying blue whale slowly landed on one of the mountain peaks. Fang Yuan could see from afar that it opened its mouth, and countless black dots slowly moved out of its mouth. These black dots were Yi Clan's caravan. But the distance was too far, he could not see clearly. Yi Clan's caravan is here, it seems the market is going to be turbulent again. I heard Yi Clan brought a rank 5 gu this time, and is going to auction it on Shangliang Mountain. Yi Clan has connections with Eastern Sea, they must have brought many specialties of Eastern Sea this time, it is worth buying. The passers-by's topic had already completely shifted to Yi Clan's caravan. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing continued to walk upwards. Guyue village only occupied a corner of Qingmao Mountain, while Shang Clan City almost covered the whole of Shangliang Mountain. In southern border, even the number 1 clan, Wu Clan, did not have such a large mountain city. The whole Shang Clan City had all kinds of buildings, bamboo buildings, mud houses, brick houses, shacks, tree houses, mushroom houses, caves, towers, forts and so on. When these buildings were mixed together, it was as if Shangliang Mountain had been draped in a layer of colorful clothes. Shang Clan City was the center of southern border's trade, it occupied the largest area without a doubt. But if anyone thought this was all of Shang Clan City, they would be gravely mistaken. This was only the outer city of Shang Clan City. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing came to a huge cave. You two want to enter the inner city? Please pay 100 yuan stone each. The Gu master guarding here stretched out his hand and demanded. Just to enter we need 100 yuan stone? Bai Ningbing expressed her shock. The space in the inner city is small, this is to prevent unrelated people from entering. At the same time, it is convenient to maintain public order. The Gu master politely explained. Chapter 266. 310? Seeing the old man's figure, Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Liquor worm's market price was 580 yuan stone, bookworm was slightly higher sometimes, reaching 600. Black and white boar goo was also 600 yuan stone. But these goo were all rare rank 1 goo, and because they were few in number, their prices were high. An ordinary rank 1 goo was around 250 yuan stone. And a consumable rank 1 goo like the vitality leaf was 50 yuan stone per piece. Setting the bone spear goo's price at 310 was already not bad. The old man from Tong Yu's shop did not try to lower the price. But even so, Fang Yuan had to raise the price as much as possible. To him, haggling was a skill that he had mastered in his previous life. After a few words, the old man had no choice but to raise the price by another 10 yuan stone. 1 bone spear goo, 320 yuan stone. Alright, let's go with this price. Fang Yuan waved his hand, and a bunch of light spots flew out of his aperture. 56 bone spear goo floated in front of the old man, scaring him a little. So many. He immediately regretted. Every increase of 10 yuan stone, he would have to pay close to 600 yuan stone. In fact, when Fang Yuan was at Baigu Mountain, he had taken 200 bone spear goo. But along the way, due to the lack of food, most of them had died and only this much was left. 56 goo, that is 17,920 yuan stone. I will order someone to bring the yuan stone over. The old man kept the bone spear goo. No hurry, let's look at this goo first. Fang Yuan smiled and summoned a spiral bone spear goo. This is a rank 2 goo, it seems to be the bone spear goo. The old man showed a shocked expression. That's right, after the bone spear goo fusion is completed, you can obtain the spiral bone spear goo. It has a penetrating force and is quite powerful. Its power is quite impressive. Fang Yuan introduced in a timely manner. The old man tested it and it was indeed as Fang Yuan said. He quoted a price of 780 yuan. After a few rounds of bargaining, Fang Yuan raised the price to 800 yuan per pill. He had taken good care of these spiral bone spear goo, there were 20 in his aperture. In this way, it was sold for a price of 16,000 primal stones. Let's look at this goo, 7,000 yuan stone. Fang Yuan quoted the price and took out the bone spike goo. He continued with the introductions. The old man held the bone spike goo, but did not dare to test it carelessly, smiling bitterly. This goo is a rank 3 goo, but it deals 1,000 damage to the enemy and 800 to oneself. When the bone spikes pierce through the flesh, it would definitely be extremely painful. To use it, a healing goo was needed. 7,000 is too high, 6,500 yuan stones, this number is just right. Let's not haggle. I'll give you a little more. Let's make it $6,700, Fang Yuan said. In the previous 2 rounds of confrontation, this made the old man realize how troublesome Fang Yuan was. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and gritted his teeth. Deal. That will be 40,620 yuan stone. Fang Yuan's eyes turned as he reported the exact number. The old man suddenly bent his back. He bowed towards Fang Yuan. Esteemed customer, I have never seen these goo worms you want to sell after so many years of managing the shop. Moreover, they are all interconnected. Layer by layer, they seem to be of the same origin. May I ask, esteemed customer? Do these goo belong to the same inheritance? Fang Yuan nodded. Anyone with discerning eyes can tell. That's right, I inherited an inheritance by chance and obtained these goo worms. The old man's expression turned joyful. In that case, esteemed customer must have the corresponding goo refinement recipe. Chapter 267. Xianxia smiled and entered the house. Xiao Dai hurriedly bowed, but Xianxia sat by the table, motionless, not even moving her eyes. Xianxia also sat beside the table, his voice was extremely gentle. How are you feeling now? Xianxia was not an unruly person. She stood up and took a few steps back, bowing lightly. Shang clan leader need not worry too much, I fainted because I was too emotional. I have recovered now, I can hear and see clearly, I am fine now. Xianxia quickly waved his hand. You are fine, sit down and talk. Xianxia only called him Shang clan leader, such a deliberately distant tone made his heart ache. Xianxia sat down again, Xiao Dai reacted and poured some tea for Xianxia. Tell me, how have you been living these years? Xianxia gently looked at Xianxia. I'm doing okay. Xianxia's answer was brief. It was obvious that she did not want to talk about it further. On the other hand, Xiao Dai grumbled, Miss has always been ostracized by the clan since she was young. After Madame passed away, they became even more aggressive. They even wanted to annex our family's property. They were too hateful. Master, you have to uphold justice for Miss. Little Butterfly, pour your tea properly. Xianxia rolled her eyes at Little Butterfly. Xiao Dai immediately shut up and stopped talking. Xiang Yanfei suffered a setback but was not angry at all. His heart was filled with tender affection. He smiled. By the way, how did you get here? It's a long way from the Zhang family to here. Master, you almost couldn't see the young miss. Our journey this time was filled with danger. There were thousands of people in the caravan, but only the 4 of us were left. Fortunately, we met the help of Sir He Tu and Sir White Cloud, otherwise. Xiao Dai couldn't hold it in and blurted out. Xiao Dai. Xianxia glared at Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai could only shut her mouth again. Xiang Yanfei memorized the 2 names He Tu and Bai Yun, as he smiled and said, From now on you will live here, it is very safe. When you are free you can take a walk in the courtyard or the streets outside. You've just arrived here so you're not familiar with the place yet. It's easy for you to get lost. I will send one of your maidservants over. She is familiar with the environment here. I'll be leaving first. You guys cultivate well. Xiang Yanfei could tell that Xiang Yanfei needed time to adjust himself. He had to give her time and space to adapt. Old Master is such a good person. Although you are the Shang clan leader, you are so kind. Miss, he is your biological father after all. Xiao Dai advised as she watched Xiang Yanfei leave. I know. From the first time I saw him, I understood Mother's good intentions. Before Mother died, she told me to come to Shangliang Mountain, but she didn't say anything. Because she wasn't sure if he would recognize me as his daughter. Although he did recognize me now, I didn't feel good about it. Everything happened so suddenly. Miss, no matter what, no matter where you go, Little Butterfly will always be by your side. Little Butterfly sat in front of the table, grabbed Xianxia's hand and encouraged her. Xianxia nodded, moved, and put her other hand on Xiao Dai's hand. Of course, it would be even better if Miss could stay. After all, this was a Shang clan. Oh my God, glory, splendor and wealth are at your fingertips, Miss. Even Zhang clan is not fit to carry Shang clan's shoes, Miss. Xiao Dai made a face as she shouted. Xianxia was angry and amused at the same time. She felt helpless towards Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai giggled, her laughter slowly infected Xianxia, dispelling some of the depression in her heart. Xiang Yanfei walked out of the room, the smile on his face immediately disappeared. Chapter 268. Xiang Yazi turned pale with fright. Suppressing the price was against the rules. If he was found out, he would be severely punished. This was an organization. Once one was in a high position, they had to follow the rules of the organization. The rules of the organization were used to protect the interests of the upper echelons. Even though many organizations claimed to represent the interests of the majority, it was just a gimmick. Thus, the higher one was, the more they had to follow the rules. In contrast, the middle and lower echelons could be corrupted. Of course, at the upper echelons, the benefits of the individual and the organization were closely intertwined. Often, the organization's benefits represented their own benefits. Xiang Yazi was only a fake upper echelon. He was one of the 10 young masters of Shang clan. He was the center of attention, but his true authority came from his father. Thus he was just a rootless duckweed. This meant that when he violated the rules, the punishment he would receive would be even harsher. Because many people were watching him. Impossible, I had already investigated before coming here, and even spent a lot of yuan stone to buy information on them from Fengyu Manor. These 2 are demonic Gu masters and are wanted. They are stray dogs. Why would Lord Father summon them? Xiang Yazi felt this was unthinkable. It was like a tycoon was making things difficult for 2 beggars. Suddenly the imperial edict came. These 2 beggars were summoned by the emperor. The reason why Xiang Yazi dared to suppress Feng Yuan was because he saw that they were alone. He wanted to cover the sky with one hand and do this in secret. No one would know and it would be foolproof. Of course, there were risks in this. But to protect his young master position, Xiang Yazi had to take the risk. These 2 people clearly have no background at all. How did they get involved with father? Damn it, has the world gone crazy? What should I do? If the 2 of them leaked this matter out, my young lord position is definitely finished. Kill them? No, that was courting death. In third inner city I have no chance. Now that I have father's attention, it is even more impossible. Most importantly, these two bastards, he is rank 3 peak stage. How can I live like this? In an instant, Xianxia's thoughts moved like lightning, trying to think of a solution. His eyes moved around and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. This time it was too much. Damn it, what else can I do? What else can I do? He roared anxiously in his heart. Shang clan leader is summoning us? What's the reason? Fang Yuan expressed his confusion. Bai Ningbing was even more confused. What was going on? She first suspected that it was Fang Yuan's doing, so she cast a glance at Fang Yuan. However, Fang Yuan's puzzled expression confused her. She couldn't help but think that she and Fang Yuan had always been inseparable. If Fang Yuan wanted to do something, how could he hide it from her? Furthermore, what kind of person was Shang clan leader? He stood at the peak of the mortal world. Even with Bai Ningbing's pride, she had to admit Shang Yanfei's power and influence. But why do I feel like something is wrong, as if I have overlooked something? Wei Yang smiled. Don't worry, if Shang clan wanted to harm you, why would they need to go through so much trouble? This is a friendly invitation. The clan leader is very interested in the two of you. It is our honor to be summoned by Shang clan leader. We can set off immediately. Fang Yuan threw away the chess piece in his hand and stood up. Shang Yazi was anxious. He quickly said, 650,000 yuan stone, we have a deal. Fang Yuan glanced at him and smiled. Sorry, I do not intend to sell the recipe. Shang Yazi's face turned pale, his mouth was dry. He looked at Fang Yuan with a pleading gaze. I was too impatient, please forgive me. Wei Yang turned into light again, arriving in front of Fang and Bai in the blink of an eye. Bai Ningbing could not take it head-on, and could only use spiral bone spear, but Wei Yang's speed was too fast, the bone spear missed. Fang Yuan could only take the hits passively. Other than the first time, his fists had not hit Wei Yang again. At once, the white rainbows on the battle stage refracted continuously, like pinballs in a sealed box. On the other hand, Fang and Bai could only try their best to resist, completely losing the initiative. This is Big Brother Wei's true strength? Too amazing. Little Xiao could not help but feel dazzled. Wei Yang's speed was astonishing, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. After a few more minutes he stopped, laughing. If you two want to compete in stamina, targeting my rainbow light goo's weakness of expending primeval essence, then I'm afraid you are wrong. I still have a light source goo, it is a support type goo, its only use is to reduce the primeval essence expenditure of light type goo worms by half. Damn it. Bai Ningbing gritted his teeth. Fang Yuan spread his arms. I'm done, I can't beat you. Big Brother Wei Yang, we admit defeat. Wei Yang laughed heartily, cupping his fists. Thank you for letting me win. Little Xiao saw that the battle was over and immediately walked over, excitement still lingering on his face. Big Brother Wei is really amazing, but it is also amazing that you two could last for so long. You two might not know, but my Big Brother Wei might only be rank 3 peak stage, but he has outstanding battle strength. He is the third general under Lord Shang Yanfei, people call him White Light Swordsman. If it were me, I might not even last 20 rounds. A loss is a loss, it is no big deal. Wei Yang, after I have a suitable goo, I will compete with you again. Bai Ningbing's expression was cold. Ever since she was young, the arrogant her had never lost so badly. She was naturally feeling gloomy. Little Xiao saw that Bai Ningbing called Big Brother Wei Yang by his name, and his expression became slightly unhappy. Fang Yuan stood at the side. Big Brother Wei Yang, you held back, I can feel it. After I buy some useful goo, I will spar with you again. Although I lost this time, I am not feeling good. Next time, Big Brother Wei, please use your full strength, don't worry too much. Haha, Brother He too is a straightforward person. This time it was my fault, next time I will use my full strength. Wei Yang patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. That's right. Big brother Wei Yang, I accept my loss wholeheartedly, I will treat you to wine today. Little brother Xiao, come too, tell me more about big brother Wei's heroic deeds. Know yourself and know your enemy and you will never be defeated. Fang Yuan laughed. Little Xiao felt that although Fang Yuan was ugly and missing an ear, he was very pleasing to the eye. Compared to that eccentric guy called Bai Yun, he was much more agreeable. Good. Little Xiao laughed. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. I know a newly opened restaurant, the prices are cheap and the food is good. I cannot let you two treat me, I will treat you. Big brother Wei, please come. Fang Yuan stared. How can that be? Little Xiao is half a host, you two are guests, let little Xiao treat you. Wei Yang tried to smooth things over. Fang Yuan thought for a while. All right. You treat this time, I will treat you next time. I have no money on hand. After I sell the recipe and have money, I will treat you two to a good meal. To speak the truth, I have just arrived here, and have been shocked by the prices in Xiangclan City. These words were a bit mischievous, and he was also honest about his lack of money, causing Wei Yang and little Xiao to laugh lightly, feeling that Fang Yuan was a straightforward man. Only Bai Ningbing knew Fang Yuan's acting skills, and was already used to it. During the meal, the three drank and chatted and introduced themselves, getting closer to each other. Only Bai Ningbing drank the water, doing as she pleased, enjoying herself. Little Zhao's name was Xiao Yan, 27 years old, an expert in fire-type goo worms. Recently, his cultivation had advanced by a small realm, reaching rank 3 middle stage. That was how he broke through 4th Inner City's battle zone and arrived at 3rd Inner City. He Tu and Bai Yun are just fake names, my real name is Guyue Fangjing, she is Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan pretended to be drunk, revealing some information. They had Bai clan's arrest warrant. As long as Shang clan investigated, this matter could not be hidden. Fang Yuan might as well say it and give a magnanimous impression. Xiao Yan was moved. He and Wei Yang were demonic goo masters, Fang Yuan telling them his real name, this was a heart-to-heart gesture. As for Bai Ningbing, she is quick-witted, always planning before making a move, and has been trying to find my weakness during the battle. Her gaze is sharp. Especially Guyue Fangjing. After I said that I have the light source goo, he admitted defeat calmly, his magnanimity far surpassing ordinary people. Lord Patriarch, these two are like young tigers in Pingyang Hill, and young dragons in Shallow Beach. One young and one Yin, one fierce and domineering, the other soft and scheming. They are a perfect combination, shining like twin stars reflecting off each other. If we can recruit them and make them work for Shang clan, it would be a great thing. Shang Yanfei was moved. Earlier he did not put Fang and Bai in his eyes, but after hearing Wei Yang's words, his interest rose. Wei Yang, you have followed me for so many years, I trust your foresight. But you do not need to belittle yourself, even if they grow up in the future they might not be able to match you. You are restricted by your aptitude, otherwise with your talent, you would be even more outstanding than now. You do not need to worry about it. If there is a rebirth goo, I will help you keep it. Shang Yanfei said. Rebirth bone could raise a goo master's aptitude, it was extremely precious and had great value. Wei Yang was so moved his eyes turned red. This subordinate will never forget tribe leader's kindness in nurturing me. MMI Shang Yanfei will not mistreat anyone who follows me loyally. You can go now, continue to entertain them these few days, probe their thoughts towards Shang clan and see if we can recruit them. Yes, this subordinate understands. 3 days later, Nanxiu Garden. In the guest hall, Fang Yuan and Shang Yizi sat facing each other. Fang Yuan was leisurely enjoying his tea, while Shang Yizi's expression was ugly. These few days, I have come to find you with sincerity. But the price you offer is actually getting higher and higher. Originally, it was only 65 yuan stone, increasing by tens of thousands every day, but today you are asking for 800,000. Are you toying with me, treating it as entertainment? Shang Yizi felt extremely stifled, gritting his teeth as he spoke. If it was before, he would have already lost his temper, and smashed the cup in his hand on Fang Yuan's face. But not now. What? Because this guy can reach the heavens. I wonder what their relationship with Lord Father is. These few days, Wei Yang had been entertaining these two, accompanying them as they strolled around the city. Who was Wei Yang? He was known as the Third General, and was Lord Father's trusted aide. His actions most of the time did not represent himself, but Shang Yanfei's inclination and will. But why were these two fellows who had popped out of nowhere treated so courteously by Lord Father? Xianxia could not understand. After the incident he started investigating crazily. But it was useless. The flesh grew stronger, gradually forming the shape of an ear, and the cartilage also formed. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth, the numbness and itchiness formed like a tide, constantly challenging the limits of his endurance. Very quickly he grew new and tender skin, the burnt hair and eyebrows also began to grow back. After the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, his injuries were completely healed. Not only did he completely restore his appearance, but his right ear also grew back, symmetrical to his left ear. Dr. Su Shou withdrew her hand and commented indifferently, "Now you look much more pleasing to the eye. You can leave and call your companion to leave as well." She drove away my maid, how would I know if she washed herself clean? At this moment the door opened and Bai Ningbing walked out. She was dressed in a white robe, and her disguise had been washed away, revealing her true appearance. Her eyes were deep blue like the sky, her skin was smooth like jade, and her cheeks were slightly red, carrying the moisture of a bath. Even Dr. Su Shou, who was a woman, could not help but be moved by Bai Ningbing's stunning beauty. Dr. Su Shou's impression of Bai Ningbing immediately changed and she said softly, "Younger sister is so beautiful," even elder sister was almost stunned. This attitude had taken a 180-degree turn, and Fang Yuan could not help but roll his eyes. However, he also knew that this was Dr. Su Shou's temperament. She pursued beautiful things all her life. In Earth's words, she was obsessed with looks. Bai Ningbing shook her head, "I don't need treatment, I only want to ask about the yin-yang rotation gu. Whatever younger sister wants to ask, elder sister will definitely know." Dr. Su Shou said warmly before looking coldly at Fang Yuan, "As for you, why are you still here? Go go go." Her attitude towards Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan was completely different. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose and was chased out of the main room. Just as he walked out he saw Wei Yang. "Brother Fangjing?" Wei Yang looked at him hesitantly. Fang Yuan nodded, showing a trace of gratitude in his eyes. "I have troubled Brother Wei to guard this place." "Haha, to think that Brother Fangjing is such a talented person." Wei Yang gave a thumbs up, praising him. Actually, Fang Yuan's appearance was ordinary, at most above average. But his eyes were eerie, and had a firm and unwavering temperament. Most importantly, he was too ugly when he was injured. Comparing the two, Fang Yuan was more handsome. But Wei Yang quickly smiled bitterly, "Brother, since you call me big brother, then I have to reprimand you. Why don't you want Shang Clan's gift? I know you have your principles, but Shang Clan has Shang Clan's rules. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, and Lord Clan leader is not trying to harm you. This is a good thing. But if you insist, this good thing might turn into a bad thing. A wise man submits to circumstances. You don't want Lady Xianxia to be stuck in the middle, do you?" Fang Yuan frowned. "I was worried about this, so I accepted the treatment." Wei Yang's smile became even more bitter. "This treatment. It is not a gift. If Shang Clan does not take out a proper gift, it will attract ridicule from outsiders. It will destroy Shang Clan's reputation and image. In the future, if a Shang Clan young master is in trouble, who will save him? So, you have to accept this gift." Wei Yang said as he observed Fang Yuan's expression. Seeing him frown deeper, he persuaded again, You, I don't know what to say. This is something that others yearn for. But you are pushing it away. Brother Fangjing, the weak can't win against the strong. If you really don't want it, you can accept it first, let this matter pass, then find a chance to return it to Xianxia. At the same time, isn't this good? Fang Yuan thought for a while, saying, This is a good idea. The token did not seem to have any changes, but when it was passed to Fang Yuan, the token started to shine with purple light, like water or shadow. At this point, this was the real purple thorn token. Even if someone else had the red bud token, it would be useless. Only Fang Yuan could use it with his own hands. This was Shang Clan's secret method. Others could not imitate it. If a goo worm was used as a token, other goo masters might be able to reverse engineer the recipe and refine it. The amazing thing was, the purple thorn token was not a goo worm. It only contained the token goo's power. As time passed, the token goo's power would diminish, and the purple thorn token would lose its effectiveness. This was an advantage for Shang Clan. The consumption of the token would maintain the number of tokens at a stable range. If Fang Yuan's purple thorn token lost its effectiveness, he would have to return to Shang Clan City and ask them to make a new one. This was a form of control Shang Clan had over the token. After Fang Yuan obtained the purple thorn token, the young master's gazes towards Fang Yuan immediately changed. Earlier, because he was a demonic goo master, they looked down on him, but now they treated him as equals. Purple thorn tokens could only be given out by the clan leader or the 10 clan elders. Right now, there were only about 200 purple thorn tokens in circulation. Where is your companion? Shang Yanfei took out another token. He is still with Dr. Su Shou, subordinate will go rush him. Wei Yang was about to stand up when Bai Ning Bing returned, appearing in front of everyone. Her expression was cold, her expression solemn. Because she had just heard from Dr. Su Shou to return to a male body, she needed the corresponding Jianghu. Of course, nothing was absolute. If she could invite a rank 6 Gu immortal, there was a high chance of success. Seeing her face, all the young masters could not help but stare blankly. Chapter 277. Bai Ning Bing's appearance caused Fang Yuan's attention to plummet. The difference between before and after was too great, people could not help but notice. Even though Fang Yuan's looks were ordinary, Wei Yang praised him when he first appeared. Moreover, Bai Ning Bing's looks were already peerless. Next, Bai Ning Bing also obtained a redbud token. In the family banquet, everyone toasted each other. On the surface, it looked like a harmonious atmosphere, but behind the scenes there was a turbulent undercurrent. In the large clans, the young masters would fight openly and covertly. Because the large clans had resources, they could do whatever they wanted. As for the normal clans like the Guyue clan and the Bai clan, they would focus on nurturing one person. It was not because of their reproductive problems, but because they wanted to avoid internal conflicts that would lead to the clan's decline. Fang Yuan displayed his passionate and straightforward side. These young masters were all local tyrants, and making friends with them would be very beneficial for his next 2 to 3 years in Shangliang Mountain. He spoke frankly about his past, that he was once the young clan leader of the Guyue clan. And Bai Ning Bing's status was similar. In a short while he closed the distance between him and the young masters. During the banquet, people naturally asked about the reason why Qingmao Mountain became an absolute ice region, but Fang Yuan did not explain. He only said that the past was unbearable, and his expression was painful. Now that he had the redbud token, no one dared to force him. Some young masters took the initiative to toast Bai Ning Bing, but the latter ignored them and continued to do as she pleased. If it was before, the young masters would definitely be furious, but now that Bai Ning Bing had revealed her true appearance, many could not get angry. They only felt that this girl was as beautiful as a fairy, like an ice fairy. Her personality matched her temperament, it was a perfect match. The family banquet lasted for another hour before it ended. Can I still call you Brother He too? When they parted, Xianxia's beautiful eyes shone as she stared at Fang Yuan. Call me whatever you want. Fang Yuan smiled warmly. Xianxia blinked and said softly, Brother He Tu's injuries have healed, it is worth being happy about, but I still feel that there is some distance. Brother He Tu now has the Redbud token, you can enter and leave the second inner city freely. Is Brother He Tu staying at Nanxiu Garden? Xianxia spoke in detail. She felt that Fang Yuan was very close to her. He had a lot to say. In this unfamiliar environment, people would subconsciously seek a sense of security from familiar people. Fang Yuan knew what she was thinking and took the initiative to say, I live in Nanxiu Garden. If you have time you can come over to visit. Shang Clan City is very big, we can walk around together. Xianxia's eyes lit up and she nodded happily. Xiao Dai was also at the side shouting happily, I've been cooped up at home these past few days, I'm about to die of boredom. Now that Fang Yuan had returned to his original appearance, Little Butterfly didn't find it scary anymore. Then Shang Yanfei left with Xianxia. The young masters were no longer restrained, and they could see some of their true colors. Many people extended invitations to Fang and Bai. Fang Yuan did not decline, only saying that he would definitely visit when he had time. These were just pleasantries. After the event was over, the two returned to Nanxiu Garden. Are you happy now? Bai Ningbing took the initiative to approach Fang Yuan and sneered. Happy about what? You already know the answer, do you really want me to say it? Being in Shang Clan City, some things were not convenient to say, it would not benefit anyone. Fang Yuan smiled without saying anything. On the blood-red skull, there seemed to be purple flames flickering in the two deep eye sockets that looked like eye sockets. Not far from the blood skull goo, there was a crystal ball, motionless. In the crystal ball, the clouds faded, forming an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion, looking like an immortal. The old man was holding a walking stick, he had a long beard and a plain expression. It was the primeval elder goo. Old man Yun was originally smiling, but after Fang Yuan took half of the Yuan stone, his expression turned dull. There was also a jade pendant-like beetle fossil. It was translucent and green in color, emitting a refreshing aura. It was the rank 2 clearing heat goo, specially used to decipher heat. On the undulating sea surface, the 4 flavors liquor worm was rolling on the surface, playing with the waves. Its chubby body was flashing red, blue, green and yellow, representing the 4 tastes of spicy, bitter, sour and sweet. In the sky above the true essence sea, the sky canopy goo and Jianghu were circling around the snow-silver waterfall, playing and flying. The sky canopy goo was like a giant ladybug, its semicircular milky white shell was dotted with black spots. The Jianghu was emitting a warm white light. The most important vital goo was still in hibernation, continuously absorbing the water in the river of time, recovering its life force. Other than these goo in the aperture, there was also the bone-flesh unity goo, forming a bracelet imprint, worn on Fang Yuan's wrist. In his palm there was the blood moon goo. On his tongue there was the tusita flower imprint. In his left ear there was the breath concealment goo. On his feet there was the jumping grass goo. The fleshbone goo was obtained by Ning Bing, it was returned to her. Originally there was a plunder goo that looked like an iron pincer black beetle. Fang Yuan had used it to snatch the goo worms in by Ning Bing's aperture, but it had starved to death due to lack of food during the journey. These were all the goo worms that Fang Yuan had now. I need to keep the heavenly essence treasure lotus, but I do not have the recipe to continue refining it. I can use it now, but when I reach rank 4 its use will become lesser. Blood skull goo is almost useless to me, it is too troublesome to nurture a bloodline, it is time-consuming and energy-consuming. Back then Guyua's generation was also forced to do so. This can be changed, it is one of the true inheritances of Blood Sea Ancestor after all. Maybe I can exchange it for a good goo from the treasure realm. But the treasure realm is the foundation of Shang Clan, even if I have the purple thorn token. I need to think about it further. Spring-autumn cicada, primeval elder goo, and bone-flesh unity goo need not be said. Although the blood moon goo is easy to raise, it lacks attack power and cannot be used as a set. It is best to exchange the tusita flower, there are better choices in the auction house. His opponent, Tang Qing, had some fame, but he had been in closed-door cultivation for a long time. There were not many people who paid attention to him. He had already disappeared. Dang. A clear bell rang. The battle officially began. I am Tang Qing. The young man had an elegant demeanor, cupping his fists towards Fang Yuan. Jumping grass. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved. He stomped on the ground, his body darting out. You are going to fight now? Tang Qing was shocked. He did not expect this young man to be so shameless, openly sneaking an attack. This guy did not follow the rules at all. Wei Yang nodded, not being polite. He did not know that although Fang Yuan seemed to be joking on the surface, his heart was in a state of shock. Sword Shadow Gu was just an accident, it was not his target. That stellar stone used as a stepping stone after being dissected did not have any goo, it was a completely solid useless rock. How could this be? That legendary goo, where did it go? At once, Fang Yuan's mind was in turmoil, his emotions surging. Countless doubts filled his mind. How could this be? Wasn't the legendary goo worm hidden in this star stone? If it was not in this rock, where could it be? Maybe it was not this rock or not this gambling den. Or maybe the rumors were wrong. Where should I go to find that legendary goo? The development of events was far beyond Fang Yuan's expectations. The legendary goo worm that he thought was easily obtainable had now disappeared without a trace, and the unexpected sword shadow goo simply could not make up for the primeval stones Fang Yuan had invested these days. If not for the legendary goo, all my efforts would have been in vain. Damn it, how could this be? The rumors might be wrong, but to be able to spread so far, it is definitely not groundless. Especially since the details are so detailed, there is no difference in the rumors, it is very believable. But Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. Without this legendary goo, his strength path cultivation would be like a castle in the sky, or the moon in the water. Do I really have to change my cultivation direction? If this happens, the Three Kings' inheritance will also be greatly affected. The result of the rock dissecting, to a large extent, disrupted Fang Yuan's grand plan. But he did not know where the problem came from. The rumors that he used as evidence were now shrouded in a thick layer of mystery. It is about time we should go to the battle zone. At this time, Wei Yang reminded. Although the third one is in southern border, it has already been occupied by Wu clan. But now, it was already occupied by the Wu clan, and they had been mining since a few years ago. Speaking of which, Empress Wuji of Wu clan also walked the strength path. It was because of this ancient inheritance that she was able to stabilize her throne as the #1 battle strength in southern border. Of course, the #1 throne here was only referring to the mortal world. Rank 6 Gu immortals had already transcended the mortal world, they were not included. Fang Yuan spent another 7 to 8 days investigating in secret, but there was no progress. Sigh, there is only one clue left, if there is no other way I can only give up. Fang Yuan thought. He was not a person who would waste time on a problem. Li Ran retracted his gaze from the window, shouting. Coming, Lord Li Ran, this is a total of 5.5 yuan stone. Here are 6, keep the change. Li Ran threw out 6 yuan stone. Thank you, Lord, take care. Thud, thud, thud. Li Ran went down the stairs, walking out of the restaurant until his figure disappeared at the corner of the street. Upstairs, Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie. He called the waiter over, pointing at Li Ran's previous seat. The scenery here is too bad, I want to move to that table. According to his understanding, every time Li Ran came to this restaurant, he would sit near the window. This was really strange. No problem. The waiter laughed. A gentleman likes to sit here. What do you mean? Fang Yuan's brows raised slightly. Don't you want to see Qin Yen Brothel's red card, Lady in You? Hee, from that seat you can see Lady in Yu's room. If you are lucky you can even see her figure. Earlier that Lord Li Ran sat here every time to satisfy his craving. I reserved the seat for him every time, it only costs half a yuan stone each time. The waiter said sneakily. Oh, is that so? Fang Yuan did not deny it, sitting at Li Ran's seat. Through the window he could see Qin Yen Brothel 2 streets away. Qin Yen Brothel had 8 floors. The leading lady, Lady in You, was a rank 2 gu master. Her room was at the top floor. She had an extraordinary beauty, and her identity as a gu master could incite men's desire to conquer her. It was said that a single night's company would cost over 10,000 yuan stone. With Li Ran's wealth he could not afford such a huge sum, but was he really here to peep at Lady in You? From his experience in brothels, he was not a person who was infatuated. Fang Yuan looked outside. There were many restaurants around Qin Yen Brothel. Why did he choose this one? If he had an investigative gu that could increase his vision, it would make sense. But as far as Fang Yuan knew, he did not have such a gu. From this distance, even if Lady in You stood by the window, he would only be able to see a blurry face, right? This is... Fang Yuan's gaze focused. He saw a tofu shop across the street. A mother and son were packing up the shop, preparing to close for the day. Fang Yuan recognized this mother and son. They were Li Ran's wife and son. Don't tell me, Li Ran's true motive is to look at them? Fang Yuan could not help but think. He narrowed his eyes and recalled the topographic map of this street in his mind. To peep at Lady in You there were many better places than this. But to observe this mother and son, this was the only place with the best scenery. If Li Ran really wanted to observe this mother and son, why did he do it secretly? According to my investigation, he abandoned this mother and son a few years ago. Could it be that he felt guilty? Strange, if he felt guilty and wanted to care for his wife and son, he could have shown himself. Why did he need to hide? No, it could be that he felt ashamed and did not have the face to see his wife and son. But if he really felt guilty, why did he not repent? This is strange. He seems to be living a rotten life without restraint, but the truth is that his decadence is very regular. This regularity shows that he has great self-control. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with an eerie light, countless thoughts flashing in his mind. He took a mouthful of food and chewed but could not taste it. He felt that he was getting closer to the truth, like a person groping in a dark room, getting close to the door. All the clues, all the suspicious points, flashed through his mind in a frenzy. Such rapid thinking caused his eating speed to slow down. He slowly put down his chopsticks and slowly picked up the wine cup. The wine in the cup was clear like amber, emitting a rich fragrance. This stepping stone had been there for many years with people coming and going. No one noticed it. Li Ran first communicated with Wu clan, and asked Wei Xinjing to forge a similar stellar stone. Next, his plan was to switch this stellar stone with the stepping stone when no one was paying attention. He was a gu master and had been scouting for half a year. He naturally knew when he could switch without anyone noticing. When he unravels this stellar stone, everyone in the gambling den would testify for him, proving his good luck. After he obtains this gu, he would turn over a new leaf, and act out the story of a prodigal son turning over a new leaf. He would rise up, find his wife and son, become an external elder of Shang clan and complete his mission, bringing his wife and son back to Wu clan. When he thought of his wife and son, Li Ran's heart surged with guilt. He loved his wife deeply. She was so kind and strong. At the same time, as a father, he wanted to give the best things in the world to his son. Originally, he was only making use of her, but as time passed, love grew, and he was unable to free himself from it. His son's birth made him even more worried. But in the end, because of the mission and his special identity, he had to leave temporarily. You must hate me now. I've done too many things to disappoint you. But no matter, soon I will be used. I will bring you happiness. Li Ran clenched his fists, a resolute light flashing in his eyes. Tomorrow he would go to the battle stage and have a battle. The day after he would bring this stellar stone to any gambling den and put on a good show. I had planned to use that stepping stone as a cover, but life is unpredictable. That stepping stone was actually chosen by someone else. That guy is truly an idiot choosing a stellar stone of such quality. But, the day after tomorrow I will also be an idiot. Li Ran laughed, storing the stellar stone back into his storage goo. Although his plan had a setback, it was not a big deal. It was just a small accident. He had expected this possibility. He laid down again and in a while fell into a deep sleep. This time he did not dream. When he woke up the next day he felt great, full of energy and full of hope. He felt like he was a traveler in a dark valley. After a long journey, he finally saw the light in front of him. He saw the exit of the valley. 8 years of perseverance had finally paid off. Everything was so beautiful. Everything would become even better. With such a belief he came to the battle stage. This time he had already investigated his opponent. It was a rank 2 peak stage Gu master. He spent most of his time in 5th Inner City's battle stage. He was a familiar face. Even the weakest Gu master, to be able to stay in the battle stage for so long without falling, he had his own strength. Li Ran did not have a trace of contempt in his heart. The Gu in his hands were somewhat rotten, their quality was not high. Furthermore, he had to disguise himself. Beyond rank 4, Fang Yuan had to solve it himself. However, Fang Yuan was only at rank 3 initial stage now. For the time being, he did not need to worry about the rank 5 fusion recipe. As for what Gu worm to pair with the all-out effort Gu as the fulcrum, Fang Yuan had his own plans. He had always planned for every step he took and had a plan in mind. The strength path combination should use the all-out effort Gu as the core, with self-reliance Gu and bitter strength Gu as the fulcrum. Together with all the other Gu, this Gu set would be its small success. But to reach large success, I will need the 3 kings' inheritance. 2 to 3 years in Shang Clan City, he would gather a set of Gu worms and reach small success. When the 3 kings' inheritance opens, he would use his rebirth advantage to replenish his Gu worms, and reach large success in this Gu set. This was Fang Yuan's next plan. This plan needs to be completed well because after the 3 kings' inheritance, there will be a great battle between righteous and demonic on Tian Mountain. Only when one's own strength was strong enough could one reap great benefits from the fire. Time is really tight. As for the first, Vital Gu. Fang Yuan's Vital Gu was the Spring-Autumn Cicada. This could not be changed. But the fusion of the all-out effort Gu would be difficult. Using Gu was risky and refining it required caution. If Fang Yuan's luck was bad, and he killed the all-out effort Gu during the refinement, his set of Gu worms would lose its most basic support like a person losing their soul. If that happened, the consequences would be terrible, and it would be like Fang Yuan's strength path cultivation failing on the verge of success. However, in the situation where the all-out effort Gu was not his vital Gu, there was a way to ensure that it would not die during the fusion. Wei Yang did not know because his level was too low. Fang Yuan, however, knew 3 ways. The first was to go to the Land of Invincibility. This was the inheritance of invincibility, far away in Central Continent, the sacred land that refinement masters yearned for. The second was undefeated 100 battles Gu, used during Gu refinement, it had a 100% chance of success. The third was also a Gu called Remaining Green Mountain. As long as there is life there is hope. Only by keeping a useful body, can one hope to reverse the situation. Using this Gu could protect the core Gu. Even if the fusion failed and the other Gu were destroyed, the all-out effort Gu would still be there. The Land of Invincibility was too far away, impossible. Undefeated 100 battles Gu was an extremely precious rank 5 Gu in the olden antiquity era, and now it was extinct. Remaining Green Mountain was in the hands of some famous refinement masters. This was a rank 4 Gu, it was hard to obtain but there was a trace of hope. In the 3 kings' inheritance, there is an undefeated 100 battles Gu. The wild boar was dark, it had sharp fangs, the strong wind blew, it looked fierce. Oh no! Li Ran shouted, quickly dodging. Fang Yuan passed by him. Although Li Ran was not hit directly, his arm was grazed. With a loud crack, the bones in Li Ran's arm were fractured, and the defensive light around him dissipated. He fell to the side and fell to the ground, unable to get up for a moment. Just one attack. Did he use all-out effort Gu earlier? That Li Ran is too weak, he is not Fang Jing's match. The spectators gasped, exclaiming. Chapter 292. Fang Yuan rushed out for 50 steps before he stopped his momentum. He turned around, facing Li Ran, and was about to continue attacking. But Li Ran had already raised his hand, shouting, "Wait, I'm not fighting anymore, I admit defeat." Once he said that, the crowd went silent before clamoring. What is going on? He is not fighting anymore? We spent Yuan Stone to come here to see the all-out effort Gu. You coward, are you a man? Stand up and fight again. The crowd was furious. Many people were so angry that they began to pant heavily. They felt that they had wasted their primeval stones and began to curse and swear. But a portion of them understood Li Ran. There is no way to fight. Li Ran was wise to admit defeat. That attack earlier was enough to show the difference. If this goes on, Li Ran's life will be in danger. This Li Ran is an old fox in the battle stage. With his experience, I'm not surprised that he did this. Clang. A clear bell rang, announcing the end of the battle stage. At the side of the battle stage, everyone started to leave, including Fang Yuan. Fang Jing, don't leave. Li Ran suddenly spoke, stopping him. Fang Yuan frowned, turning around to look at him. What are you trying to do? Everyone's footsteps slowed down. Fang Jing, I am indebted to you, but you injured me. You are repaying kindness with enmity. You have to compensate me. Li Ran shouted. These words were shameless. You were the one who overestimated yourself and wanted to challenge him, but got injured. How could you accuse him of repaying kindness with enmity? Many people heard this and scoffed, feeling even more disdain towards Li Ran. Challenging Fang Yuan forcefully, that was because he was angry, it was normal. Now he was still pestering Fang Yuan, that was unreasonable. Fang Yuan shook his head, turning around to leave. I injured your head too, right? Many people laughed loudly. But Li Ran struggled to stand up, shouting at Fang Yuan, Fang Jing, I know you. You clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. It is said that a drop of water will be repaid with a gushing spring, and a single spark of hatred will burn the prairie. Xianxia gave you some small benefits, but you risked your life to save her and protected her to Shang Clan City. Shang Clan leader wanted to give you rewards, but you rejected all of them, saying that they were even. It was Shang Clan leader who forced the purple thorn token on you. Fang Jing, you are also indebted to me. Tell me, if I did not choose that stellar stone, would you have obtained the all-out effort Gu? No. I don't care about other people, but I know you. I know you. Although you're a bit overbearing, you'll definitely repay kindness. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to sleep well. Am I right? Think about it, you owe me a favor. Can you sleep well in the future? Humph, that's because you haven't seen Fang Yuan's true colors. Bai Ning Bing sneered in her heart when she heard Li Ran's words. Fang Yuan obtained the all-out effort Gu, arousing her curiosity. After all, Fang Yuan had always been her imaginary enemy. But Fang Yuan stopped in his tracks. Under everyone's gazes, he turned around and faced Li Ran, his expression solemn. Hearing you say that, it sounds like I do owe you a favor. But first of all, you were the one who offended me first. Secondly, I cannot give the all-out effort Gu to others. What do you think I should do? Fang Yuan's words caused the people who were leaving to stop in their tracks and look at him. Bai Ning Bing gasped in her heart, feeling surprised. All-out effort Gu might be a rank 3 Gu, but it originated from the olden antiquity era. It is one of a kind now, its true value is hard to estimate. Just give me 100,000 Yuan stone, and you won't owe me a favor. Li Ran thought about it and said. Is this Li Ran an idiot? Asking for such an exorbitant price, such an idiot sigh. How can you make such a request? How shameless. Everyone shook their heads, feeling disdain towards Li Ran. Fang Yuan thought about it and shook his head. 100,000 Yuan stone cannot repay this favor. I will only be at ease if I give you 200,000 Yuan stone. Saying so, he waved his hand and summoned the primeval Elder Gu, taking out all the Yuan stones inside. On the battle stage, a pile of Yuan stones appeared. This is 80,000 Yuan stone, I only have this much now. When I have more money in the future, I will compensate you. What? Fang Yuan's words shocked everyone. He actually gave it to me? He even raised the price to 200,000. Many people were tongue-tied. Did I see wrongly? Although this Li Ran did not get the all-out effort gu with so many yuan stones as compensation, it is not bad. Many people blinked, looking at the pile of yuan stones, almost drooling. This Fang Jing is really... Many people looked at Fang Yuan's back as he left, showing a strange expression, not knowing what to say. Although they did not get to see the power of the all-out effort gu, the interesting conversation between Li Ran and Fang Yuan was very beneficial to them. This battle quickly spread through the mouths of the crowd, from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, the news spread rapidly in Xiangclan City. Fang Yuan having the purple thorn token was widely known, dispelling the ill intentions of many people. Many people started to envy Li Ran, while many were suspicious of Fang Yuan's promise of 200,000 yuan stone. But no matter what, Fang Yuan's reputation of distinguishing kindness and grudges was spread. Back at Nanqiu Garden. You really intend to give that Li Ran 200,000 yuan stone? Bai Ningbing asked in confusion. This was not Fang Yuan's style. Of course. Fang Yuan replied simply. He would not tell Bai Ningbing that this was a secret agreement between him and Li Ran. Li Ran helped Fang Yuan put on a show and told Fang Yuan the refinement recipe, while Fang Yuan compensated Li Ran with 200,000 yuan stone. Bai Ningbing was silent for a while, not believing it. She sneered, "Spending 200,000 yuan stone to buy a reputation, is it worth it?" Fang Yuan chuckled, "Haven't you heard of the story of reputation gu?" Bai Ningbing's gaze was hesitant. "What are you trying to say?" Reputation is a bridge, it can allow people to cross the abyss. Reputation is a token of passage, it is even more valuable than the purple thorn token, allowing people to move freely. 200,000 is not even enough to buy a purple thorn token. I spent 200,000 to buy reputation. This is the cheapest deal in the world, ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed. Bai Ningbing snorted, thinking of his foresight gu. She believed him for the time being. From this aspect one could see its value. But, although the canopy gu's defense is impressive, it lacks rigidity. If it were golden shield gu, the effect would be even better. Fang Yuan thought. During the entire attack he had been using the canopy gu. Otherwise, his hands and legs would have been destroyed. The effect of force was mutual. Although Fang Yuan's bones were like steel, his skin, flesh, tendons and blood were all mortal. If not for the canopy gu's protection, his bones would have been fine, but his flesh would have been mangled. However, golden shield gu was not in stock yet. Fang Yuan was out of money. Initially he had over 900,000 yuan stone, but Bai Ningbing took half of it. Then for the all-out effort gu he spent a lot of money in the gambling den. Furthermore, his food, lodging and feeding his gu worms were all very expensive in Xiangclan's third inner city. After that, he changed his resources and invested a large amount of yuan stone. 8 days ago, he had handed over the remaining 80,000 primeval stones to Li Ran in front of everyone on the practice field. Right now not only was Fang Yuan clean, he was also in debt. Because according to the poison vow, he still needed to give Li Ran 120,000 yuan stone. Fang Yuan knew this was a necessary investment. Reputation was secondary, the most important thing was to stabilize Li Ran, and show him a sincere cooperation. Even though Fang Yuan had used the going back on his words gu to get rid of the poison vow gu a few days ago. Li Ran was an unexpected gain for Fang Yuan. Killing Li Ran would leave behind evidence and arouse Xiangclan's suspicions. It was a bad move. Thus Fang Yuan did not kill him. To Fang Yuan, Li Ran was a chess piece. Even though he was not useful, he was very useful. In the future, Fang Yuan might even be able to get the rank 5 all-out effort gu's refinement recipe from Wu Clan through Li Ran. Right now the most important thing was to stabilize Wu Clan through Li Ran. 3 days ago, Li Ran had used the emergency method to contact the person in charge. He expressed that Fang Yuan could be used. This way Wu Clan's chances of revenge would be very low. Fang Yuan had the purple thorn token to begin with. If they touched Fang Yuan, they would attract Xiangclan's attention. Fang Yuan also had rank 3 cultivation. With the all-out effort gu, his battle strength rose sharply. If they really wanted revenge, they would have to send a rank 3 or 4 gu master. Mobilizing such a clan elder level strength had already broken the tacit agreement between the top clans. This was the benefit of keeping Li Ran alive. Again. Fang Yuan collected his thoughts and shouted. He lowered his body, holding his arm as he willed, pouring 5% of his light silver primeval essence into vertical crash goo. Vertical crash. The goo worm's mystical strength made his legs fly forward uncontrollably. Bam bam bam. Chapter 294. Even Wang Han lost, dying in the battle stage. This lad is too ruthless, he doesn't know how to show mercy. All-out effort goo is truly powerful. Outside the battle stage everyone discussed. Fang Yuan kicked out the water prison and charged over, directly killing the blue-shirt man. The battle ended abruptly. The blue-shirt man's chest caved in, his white ribs were exposed and soon blood dyed the battle stage red. The hosting goo master walked up the stage and announced Fang Yuan's victory. The blue-shirt man's corpse, however, was left untouched. After retrieving the Vine information goo from the hosting goo master, Fang Yuan checked with his mind. He had 17 victories and 0 losses. After all, this was only 5th Inner City's battle stage, rank 2 goo masters were the majority, and Fang Yuan had the advantage with his cultivation. With the all-out effort goo, other than the first few matches, the rest were decided in a few rounds. These victories gave Fang Yuan a large amount of Yuan stone. Winning a match in the battle stage, not only could he take away the opponent's goo worm, he could also obtain Yuan stone from the battle stage as a reward. The more spectators, the more Yuan stone the reward would be. Li Ran, here is 50,000 Yuan stone, I will give it to you in front of everyone in case you go back on your word. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan took out a pile of Yuan stones. Li Ran walked out of the crowd and under countless envious gazes, he smiled and kept these Yuan stones. Fang Jing, you are a trustworthy person indeed. You gave 80,000 earlier, now it is 50,000, it is 130,000 already. He cupped his fists and left after saying that. The crowd went into an uproar again. This Fang Jing, he gave 80,000 earlier, now he is giving 50,000, where did he get so much money? Someone did not understand. It is not strange. In this half a month he has won repeatedly in the battle stage, and the fame of the all-out effort goo has attracted many spectators. Every match he earns at least a few thousand Yuan stone. After a few matches he earns tens of thousands of Yuan stone. Someone said with a sour tone. Not just that. This kid was vicious and merciless, killing his opponents in almost every match. Very few could escape unscathed. That's why he can get 2 or 3 goo in every round. Once he sells these goo he can earn another sum of money. Someone coldly snorted, exposing Fang Yuan's atrocities. This Fang Jing has gone too far. He is stepping on our corpses to advance. Someone was furious. Someone sighed, we are all demonic goo masters, why must we kill each other? Someone else lamented, but then again Fang Jing has his merits. When he said that he would give Li Ran 200,000 Yuan stone he really did so. To be honest, if it were me. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd fell silent. Very quickly someone retorted, 200,000 Yuan stone, didn't you not give them all? You can say that again after you've given me everything. Looking at Fang Yuan's back as he left, someone in the crowd sneered, this kid's good days are coming to an end. 5 days from now, Li Hao will forcefully challenge him. Li Hao. Didn't he go up to the 4th inner field? Just a little bit more, I'm waiting to see this show. Hee, this kid is too arrogant, let Li Hao teach him a lesson. Swish swish swish. In the aperture the tides rose and fell, the light silver primeval sea created waves. The steel tendon goo swam in the sea, absorbing the light silver primeval essence and emitting a black eerie glow. The steel tendon goo was shaped like an earthworm, its whole body was black, but its surface was not as soft as an earthworm, instead it had a layer of tough and glossy carapace. The eerie glow it emitted passed through the aperture and shone on every corner of Fang Yuan's body. Chapter 295. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Fang Yuan faced another battle. Your opponent today has some background. Wei Yang walked beside Fang Yuan, instructing Fang Yuan to be careful. Fang Yuan nodded. He never fought unprepared. Ever since he became Li Ran's underground ally, he had obtained a lot of information from him. Li Ran was a spy. He had been undercover for 8 years. His job was to gather intelligence. His knowledge of the battle stage was even more detailed than Wei Yang's. Li Hao was once a strength cultivator. He got to 4th Inner City. He was once high-spirited but met a bottleneck. Strength path cultivators are strong in the early stages, but weak in the middle and later stages. They are hard to overcome. Li Hao suffered a huge setback. He gave up on strength path and changed to a support path. It was also because of his fortuitous encounter. He won a good rock in the gambling den, and obtained the rare position swap gu. He is very experienced. He immediately sold almost all the gu on him, and spent a huge amount of money to buy a mountain-back toad. After that, he relied on the combination of these 2 gu and won every battle. Relying on the primeval stones and gu he obtained from his victories, he slowly accumulated and gradually completed a set of gu worms. He challenged you forcefully, evidently because of the all-out effort gu in your hands. Be careful. Wei Yang patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and returned to the crowd. Fang Yuan looked at Wei Yang deeply before walking to the battle stage. Every time there was an important battle, Wei Yang would come to watch. Fang Yuan understood he was here to watch the battle. One reason was because Shang clan wanted to recruit him, the other reason, it was because he truly treated Fang Yuan as a brother. The relationship between people was so strange. Some people lived together for decades but did not open their hearts. Some people only had a single conversation and became close friends. Fang Yuan understood Wei Yang's emotions. In Fang Yuan he saw the shadow of his past self. This strong sense of identity as well as Fang Yuan's straightforward personality made him treat Fang Yuan as one of his own. Wei Yang. Fang Yuan muttered to himself as he walked to the center of the arena. The terrain of this training field was in the shape of a large swamp. The black mud gave off a faint stench. There were even puddles on the ground. Li Hao hadn't arrived yet. Outside the battle stage, a large number of spectating gu masters gathered. This was the largest number of spectators since Fang Yuan's martial arts exhibition. Standing on the field and looking around, there were heads everywhere. Everyone whispered to each other, causing the entire martial arts practice grounds to buzz with noise. That punk Fang Jing is going to be in trouble today. He has been too arrogant these days. I should teach him a lesson. Young people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They really think they are invincible just because they have an all-out effort gu. Li Hao is here, someone shouted. The crowd was silent for a moment, and then the sound of discussion suddenly heated up. The clamor was so loud that it almost broke through the roof of the martial arena. Li Hao appeared at the entrance. Sir Li Hao, it's all up to you today. Here's to your 30th victory and your promotion to 4th Inner City. In the crowd many people were shouting and cheering. Compared to Fang Yuan, they acknowledged Li Hao more from the bottom of their hearts. Fang Yuan had just arrived and was extremely arrogant, killing many opponents without mercy. He had a purple thorn token, causing everyone to be jealous of his good luck. In contrast, Li Hao was a veteran in the battle stage. His original strength path was defeated in 4th Inner City, but he rose up after suffering, symbolizing the battle stage's standard spirit of fighting without rest, resonating with the surrounding people. Li Hao smiled as he slowly walked onto the stage. He was skinny, wearing a flowery robe and makeup, walking leisurely towards Fang Yuan. But when he was 60 steps away from Fang Yuan, he stopped and did not move forward. In Fang Yuan's previous battles he had used vertical crash gu to launch a sneak attack, sending his opponents flying and succeeding in one move. Li Hao had been in the battle stage for many years. It was impossible for him not to make preparations before the battle. Vertical crash gu could only charge up to 50 steps, 60 steps was safe. Strength cultivator, he lightly glanced at Fang Yuan, disdain flashing in his eyes. Young man, I'm sorry, your winning streak ends here. Do you know, looking at you now, it is like looking at me in the past. Strength cultivators have no future even if you have all-out effort gu, so what? Thank me, I defeated you today for your own good, to let you know your weakness in strength cultivation. He lectured Fang Yuan in front of everyone with his identity as a senior. You really have a lot of nonsense, do you dare to shut up? Fang Yuan crossed his arms, his expression indifferent. You. Anger flashed on Li Hao's face, his laughter filled with coldness. Young man, you are disrespecting your seniors, you will suffer. At this time, with a clang, the hosting gu master announced the start of the battle. Vertical crash gu. Fang Yuan moved his legs and charged forward. Swoosh. The soil under his feet was like a black wave, splashing high into the air from his left and right. Oh, what a fierce aura! Li Hao covered his mouth and laughed lightly. He was clear in his heart. Vertical Crash Gu could only charge up to 50 steps, and every time he used it he had to wait for 5 breaths before he could use it again. He was 60 steps away from Fang Yuan. It looked dangerous, but it was actually very safe. This terrain was advantageous to him. The muddy terrain was not like the dry and firm ground. It was not good for charging. As expected, Fang Yuan charged for 45 steps before his momentum stopped. But immediately after, Fang Yuan turned his body, using the side of his body to face Li Hao. Horizontal Charge Gu. The black soil split apart like a wave, and a boar phantom appeared out of nowhere. The aura of the charge suddenly rose by a large margin. It was incomparably fierce. Almost in the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan was in front of Li Hao. If he was hit, he would definitely vomit blood and have his bones broken. Li Hao turned pale with fright. At the moment of danger, he quickly activated his vital Gu. In an instant he switched positions with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was originally facing Li Hao, crashing into him. But the next moment his back was against Li Hao's and he was far away from him. I was careless. In a short moment, Li Hao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He did not think that Fang Yuan would pose much of a threat to him. After knowing that Fang Yuan had horizontal charge Gu and vertical crash Gu, he did not think much of it. He was almost heavily injured by Fang Yuan. At the moment of danger, his many years of battle experience saved him. Rather than defending, it was better to dodge. With a shift, Fang Yuan's attack missed. No matter how strong the attack was, if it missed, it would be useless if it did not cause any damage. This kid has all-out effort Gu. Every move is powerful. I have already sold my strength Gu and my beast strength is also gone. I cannot fight him head-on. Li Hao calmed his mind and immediately retreated. He used his movement Gu, and his body became as light as a willow as he flew backwards, quickly pulling apart the distance between him and Fang Yuan. At the same time he pointed towards the sky and a green light shot out of his aperture, tearing through the sky. The jade-like green light suddenly stopped in midair and then suddenly exploded. In the dazzling light, the mountain-backed toad's huge body appeared, and it started to fall. On the ground, a black shadow quickly shrouded Fang Yuan, and was getting bigger and bigger. 5 breaths of time had passed. Fang Yuan targeted Li Hao, and activated vertical crash Gu, charging towards him. His speed increased and he quickly left the area shrouded by the shadow. Just as he rushed out, the mountain-backed toad crashed down. Bam! Amidst the loud noise, the entire martial arts practice field shook violently. Black mud splashed everywhere like a monstrous wave. The waves even splashed to the edge of the stage, causing the spectators to dodge subconsciously, but they were all blocked by a huge dark red barrier. The battle stage naturally had its own defensive Gu. It's here, Lord Li Hao's mountain-backed toad. Seeing this, the crowd shouted excitedly. Even if Fang Jing gets in front of Li Hao, it's useless. Li Hao only needs to use the position swap Gu and switch places with the mountain-backed toad. But Fang Yuan did not charge towards Li Hao. He suddenly stopped his charging footsteps. The black mud was like a huge wave crashing onto his body, but was blocked by the white armor of the sky canopy Gu. Horizontal charge Gu. When the black wave landed on the ground, he turned his body towards the mountain-backed toad and charged towards it. A bear's roar exploded like thunder, and at the same time, a brown bear phantom suddenly appeared, roaring towards the sky in a wild and unrestrained manner. Bam! Fang Yuan fiercely crashed into the mountain-backed toad's body, causing it to tilt to the side. But that was all. The mountain-backed toad had a special mountain peak on its body. It was made of mountain rock essence. It was extremely heavy, one of the top rank 3 Gu. When its 4 legs touched the ground, it was as steady as Mount Tai, not moving at all, causing people to sigh in admiration. But Fang Yuan did not care. He raised his arms like a warhammer and smashed. Roar, roar, roar. Above his head, strength path phantoms of boar, brown bear, and crocodile appeared crazily. Every punch brought along the sound of the wind, fierce and unrestrained. When the punches landed on the mountain-backed toad's body, there was an unceasing thunderous sound, like a torrential storm. Such a ferocious attack caused the spectators' hearts to tremble in fear, feeling a chill in their hearts. If I was attacked like this, I would have been smashed to pieces already. The all-out effort Gu is really too strong, too strong. But Fang Jing's brain is muddled. He did not attack Li Hao, but chose to attack a tough opponent instead. The mountain-backed toad's defense was outstanding, but under Fang Yuan's wild attacks, it did not move at all, causing people to feel discouraged. Although I did not see it personally, I can imagine the scene of Fang Jing displaying his invincible might. Xiang Yanfei was in a high position, his vision was broad and his heart was open. Towards Fang Yuan's aspirations he was magnanimous and accepted it, and even appreciated it. Being reminded by Xiang Yanfei, Wei Yang's mind immediately recalled the scene. He sighed. Indeed. At that time Fang Jing's aura was extremely fierce, suppressing the entire place, intimidating everyone. No one dared to make a sound. Xiang Yanfei clapped, standing up from his seat. He slowly walked to the window. It is easy to raise 1,000 troops but hard to find a general. Unfortunately, this general is arrogant. He did not even put our Shang clan city in his eyes. That's right, although he faced many difficulties he made it through and gained many rewards. His cultivation improved even more fiercely. This has trained his character to be like this. Lord Clan Leader, your analysis is correct. Young people always have such aggressiveness and lawlessness. Wei Yang lowered his head, agreeing. Xiang Yanfei looked outside the window, slowly squinting his eyes. Fang Yuan compared Shang clan city to a grass. Such ambitions were shocking, it was definitely lofty aspirations. But Xiang Yanfei himself did not mind. He was a man who stood at the peak, looking down on southern border. He had his own ambitions. And Shang clan city was not really a grass just because others compared it to a grass. What he cared about was the first sentence. Because difficulties bring lofty aspirations, unperturbed by worldly affairs. In this world, there were many people with great ambitions but little talent. There were very few people with ambition and talent. It was practically 1 in a million. Not only ambition and talent but also a strong will, it was rare. Having ambition and talent wasn't scary, but adding an unyielding will of steel to it was worrying. Such people in history were often called heroes, ambitious or treacherous. Such people could often change history, create history. How could such a person be willing to submit to others? How could they be used by Shang clan? If they could not be used, the demonic path would have such a person. They would definitely stir up chaos in the world, creating a bloodbath. This was far from a blessing for the righteous path. Thinking of this, Xiang Yanfei suddenly spoke. I heard that Fang Jing stole that Li Ran's opportunity, and in order to be at ease, he took the initiative to repay 200,000 yuan stone. How much has he returned now? Wei Yang answered. He has already returned 130,000, he still lacks 70,000. But from what I see it should be soon. Hearing this answer, Xiang Yanfei's worry was alleviated. He nodded, that's true. As long as one's ambition is grand, they will not bother with trifles. What is a mere 200,000 yuan stone? Thinking of how Fang Jing saved Xianxia, Xiang Yanfei could not help but laugh. This person's personality was somewhat cute. He had principles in his actions, repaying kindness and taking revenge for enmity. But he was not a person with no morals, a dangerous personality with no qualms. With this, there was hope of recruiting him. But he was currently in the limelight, there was not much hope of recruiting him. He had to slowly think of a plan. Once he was dealt a heavy blow by reality, he would be moved by his emotions and recruit Xianxia. With such a helper, Xiang Yanfei could be at ease. Never mind. Fang Jing, let me see how far you can go. Xiang Yanfei pondered. His gaze was sharp, he could see the whole situation clearly. Fang Yuan killed Li Hao, it caused a huge commotion in the battle zone. All-out effort Gu's strength was eye-catching. Many people started to realize that Fang Yuan was a tough nut to crack. Chapter 299. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. He had an impression of Bai Zhanlai, the #1 descendant of Bai clan. They had drank together before. He was even more familiar with Bai Lian. She had once accompanied him for a period of time and used a honey trap on him. Unfortunately, how could mere beauty sway Fang Yuan's heart? In the end, Fang Yuan beat her at her own game. As for the others like Bai Feng and Tai Dao Ku, Fang Yuan did not know them. But even so, Fang Yuan knew the origin and motive of these people. The victim's family came looking for him. Heaven's Net has a long way to go. Guiyue Fangjing, you killed 2 of my Bai clan's young clan leaders. Even if you escape to Shang clan city, you will not be forgiven. Bai Feng shouted. Fang Jing, you buried a trap and killed my Tai clan young master and his clansmen. This enmity is irreconcilable. Tai Dao Ku will take your head. Tai Dao Ku had an agitated expression as he pointed at Fang Yuan's nose, shouting. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of the passers-by. It was human nature to watch a show. Countless gazes gathered here. Oh, you are from Tai clan? Strange. How come I don't know that I killed your clansmen? Fang Yuan sneered. Don't try to deny it. You have charred Thunderbean Mother Gu, you dug a huge trap, your intentions are extremely sinister. My Tai clan stepped on your trap and was blown to smithereens without even a corpse left. We chased you all the way, who else could it be other than you? Tai Dao Ku's eyes were almost spewing fire, he wanted to cut Fang Yuan into pieces. Hee. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment before laughing. So that's it, it seems I dug the right trap. Thank you for telling me this good news, it makes me feel better. Tai Dao Ku's eyes were wide open, he was furious. You admitted it. You actually admitted it. Good, very good, Fang Jing, you are dead for sure. You dared to kill my Tai clan young master. You are making an enemy out of my Tai clan. So what if we become enemies? Fang Yuan shrugged and sneered, what a joke. I dug a hole to deal with the grass skirt monkeys. In the end you stepped on it. You can only blame your Tai family for not having eyes. Moreover, what crime did I commit? What right does your Tai clan have to track me? Seeking death, haha, it's good that you died, it's a wonderful death. These words made the surrounding people dumbfounded. He actually dared to provoke the Tai clan? Is Fang Jing crazy? Tai clan is one of the overlords of southern border that is not weaker than Shang clan. Tai clan is capturing demonic Gu masters everywhere. The famous demon suppression tower is the nemesis of the demonic path. He actually killed the Tai family's young master. He has the Redbud token in his hand, so he has nothing to fear. As long as you stay in Shang clan city, you are Shang clan's esteemed guest. Even if the Tai family head came, Sir Shang Yanfei would still protect him. If they didn't protect him, once the news spread, Shang clan would think that Shang clan was afraid of Tai clan. The discussions of the surrounding people caused the furious Tai Dao Ku to calm down slightly. Fang Yuan had the Redbud token, and now that he was rank 3, dealing with him would not be as easy as before. Fang Jing, don't think you are safe hiding here. You want to use the battle stage to become Shang clan's external elder? Wishful thinking. Let me tell you, as long as I, Bai Feng, am here, you will not be able to dominate the battle stage. Elder Bai Feng said sinisterly. Tai Dao Ku followed. Fang Jing, I will finish you off in the battle stage. You cannot escape, you have committed a great crime, you must be punished severely. Oh, you want to obstruct me in the battle stage? A cold light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. The table was filled with a feast, and the fragrance of the dishes assailed their nostrils. But he did not order the signature dish, lion meatball. Tell me, where are the 2 patriarchs of our clan? Bai Feng asked impatiently as soon as he sat down. If you want to know, I would like to ask this Tai clan Gu master to leave. Fang Yuan gave Tai Dao Ku a deep look. Why? Tai Dao Ku's gaze was like a blade, ruthlessly looking at Fang Yuan. A bad feeling welled up in his heart. Because this is a private matter between me and Bai clan. Fang Yuan's tone was unyielding. I want to guarantee that besides me, everyone here is a Bai clan member. Otherwise I won't say it. Bai Feng hesitated, this matter concerned the 2 young clan leaders, he had to be cautious, thus he turned to look at Tai Dao Ku. Tai Dao Ku snorted coldly, unhappily walking out of the secret room and closing the door. The inside and outside of the secret room were isolated. Speak, don't try to deceive us about the whereabouts of our clan's young clan leaders. This is Shang clan city, there are many Gu worms here that can prove your words. Bai Feng said sternly. Fang Yuan slowly raised his wine cup and drank a mouthful. Whereabouts? Of course they are dead, you are too naive. Since I am your Bai clan's enemy, of course I have to eliminate you. What? You dare to trick us? Fang Jing, you are courting death. Bai clan's people were enraged, they stood up and rushed towards Fang Yuan in anger. But the thunder was loud, the rain was small. This was not Bai clan village, Fang Yuan had the purple thorn token, and his strength was not ordinary. To kill Fang Yuan they would have to pay a heavy price. Most importantly, killing him like this was going against Shang clan. Your Bai clan killed my clan's esteemed guest in Shang clan city, hehe. Bai clan was facing the crisis of their spirit spring drying up, they were in a precarious situation. They also obtained Baigu inheritance. Everyone was eyeing them covetously. If they provoked a colossus like Shang clan, the consequences would be unthinkable. Fang Yuan sat calmly on his seat. He raised his eyes and swept his gaze across the crowd, saying indifferently, "I actually quite admire you. Your Bai clan's spirit spring is about to dry up. You can't even protect yourselves, but you still have the mood to deal with me. Truly amazing." These words were like a bolt from the blue, instantly bombarding clan elder Bai Feng's heart. He was extremely shocked, blurting out, "How did you know about this?" This news was sealed by the higher-ups of Bai clan. Even Bai Zhanlai and Bai Lian did not know about it. But Fang Yuan exposed it. How could he not be shocked by Bai Feng's words? "Of course I heard it from the 2 young clan leaders of your clan. Before I killed them, they knelt down and begged for mercy, trying to use this news to gain my trust in exchange for a chance to live." Fang Yuan lied through his teeth. Since there was no evidence, he could fabricate whatever he wanted. Impossible. This news is only known by clan leader and a few elders. The 2 young clan leaders are young and ignorant. How could they know about this? Bai Feng immediately retorted. Fang Yuan curled his lips. Maybe they overheard it when they were playing? After all, their mother is your clan leader. This is only a minor detail. Lord Clan Elder, is what he said true about the spirit spring drying up? There's actually such a thing once the clan's spirit spring dries up? Bai Lian, Bai Zhanlai, and the others all asked with anxious expressions. The spirit spring was the foundation of a clan. Its importance was self-evident. Once the spirit spring was lost, no matter how strong a clan was, it would be rootless duckweed. Bai Feng was instantly woken up by their questions, cursing in his heart. Maybe Fang Yuan was only guessing. The 2 young clan leaders were still children. Their credibility was not high. Because you didn't agree to my request, the clan will be attacked by other forces. You. Elder Bai Feng was so angry that he pointed at Fang Yuan but couldn't say a word. The others glared angrily and gritted their teeth, but they didn't make a move. You? Fang Yuan sneered at Bai Feng, his tone full of disdain. "What can you do to me? Kill me? I have the Redbud token, try and touch me. I know you're all good men and not afraid of death. But the clan is the most important. If your family, your friends die, it's all because of you." Everyone from Bai clan clenched their fists and froze in place. "Ah!" Bai Zhanlai suddenly raised his head and roared. He raised his fist and punched down. Under his angry punch, the entire table was smashed and the dishes scattered all over the floor. He hated it. His grandfather Bai Zhanwen died because of Fang and Bai. This enmity was irreconcilable. Because of this, he joined the pursuit team, ran around, and finally found the murderer. But the enemy was clearly in front of him, but he couldn't make a move. Fang Yuan was clearly in front of him, but he couldn't take revenge. Not only could he not take revenge, he had to be threatened by Fang Yuan. The anger in his chest burned fiercely, forming a sea of fire that burned his heart and lungs. But he couldn't make a move. If he did, the consequences would be unthinkable. His own life was a small matter, but the entire clan would suffer because of this. "Don't be angry. Actually, I am also a victim in this entire matter." Fang Yuan's tone softened as he sighed. "Think about it, Baigu inheritance was originally mine, but it was snatched away by your Bai clan. Your Bai clan chased after me and Bai Ningbing. We were forced to kill Bai Hua and Bai Sheng in order to escape. Afterwards, I was heavily injured and fell on Ziyu Mountain, narrowly escaping death. Do you think it's easy for me? Your Bai clan is powerful, I can't afford to offend you. I could only hide in Shang Clan City, but you still didn't let me go. Tell me, what can I do? I am not an unreasonable person, 3 million yuan stone, no less. I am very sincere, this secret is only known by a few people, it has not been leaked. For the sake of your Bai clan, I even sent the Tai clan's people away." Fang Yuan's expression was sincere. 3 million yuan stone, you really know how to extort. Fang Jing, in all honesty, how has our Bai clan treated you? We treated you well, but what's the result? You repaid our kindness with enmity. My clan's 2 young clan leaders died in your hands, my clan's elder Bai Zhanwen died because of you. And many of our clansmen, in order to protect you on Baigu Mountain, we lost many experts and many are heavily injured. Bai clan's people all had different expressions. Some were furious, some were sneering, some were crying, but they all had one similarity, that was deep hatred towards Fang Yuan. $36,000. 38,000. 40,000. The price finally stopped at 42,000. It seems these people are still rational when bidding for items. This price is very reasonable. Fang Yuan sat in the private room watching for a while, gradually coming to an understanding in his heart. Shang Clan City had many trades, and such large-scale auctions would be held once in a while. The Gu masters living in Shang Clan City were already used to it, and had learned to be smart when bidding. No one was a fool. Of course, there would occasionally be people who would throw a huge sum of money. However, Fang Yuan observed for a long time, and there seemed to be no such people in today's auction. This was his fortune and also the fortune of others. If there really was such a person, Fang Yuan would raise the price and empty this person's capital in advance. This kind of battle of wits and strength was child's play to Fang Yuan. In large-scale auctions there were all rare Gu. They were at least rank 3 or above, there were almost no Gu below rank 3. Other than Gu worms, there were also rare Gu food, rare and precious refinement materials, Gu refinement recipes, information about certain inheritances, excellent quality rocks as well as female slaves, male slaves, live captured beast kings and so on. Frost breath Gu, flame heart Gu, these could only be sold for 30 to 40,000. Compared to other auction items, they could only be considered low prices. Soon, Fang Yuan saw a rank 4 plant army Gu, sold for 250,000 yuan stone. Plant army Gu, it could turn all the plants and trees in a certain range around the Gu master into offensive methods. In a place like southern border, it was definitely a killing weapon. Ordinary rank 4 Gu only sold for 100,000. Plant army Gu's price was already at the price of ordinary rank 5 Gu. Although Fang Yuan had 500,000 in his hands in this auction house, it was truly not much. It was only the matter of 2 grass tree soldier Gu. Instant success Gu was a rare rank 4 Gu. After winning the bid, Fang Yuan spent more than 180,000 yuan stone. Next he spent a total of 83,000 yuan stone, buying a white silver relic Gu and a golden shield Gu. After that he did not make any more bids. Yuan stone could not be spent carelessly, it had to be spent on useful things. Currently, with the all-out effort Gu as the core and self-reliance Gu, he was still lacking a bitter strength Gu. This item was not cheap and was extremely rare. Even in Shang Clan City it was rare. There were few people who used it and the success rate of refinement was extremely low. The sale of Gu worms was also in line with the market demand. Low demand, high cost, and the goods were naturally low. If I cannot buy bitter strength Gu, I can only refine it myself. But the success rate is a headache. White silver relic Gu is in my hands, but there is no rush to use it. If I were to cultivate alone, the earlier I use it the better, but now I am relying on Bai Ning Bing. This white silver relic Gu should be left for later. Today I used 270,000 yuan stone, there is still over 22 left. I can slowly save it up. Every 2 years there is a super auction in Shang Clan City. Li Ran told me that Bai Clan's group has indeed left Shang Clan City. Although I extorted 3 million, I cannot look down on this clan. Enduring humiliation and having a sacrificial spirit, no wonder Bai Clan rose up in my previous life. Bai Clan is using the excuse of opening Bai Gu inheritance to search for Bai Gu Mountain Spirit Spring. Their progress is much faster than in my previous life. I have to be on guard. Bai Clan has already chased me here. Can Tai Clan be far? Tai Clan, Demon Suppression Tower. As for that Tai Dao Ku, there is no need to worry about him for now. Just as Fang Yuan was planning for the future, at the entrance of Xianxia building, 18 foreign girls stood in 2 rows, chatting and laughing without any restraint. They were all wearing revealing clothes. Their fragrances assailed the nostrils, their breasts and buttocks were plentiful and alluring. If they did not take the initiative to attract customers just by standing there, they would be the best signboard, attracting countless male Gu masters. Tai Dao Ku stood at the side with a cold expression, acting as guards with several other Gu masters. Shameful. He was extremely embarrassed in his heart. To think that Xianxia Building's banquet was so expensive, he had no money to pay the bill and could only work for them. To think that I, a Grand Tai Clan Gu master, would actually do such a thing. The other party has a background, not caring that I am from Tai Clan. So, don't look at me, Please don't let any acquaintances see me. Tai Dao Ku prayed in his heart. Isn't this brother Tai Dao Ku? Why are you here? A voice said. Tai Dao Ku was stunned. Acquaintance, acquaintance, acquaintance. Light crackling sounds and the muffled rumbling of thunder could be heard. It would take a long time to get rid of this boar phantom, but Fang Yuan summoned another gu. This gu was like a dragonfly with 3 pairs of wings and the size of a palm. Jade green, sapphire blue, golden yellow, bright red, 4 colors intertwined, creating a dazzling scene. This was an instant success gu with light markings hidden on its body. As the name implied, it could increase the speed of time, a rank 4 consumable gu. Fang Yuan split his attention into 3, controlling the yin-yang twin cloud gu on one hand, and pouring his light silver primeval essence into the instant success gu on the other. His primeval sea level continued to fall, 80%, 70%, 60%. Instant success gu was a rank 4 gu, and with Fang Yuan's rank 3 initial stage cultivation, it was quite strenuous for him to activate it. His light silver primeval essence fell to less than 30%, and Fang Yuan slowed down his primeval essence transfer. The heavenly essence treasure lotus in his aperture started to bloom, as a natural spirit spring gushed out and was instantly infected by Fang Yuan's aura, turning into his light silver primeval essence. His primeval sea level started to rise again 40%, 50%, 60%. Like this, the primeval sea level rose and fell several times before the instant success gu was filled, and was about to be activated, giving off a dazzling and colorful light. This colorful light shone on the yin-yang twin cloud gu and the beast phantom, dyeing the secret room in a colorful light. The boar phantom's speed of wearing down increased rapidly. Originally, it was just a tiny amount, almost undetectable by the naked eye. But now it was like snow melting in boiling water, extremely fast. After a dozen or so breaths, the boar phantom was completely worn down. After Fang Yuan confirmed that there was no mistake, he quickly stopped the instant success gu, and stored the yin-yang twin cloud gu. The yin-yang twin cloud gu could be sold to shops, and with the purple thorn token, as long as Fang Yuan bought it at the original price within 3 days, he could return it at the original price. It was much safer than borrowing gu from others, and he did not lose anything. If he borrowed gu, the initiative was in the hands of others. If others wanted to recall their gu at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan could not do anything. As for the instant success gu, after the colorful light faded, only 2 of its 3 pairs of wings were left, and its entire body was disappearing. Once this gu was activated, it could not be stopped, and continued to shine with colorful light, speeding up the time. Fang Yuan stopped the colorful light, but he was only trying his best to prolong its time. Again. Fang Yuan made good use of his time, immediately activating the galloping horse strength gu in his aperture. Ice crystal gu was Bai Ningbing's vital gu. Once it was activated, there was a cracking sound of ice forming, echoing all over Bai Ningbing's body. Her flesh and blood disappeared, turning into diamond-like ice cubes. At first glance, Bai Ningbing seemed to have turned into an ice sculpture. Her expression disappeared, and her originally indifferent face became even more callous. Her eyelids could not even blink, and a thick layer of transparent frost had condensed on the surface of her blue eyes. Her body slightly swelled up, and her height increased by 2 to 3 inches, giving her a cold and domineering aura. Earlier, when she was attacked by Tai Dao Ku, she did not even have the strength to activate the ice crystal gu. Now she could finally use it. When gu masters used gu, they had to split their attention. Be it in battle or gu refinement, it was the same. Even someone as strong as Fang Yuan could only do 3 things at once. He could not do 4 things at once for too long, or he would make a mistake. Earlier, Bai Ningbing had resisted Tai Dao Ku's attacks with all her might. Her mind was highly concentrated, and she could not be careless. If she had used the ice crystal gu at such a crucial moment, there would have been a flaw. If it was caught by Tai Dao Ku, the consequences would be dire. Any change would expend her mind. On the contrary, she only needed a thought to maintain the same change. Now it is my turn. She lightly shouted, taking large strides and charging towards Tai Dao Ku with cold killing intent. Clang clang clang, both sides fiercely collided, unleashing fierce attacks. Attack against attack. Bai Ningbing brandished her blades in both hands. Tai Dao Ku used his hands as blades, becoming more agile and crafty. In just a few breaths of time, both sides had attacked over 100 times. White ice blades and black iron-like hands collided at lightning speed, forming a hazy black and white silhouette. There were not many spectators around, and seeing this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air, overwhelmed with shock. They were evenly matched. Bai Ningbing turned into an ice crystal, her whole body was like solid ice. Tai Dao Ku could only leave behind ice marks when he slashed at her. In contrast, Tai Dao Ku's defensive gu was very outstanding. He turned into a black iron man, and when the ice blades slashed at him, they left behind ice marks. But gradually Tai Dao Ku started to feel pressure. Bai Ningbing put down her defense and focused more on attacking. Soon her attacks became sharper and sharper. This fellow actually raised her level at the last moment. Such outstanding battle talent, she is using me as a whetstone to temper her blade techniques. Tai Dao Ku was inwardly shocked. He could clearly feel that Bai Ningbing's attacks were becoming more concise and threatening under the pressure. His mind was agitated, and his hands slowed down, allowing Bai Ningbing to find a flaw. Good chance. Bai Ningbing's eyes shined, and her right hand slashed at Tai Dao Ku's head. Tai Dao Ku could not dodge in time and could only take it head-on. He was very confident in his defense. Every close combat gu master's defense was not weak. As long as his eyes were not hit, there would be no problem. But right at this moment, Bai Ningbing activated a gu worm in her aperture. Ice explosion gu. Bam. The ice blade in Bai Ningbing's right hand immediately exploded. This change caught Tai Dao Ku off guard, and the explosive force tore apart his defense. He subconsciously closed his eyes, and intense pain assaulted him. Oh no, I was tricked by her. Tai Dao Ku's heart sank. He had rich battle experience, and was daring but meticulous. He did not panic at this sudden change and quickly activated Swift Shadow Gu to retreat. Bai Ningbing naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity, and also activated her movement Gu, chasing after him and slashing madly.